Welcome to the 2026 Pokemon Unite Championship Series. This season introduces a new and exciting league format, hosting 8 teams in 3 regions: North America, Europe, and Latin America. Each region will play in a double round-robin format that will be played out in 5 weekends of competition. Once all of the matches are played, the top 5 teams from each region will qualify for the playoffs. The bottom 3 teams will have to fight for their spot and avoid relegation in the 2027 season. Each region's playoff bracket will play out over 2 days, where lower seeds will need to fight their way to the top. The top 2 finishers from each region will win loads of cash prizes and, most importantly, an invite to the Pokemon Unite World Championships in San Francisco. Who will rise to the top? What stories will emerge throughout this season? Make sure you're part of all the action.
Your back to the wall. Never had the odds against you stacked tall. Never felt like you were about to fall. One wrong move and you lose it all. We can win the day if we unite. Come on. Yeah. Hey, we can win the day. What just happened?
Aegis Flames is what happened! Oh my god! Oh my goodness, the steal!
Zynus is single-handedly shutting down Zeta Division! Oh my god! One of the best to ever do it! Luminosity Gaming! It's a turn! It's a turn! Peru Unite are your world champions!
Hey, we can win the day if we unite.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Here we are with our regional leagues format. This is week 2, day 2, where some of the best in EU, LATAM, and NA are going at it to find out who is going to be the best in their region and who is going to head to the Worlds at the end of this season. Hi everybody, Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw, I did say the Worlds, by the way. I'm joined by the one and only Dupe Snacks. Hello, Dupe Snacks.
Hello, cowboy. Nobody would have noticed that if you didn't bring it to everyone's attention, but you took a page out of my book and made sure everybody knew when you messed up, so tip of the cap to you for there. Let's talk about this league, which I'm incredibly excited for, and most importantly, what I want to see today is how many undefeated squads we have at the end of week 2.
Yeah, there are so many great teams vying for that spot, and we still have a few undefeated teams. Zoinks, how you feeling, brother?
I'm feeling awesome. I had a lot of fun over there on the tall grass yesterday covering the off-stream matches, but today I get to watch the ones that everybody's going to be seeing right here on the main broadcast. Cannot wait. Power rankings might shift around. Who knows? It's all vibes-based, so I can't really tell you what's going to happen there.
And hello, Kello. How you chalking and cheesing this morning?
No chalk and cheese for breakfast, unfortunately, but I don't know if my stomach could handle that. But other than that, you know what? We have the energy. I am ready to head in to day 2 of week 2. I mean, that's what, 4 days. It's just been so incredible so far, and I'm expecting some really great matchups today again.
Now, Chef, I know you're going to be heading out to the tall grass today to watch some of our off-stream games, so I'm excited to hear about that. But what are you also excited to see today?
As usual, every single time I'm just gonna say LATAM, but you know, I'm ready for. I feel like we're gonna get some upsets. We're definitely at the point in the season where we got to see some upsets from some of these other regions. Some of these teams are just running away too much. So you know, I'm all filled up on chalk and cheese. The cheese upsets the stomach. The chalk, you know, helps settle it, and I'm ready for all the good matches today.
Yeah,
The classic Tums mild cheddar combination there for Chef.
So many great matchups. We still have some undefeated teams. Who will head to the Worlds? This is the question. Before we get into today, let's talk a little bit about the day 1 that we saw. Let's start with EU. Some incredible matches out of Europe. And Chef, I know you had your eye on one.
That's right. Team Peps versus Volticons. Two of the teams that at the start of yesterday I said were the teams that I was really excited to watch just overall, and they certainly did not disappoint, despite the fact that Peps did manage to kind of clean up the set. I think it was one of our most fun sets that we've seen in EU, as both of these teams are very aggressive, they have some fun picks, and both of them honestly looked very strong. So I'm still very excited to see these teams in the future. Of course, Peps did win this one, which pushed them up to a 4-1 record at the end of the day, and Volticons ended at a 2-2 record. But I do think that everybody up there within the top 5, 6 at minimum in Europe is doing quite well. Unfortunately, nobody's close to BH3 Esports singular, who are 5-0. One of, I believe, are only 4 teams that are still undefeated.
Yeah, pretty incredible to have undefeated squads here after multiple days of competition, but we have one in EU, that is BH3 Esports, and we'll have to see how they're doing today here in a little bit. We do need to, of course, talk about the region that I think we're all very excited to watch, and that is Latin America. So many amazing teams, Kello.
Yeah, after day 2 of week 2, LATAM is still proving to be the region with the tightest matchups, with 2 of the 3 sets going to a game 3, and just being such a close race until the end. But one of my favorite sets from yesterday was the matchup between Entity 7 and Peruite. They were pretty much neck and neck throughout this set. However, it really just came down to iPip Loop on this Mega Lucario securing this Kyogre for Entity 7, resulting in a 2-0 loss towards Peruite. So being able to take down the world champs must have been so great for their morale. But even then, despite this upset, Force Gaming, Stamina Esports, and Peruite still remain the top 3 in the LATAM region. We have had some fluctuations in the lower half of the day, but overall, we're talking about these undefeated teams. Force Gaming, they're still at that 4-0.
And you got to say, for all of the regions, these undefeated squads look incredible, but you've got to give it up to Force Gaming being undefeated in what looks to be the most competitive region out there. We have a couple more undefeated teams coming up here in North America, Zoinks.
That's right. North America's got 2 Titans at the top of the leaderboard in Rude Dignitas and Evil Geniuses, but there's a lot of teams that are kind of vying for those top spots. I think everyone is expecting, like Wonder Chef said, some upset wins. I think eventually it's going to happen. IX Gaming had a great match against Rude Dignitas, but ultimately this one went in favor of the league favorites right now. Dig is looking excellent. Some really fun draft choices like Toon on this Decidueye was a really just a spectacle to watch in this matchup. They ended up taking down IX Gaming 2-0 and kind of slowing down a very hot team's momentum. So IX Gaming, they're going to be ending currently after the day 1 of our week 2 at 3-2. Still a great record, but Rude Dignitas pulling even farther ahead, and same with EG.
That's right. 2 more undefeated squads here in North America. Will that continue here in day 2? We're going to find out very soon. But before we get to that, I want to talk to Chef. We've had some matches that have happened off stream already in the EU region that we need to take a look at. We need to see what those standings are looking like. And throughout the rest of the day, Chef is going to be coming back in to let us know what is happening off broadcast. So talk to me, Chef.
That's right. And of course, if any of you want to watch any of these matches, we have some amazing community streamers that are trying to cover all of the action. They've been doing an amazing job so far this season, especially some of them that have to wake up very, very early, even earlier than me, who has to wake up at like 6 a.m. But off stream, we did have BH3 continuing their streak, 2-0ing Volticons. Again, team that I was really liking. They're going to be a 2-3 record, unfortunately. Kamay took a 2-0 over Engage, and then a third 2-0 with Los Caducados taking it over Gem Le Poulet, who unfortunately have not found their first win of the season. But they are going to have a chance on stream because they're going to be our first broadcast match.
Yeah, and that's going to be exciting to see. Obviously, as we're heading into, the end of week 2 here, there are a lot of teams that are crushing it, and there are a lot of teams that really need to figure out what is happening, because we're almost to the halfway point of our season, and you do not want to stay completely defeated moving through the rest of our season here. Let's take a look at where we are at here in EU now with those updated standings.
That's right. Ooh, looking nice with a 6-0. First 6-0 of the entire season. BH3 looking unstoppable, and Peps and Kamay tied at 4-1 apiece. So definitely starting to get some front runners up in that region. Los Caracados sitting at a pretty even record. And once again, I do feel like these kind of Los Caracados, Engage, and Volticons are really going to be fighting hard to just stay within this top 5 and qualify at the end of the season.
Yeah, it does seem like things are really starting to become clear, at least in EU and North America. We've got these few teams on the top and then a couple fighting for those middle spots. And then unfortunately, quite a few teams that just can't seem to get it together yet. What are we going to be watching here today, Doob Snacks, in our week 2, day 2?
Well, if they throw the schedule up there, we'll be able to tell you. We're kicking off the day with J'aime le Poulet and Volticons. Team Peps and Kamay, which is a great matchup there. I mean, that is definitely one to watch in the EU region. And then Engage going to try and improve to 3-3 versus Avalanche, who's still on the hunt for their first win. Shifting gears over to LATAM, one of our favorite regions. CACM going to take on infamous Force Gaming, scrapping against Tuzi, who would love to give them their first loss. And then Peruite, your current world champions, are going to try to keep pace with Stamina Esports, who's on the hunt. Moving down to NA to wrap up our day, TI Gang, again, another group that's hunting for their first win against Extinction, who is having a heck of a time these first 2 weeks. EG, perfect record, going to square off against Aftermath, the anti-perfect record, to see if they can mix that up. And wrapping out the day, Root Dig and Citadel.
So many good games we have here. There are a lot I'm excited for, and I think you nailed a few of them. Team Peps Kamay out of EU looks incredible. Will anyone be able to take down Force? I mean, Tuzi could give them their first loss. And then, of course, ending our day here, I feel like this Root Dig Citadel game could be good. Citadel having a really rough match yesterday against Lunex. I mean, I don't feel like I've seen Citadel play worse than I did yesterday. So they really need to turn it around. And if they were able to do that into the undefeated Root Dig, that would be incredible. But before we get to LATAM, before we get to NA, we have got EU happening right now. And we are going to head over to our matches here in just 1 second. So we're going to say goodbye to Zoinks, Kelosaurus, and Wonder Chef, who will be back on the broadcast here in a moment. Bye! Doomstacks and I are going to take this. Are going to take this first game, Doomstacks. Are you ready?
I sure hope so. J'aime le Poulet is hunting for their first win. They know there's a 6-0 in their group, and they do not want to be the first team to be at 0-6. Obviously, that is a heck of a hole to dig yourself out of. You could say one that is 6 feet deep, and it's tough skating for them as they're squaring off against one of Chef's favorite teams right now in EU, or most fun teams to watch in Volticons.
Volticons looked pretty good yesterday, too. I mean, obviously, they ran into a very tough team, but they look quite solid. I have not seen enough out of J'aime le Poulet, but you know what? With their record right now, that does not surprise me, right? I don't think they're setting the world on fire. I don't think this, chicken is cooking. It's looking pretty raw. So we're going to need to see what happens with them. This would be the moment. If they turn it around against a pretty solid squad, this could be a great momentum starter for them.
Yeah, for Volticons specifically, it helps them just kind of get into that 3-4 spot with the win here, just as things are standing. But you love to say, what else can be said about a team that has a perfect record of 6-0? It kind of cuts the other way, too. If you kind of know the story, if you unfortunately haven't been able to pick up a win. That being said, Volticons is not infallible, right? They do have a negative record at 2-3 with 3 of those match losses. So you have to keep your confidence. J'aime le Poulet earned their way in here by that EU qualifying tournament, which means they have the capacity to win and they have the capacity to string wings together. Now's a heck of a time to start.
Yeah, and taking a look at our roster here, we have a note here that says Chari averages the 5th most damage per game in EU. Who's Chari? Are they on this squad and not participating? Get Chari!
Yeah, I mean, put them in get them off the bench.
Get him in the game.
I don't know what that was. That feels like that's our play call, right? That's like a first baseman coach's call or third baseman coach's call. Like, put in Chari.
Yes. I feel like the trick with winning at Unite sometimes, a lot of hand gestures, you know? Bring your team in,
put down
get
the
in
controller,
Chari.
put down the mobile phone, hand gestures.
Yeah, a lot of hand
You know what? That's why you and I lose so much when we're playing together.
Yeah, you and I'll be
'Cause we
sitting
don't
right
think-
next to each other, and I'm just waving in your face. You need to see the hand gestures, brother. As we're taking a look at our first draft in Doob Snacks, we do need to mention, of course, in our regional leagues here, we have map rotation. This week, we are starting every one of our best of threes with the Groudon map, but after that, it can change based on the team's decision. We could see Kyogre, Rayquaza, or they could choose to stay with Groudon. Our bands here: Mega Lucario, Zacian, Mimikyu, Mega Charizard Y, Blastoise, and Vaporeon, Jamlu Poulet with our first pick.
We'll see where J'aime le Poulet starts. This might be an indicator of how their season has gone, right? Do they have to get a targeted pick in? Do they have to kind of overdraft for one person on their team? Otherwise, they have really no chance. And quickly, they're going to go with the Umbreon. It was hovered. MS13, is that really the name we're going to allow to ride here?
Hey, man, I'm just glad that I see on Volticons Chari is apparently playing. So
yeah, this is a gamer tag nightmare for Doob Snacks and Spriggles right now. I don't know how we're going to navigate this, and I have no idea how that name got through. So maybe, hey, Doob Snacks got banned. I know that. Player 12623 is back in action. So maybe we need to sort that one out. Yikes. Volticons, we'll see where they pick. And they're taking a long time, which means I'm stuck on this whole thing I'm doing right now.
yeah, you know, it's one of these hard things not to move past, but we're going to need to figure out our way to do it. I am excited that we see Chari, so we will figure it out.
Yeah. Get them a Pokemon they can do the 5th most damage. You know what? Up that to 3rd most damage and see if they can drum up more wins for Volticons. As J'aime le Poulet is going to throw everything in the kitchen sink at them to try and get their first win. And are we remaking this? I feel like we've got an infinite timer on this selection here. Wild work that we're kicking the day off with. But you know what? That just means you and I get to talk more, and we love that.
It is really one of our favorite things. We act like we're so put on the spot, but we couldn't love it anymore, my friend. And we're seeing what they're going to go with right here, what these first couple of picks are going to be. So let's see. I mean, I know they're bouncing back and forth between some stuff on our draft screen right here. So these are obviously not where we're going. There we go. All right, we've got ourselves our teams locked in. Mew, Slowbro, a Zarina. We got a Psyduck. You and I have talked about this. Psyduck is just so unbelievably good right now. Finally, a Scizor to round out our orange team. Traffy on the Greninja, Ratsu on the Darkrai. We've got interesting squad here. We have 2 defenders and a support on the side of J'aime le Poulet. So we'll see how that plays out. You know, one Pokemon you were mentioning right before broadcast, we couldn't believe we didn't see more, was Trevenant.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you always forget that it's there, and then you watch it play and you're like, man, that looks really good. Wonder why we're not seeing it more. And then it kind of like fades from everybody's mind until it shows back up in the hands of a player like Girarwi or Smuglax or something. You're like, holy smokes, this Pokemon can be electric. And I feel like there's a couple Pokemon, not just Trevenant, that fall into that camp. Now, looking at J'aime le Poulet's lineup here, Traffy on that Greninja with the Darkrai as well. 2 defenders, 1 support, but you have the capacity to really put everything behind your 2 damage dealers here, and I think they're going to put all their chips in one basket, because that's how the eggs are going to fall.
J'aime le Poulet, your purple team. Volticons unite, your orange team. They are looking for their first win on our purple side here as we have an immediate invade from the Psyduck making their way to the central area, seeing if they can slow down this Darkrai. Darkrai, not particularly great at clearing some of this. Psyduck has some pretty good secure, so we'll see if it can steal anything away from Retsu.
I mean, that'd just be great value, right? We always talk about the invade. The primary objective is to waste time, but anything else you leave with is just a gargantuan benefit, right? It's just icing on the cake. So if Fizzy can not only buy time, but grab this red buff, for example, quality work here for the support player.
Yeah, and look how much time they wasted. And they did grab the red buff. A wonderful invade. Such high value that they got for their team right there. And now we have 4 members of Volticons ready to fight in this top path. Poulet needs to be careful.
They're going to rinse him right here. I mean, bang, and a well-timed headache out of the Psyduck. You know, kind of falls in line with the Cotton Spore from an Eldegoss, right? Impossible to kind of gauge when it's going to happen. But because it's unpredictable, it usually gets a ton of value in those team fights. And because of that, Volticons takes all those Swablu and Altaria.
And we can see they're right back at it, looking for another steal, and they take the blue buff with the bubble beam on the duck. I mean, this match so far has truly just been enjoying watching Psyduck create insane amounts of chaos for Poulet.
I mean, MS-13 might be on Poulet, but it's criminal behavior from Volticons there because they walked away with so much value. The duck is just too good. The duck is just too good.
It's so good. I mean, it sneaking through drafts is tough. There are so many great Pokemon, right? I mean, the bans that we see from both of these squads make a lot of sense, but geez, if you have a good Psyduck player, you are eating well right now. As we do have a Regidrago in the center of our map here, we have Psyduck kind of tussling with multiple members of Poulet, but they're able to just peel back and look at Snow hiding in the tall grass, looking for their moment, Doopsnacks.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, how strong is Duck? I'm having my best win rate season playing exclusively Duck, and I am garbage. So you don't even need to be that good on Duck to get insane value out of it. We got the drop kicks coming in from VTC there. Tibby, I believe, Leon, Big Daddy Leon is on the Zarina as we're going to be pushing through. No, Leon's on Slowbro. I can't see these names, production. I said that before. I can't see these names.
The only name we can see is MS-13.
That one's burned into my brain. I do not know how, of all the things that made it through. So let's tighten up the ship a little bit there, fellas.
And here we go, heading towards this top objective. I mean, what a start for Volticons. Not only have they had great fights, but a huge reason they have is just because of how much early pressure they were able to put on Poulet in that central area, slowing down their Darkrai to make sure that it is only level 8 right now, where this Scyther already has a Unite move, could be cruising for a fight. If they can catch Darkrai right here, it would be massive. Darkrai just needs a little more experience to hit their Unite and then bring someone into that Nightmare. So if they can get that quick, they might be able to make a sneaky comeback.
Yeah, I mean, Poulet doing a good job keeping the score parity, which is definitely a great place to start, right? You don't want to get behind on multiple axes within this game. But all they need is a decent setup for Traffy, and they can take over the game. Like, if you can pin down a Scyther, like a Greninja can easily deal with that, right? So get that pick and then build from there. I like that thought process, Cowboy. I think you laid it out just right.
You know, I gotta say, Greninja, like, silently keeping pace in this match, too. Level 9 as well. A lot of Unite moves on the side of Poulet. So this match is definitely within their realm of being able to win right here. We'll see Snow's moving in with their Unite move right now, looking for a KO. They pick up one on Blissey, and they're gonna keep moving, Doopsnacks.
Gargantuan Psychic really cuts off traffic, pops the Unite move, goes straight into the mix. Darkrai is there to try and cut it off. Right into the middle, though, is the Psyduck using their Unite move and running it down, mitigating that damage as you called out so well yesterday, and that's enough to stem the fight here. Drappy gets caught in the big Slowbro Unite, and that's an easy knockout follow-up for Scyther as Snow once more, and they're gonna get another, make it 2. The Trevenant can't hit the broadside of a barn with the Horn Leech, and that leads to another knockout for the Scyther. We're gonna put another person on the chopping block, and they're splitting the wood with those big blades. Give them a 5-piece right now.
Let's
Bang!
go!
That is a full Penta 1, 2, 3, 4, 5
An official Penta to start our broadcast, and sometimes they're unofficial. I'm glad we got the official Penta to start. Volticons absolutely ripping through them. I really do think, I mean, that fight was going well for Volticons, but the second the slow beam got Greninja, it was over. They just started mowing through their squad. Scyther with those sights just cleaning up the lawn right there. Regirock for free right now. And we'll see if Poulet can make anything happen here up at this top. Regieleki.
I'll tell you what, if Volticons leaves with this Regieleki, this game is all but over. And here comes the Scyther making their move in. Big Solar Beam a bit early, and thank goodness the Blissey is there to A-press it down. Trevenant gets burned through the sunlight because that is a ghost grass type, and it's just not liking the sunlight, much like other grass types would.
Yeah, and here we go. They're moving forward here.
Okay.
Greninja with the Unite move, but again, instant
Slow
beam. I mean, completely shut down the moment they want to move in to fight. And Darkrai just took Zarina into the Nightmare, and that feels actually really scary for Darkrai. I mean, Zarina has so much sustain using their Unite move, and yeah, Darkrai comes right out to get taken down by Volticons.
This is tough sledding. Very, very tough sledding here. I mean, great slow beam catch out of Big Daddy Leon, playing that slow bro for Volticons. Just the ultimate shutdown tool. And you see why some of the best teams in the world often just ban slow bro, because you can see how quickly a slow beam can just shut down the best thing moving on the other side, and they are 2 for 2 with it now.
We can see multiple members of CACM Play deciding how they want to play this. They're moving up towards this tier 1 goal zone. We've got Trevenant, we've got Darkrai. Here comes the Greninja. We still have a Unite move on Greninja. They could throw it right now. It charges pretty fast. Are they going to take this fight? While Scyther is making a back cap in this bottom goal zone. Umbreon tanking a lot of damage. Here comes Darkrai, hitting with the Dark Pulse, putting some of them, so Dark Void, excuse me. Greninja picks up a KO, seeing if we can get any more in this top path. They do get a couple, and they're moving towards this tier 1 to score.
Getting 2 knockouts is definitely a place to start. Unfortunately, it's on the Psyduck and the Slowbro, so not a premium target. But listen, at this point, you'll take whatever you can get. And like I said, CACM Poulet doing a good job keeping the score close, right? Finding value when they can, despite being a little bit behind on levels. However, shaping up much better now than they were just a few moments ago.
Registeel getting very low. Darkrai looking for a possible steal. Wow, Psyduck with the basic right there. That was a scary moment because Traffy, the Greninja, was actually quite close to that. However, Volticon's able to get that buff. They might try to take a fight here if they can catch Psyduck, but they don't. 2 minutes, 5 seconds on the clock. This match is actually close score-wise, and as long as that Greninja doesn't get immediately slow beamed, we might have a good fight from CACM Poulet, but it does feel like every time Volticons is together, they make something special happen. Trevenant moving in. Blissey with the heals. Now they're gonna have to peel back, just getting ripped apart as Trevenant, and no, it looks like we are still going to dance backwards. Psyduck moving in, there's the Greninja Unite.
Bliss Assistance on top of the tree, who's trying to deal with the Zarina. We've got the Unite, the Forest Curse is down, trying to bring everybody to parity here. Marked was the Zarina. They have to run away. Another good Horn Leech, and the tree still standing is crazy. Scyther Unite finally comes out, and they're looking to take over. KO Streak of 2, they want 3. They're gonna get 3. No, Slowbro gets fretted, but the pressure is on, and the whole team is wiped. And in a heartbeat, the chickens are carved up for dinner. Volticons Unite gonna grab an easy Groudon, and they're gonna extend this lead.
Well, you know, you've got everything you need to carve them up, right? You've got those blades from the Scyther and Slowbro holding it right there so they can expertly move through the enemy team. Beautiful slow beams, and they've made sure that every single engagement, they targeted Greninja. As soon as that Greninja was in a vulnerable spot, we slow beam, we move in with the dual wing beat, and we just, you know, eviscerate the enemy squad from there.
I think they might be waiting for like the Mew Unite to come back up, maybe getting the miss to go for a score here, and as soon as I say that, they're immediately engaging. And it's nice to see Tibby right here stepping up with this Arena, who's kind of been very quiet for Pokemon of this type and how much it likes to fight. As somewhere off the map, we've got more knockouts off the back of the Scyther. We got a good counter score, however, not going to be enough. Volticons is now deciding to keep the score pressure on, and they're looking for more points, as they are definitely not pouring in. They're doing some other adjective into these goal zones.
They're shaking in. They're shaking from the top of the points tower all the way down.
They're limping in.
They're making their way into the goal zone in a way that's not raining. All right, I can tell you that right now.
I think my favorite one you called yesterday was the fog wetness. That was just chef's kiss. That was terrific.
It was beautiful. It was Wonder Chef's kiss. Volticons Unite taking game number 1. Chef, speaking of Chef, was talking about this team yesterday. They had some fun matches for sure. CACM Poulet, they have not managed to get a win in this league, and they had some moments in this game, but with a start like this, you just got to feel bad for them. This Psyduck creating so much chaos for the side of CACM Poulet.
Oh, I mean, we're going to see the slow beam here with a nice catch as soon as the Greninja tries to go in, right? Or not. That was a pretty just decent fight, bell to bell. But this is when Snow got the KO streak of 5, I believe. I mean, they were just locking them down on their goal zone, and this is when really you kind of felt, okay, the tides have turned, but in an insurmountable way.
Yeah, it was just very tough for them. Anytime your team, and look at these plays, anytime your team gets penta'd, that's a really demoralizing moment for the squad, right? And they had a nice fight here, a little bit of a push in this top half, and they actually kept the game relatively close score-wise, but it did feel like Volticons just had perfect counter punching for every moment Jean-Luc Poulet moved forward, right? Even in this final fight that seemed close, they held their unite moves. They were ready to go. Leon just waiting for Greninja. They let Greninja unite, peel around, try to make something happen here. And then when Greninja peels back in, we get this beautiful slow beam. Scyther follows it up with a dual wing beat KO. And that is it for Jean-Luc Poulet. There's Scyther moving through the squad. Here we go. Slow beam, dual wing beat, boom, KO. Scyther picks up another. And then, you know, they don't solo queue this Groudon. And what I mean by that is they don't just run straight to the goals and try to score. They actually wait for a second, collect their team, get a quick catch, then move towards the goal zones and end the game. Snow, our player of the game, 84,000 damage, 14 knockouts, didn't get KO'd a single time.
Yeah, and Scyther, even when over leveled, yes, its damage is ludicrous, but with the tools that Jean-Luc Poulet had, they should have been able to pin this thing down at least for one knockout, and it getting away without having a single feint under its belt is crazy work to me. Going into game number 2, I want to point out that Jean-Luc Poulet did a very good job mitigating Tibby on this Zarina, which if you kind of look at their composition, can kind of groove through what Jean-Luc Poulet brought. So I think a highlight or the silver lining for Jean-Luc Poulet, they mitigated what could be considered like the toughest threat for them to deal with, but yeah. They took their their focus was so strictly on that Zarina that it really left everything else unchecked.
And you also have to notice that, yes, they did a good job of maybe not letting Zarina go absolutely crazy, but it still had double the damage of the Greninja. Like, Traffy was completely stopped here. And this double defender support comp, it really didn't do much for Jean-Luc Poulet. I'm not sure what their strategy was when I saw their draft. I'm kind of wondering how this was going to work. And it does feel like one of those things, speaking of kind of the solo queue mentality around maybe the Groudon earlier, it does feel like one of those things that might work in solo. You know, you just like hyper support your carry and let him go crazy. But in a competitive game like this, with the slow beam, with all these options, with the single target unite move of the Zarina, it just feels like that's not going to cut it.
No, I agree completely. What I would have liked to see better, which would have been a small adjustment from Jean-Luc Poulet, which I believe would have helped. Mean Look Wish, just do it. Trap the Scyther. Like, give your Greninja a chance, right? Like, frontline a little bit, leverage the tree a little bit, and try and stick it in the mud so Traffy can actually get a knockout. Because with what they brought, Greninja folds like laundry so fast that, like, how are you going to heal it back up from that? You know what I mean?
One thing I've noticed as well, I mean, we've talked a lot about Darkrai this weekend, and we've had a lot of different looks from Darkrai, and I think a few teams have made it work quite well, but I don't really see how Darkrai and Greninja are going to carry this squad. I just don't see how it's going to work. It feels like, I don't know, you look at this draft, and we saw some really good drafts yesterday and some questionable drafts. This draft to me just feels like I'm not sure. I don't see the win condition. I don't see how we win with this squad into a good team. I see how we win on ladder. I see how we win. Everyone's playing things they like. You're really good on Greninja. I believe it, you know? I just don't see how this composition wins. I think it feels old too. This like ultra defender support heavy, try to really power up a single carry. And one of them being Darkrai, I just don't see it. Darkrai almost, it does carry for sure. It has amazing games, but it almost feels like this weird, almost hybrid. It's like a stun support carry type thing. You know, it's like it gets so much value out of putting Pokemon to sleep and things like that, and isolating one with its Unite move, but it doesn't have those insane pop-off moments that you would expect from some of the other, you know, big carries. Like look right at the other side, Scyther.
Yeah, I mean, it works when it's in isolation or goes unchecked. But a Greninja, for example, is not the Pokemon that can let your Darkrai go unchecked, because both of them are faded back. Both of them can be dealt with fairly easily when they are isolated from the team. So when we've seen Darkrai have their best games, it's because you have like a Garchomp or a Zacian or just something monstrous up front that is just, holy smokes, we have to fight through this. We have to fight through the tank of choice. We have to fight through the support that's also up front. And then all of a sudden the Darkrai gets to get, into the Dark Pulse, for example, and pop up and deal like critical damage and help finish off those knockouts. And that is not how Gem de Poulet was set up at all. I mean, a Darkrai can't cover for a Greninja, just like a Greninja can't cover for a Darkrai.
Taking a look at top Pokemon here by win rate, Galarian Rapidash obviously kind of just recently getting buffs that brought it back into the meta. And you can see the teams that are picking it up are doing well with it. 88% win rate, Decidueye 75%, Talonflame 71%. I think when you really get some good data here, Doob Snacks, are the Pokemon like Talonflame, Mega Gyarados. When you have 20 wins and 25 wins, it means these Pokemon are not only winning, but picked up a lot. When you look at Rapidash, Decidueye, Mr. Mime, these are all good in the hands of a player that can wield them, but it looks like Talon and Gyarados are just doing well overall.
I agree completely. I want to highlight Trevenant, though. 10 wins, right? 67% win rate. Not getting picked a lot, but when we've seen it on stream, it has unequivocally been a difference maker, right? I mean, Gem de Poulet picked it up, and kind of the only opportunities they had to have moments was like in that Groudon fight when it was just frontlining for 30 seconds, and it was the toughest thing for Volticons to deal with. They didn't cash in on any of that time and energy that was able to be bought with the Trevenant, but it shows the strength that it has and really, in my mind, warrants more consideration. Let's take a look at encounter rate. So encounter rate is both pick and banned percentage.
Yeah, so these are Pokemon that you see a lot in one way or another, right? Blastoise, Vaporeon, Mega, and Umbreon. Blastoise, Vaporeon, it is interesting that our highest encounter rate throughout the entirety of our league series have been 2 defenders. Blastoise, it's picked or banned every game. Same thing with Vaporeon, basically every single game. And then a couple of the strong carries, Mega Gyarados, Mega Lucario. If you were looking at just this week, I assume Charizard Y would be one of the absolute top encounter rates as well. But of course, this is covering the entire tournament here.
After this weekend, I wouldn't be surprised if Charizard Y grows in number, if Psyduck doesn't eke its way into this as well. I mean, if Psyduck doesn't have a 95 plus encounter rate on this weekend, I don't know what we're doing anymore. Like, that Pokemon is crazy. So I wouldn't be surprised if we take a look at this graphic, at week 3, that those 2 Pokemon specifically have worked their way into these numbers.
And I think one of the coolest things about the league format in general is seeing how these teams adjust to the changes in the game, right? This is a league where they're going to be playing week after week over time, and there will be balance changes in the game, new Pokemon that get added to the meta, and the teams that ultimately win the league will be the teams that can adjust to those changes the best, right? There will always be a weird meta. There will always be a speedster meta or something that pops up. You need to be the team that can play in that as well. As we head into our next game here, Volticons Unite, Gem de Poulet. It looks like we are having the Kyogre map, and Gem de Poulet will be second pick here, Doob Snacks, as we see some of our bans, not surprising at all. Blastoise, Vaporeon, Megachar Y to start us out.
Zacian jumps into the mix, a Pokemon that I think is pretty underrepresented so far this weekend. A Duck band, as it should be, without a doubt. And we'll see how Gem de Poulet rounds this out, as I assume they've picked this position of the orange side, and that Volticons has elected the Kyogre map. I'm sure it's written somewhere in our chat here that I could verify, but I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to go off as Zoinks is doing vibes.
That's right. The vibes, for me, I agree with you vibes-wise. I think they picked Kyogre map, and Volticons decided to take first pick here. But there is always that reality that they wanted second pick. Some teams do like the back-to-back being able to take 2 Pokemon in a row and shut down a strategy on the other side. Volticons with our first pick. Chari is going to take the Mew, and maybe this is something Poulet, kind of sussed out. They know they want this Pokemon so badly that they're able to get 2 powerful picks here on their side. Let's see what they lock in for the side of Poulet.
I mean, if you know that Volticons is priced into a first pick Mew, I mean, that is a setup that people would pay for, right?
Yes.
That's essentially like giving away the most powerful pick in the game for something that is not that strong in the grand scheme of things. So Poulet has a real opportunity to knock doors off here, and Mimikyu is the first place they're going to start.
Okay, and our first pick here, we've got the Mimikyu. Mimikyu, it falls in line with a few of those Pokemon we talked about earlier. If you've got a Mimikyu player, Mimikyu is unbelievable. It does feel like you kind of need someone who's especially good on this Pokemon, but if they are a force. And we are grabbing the Blissey. Okay, so we're just on our own galaxy here. I mean, Mega Lucario, third pick, like, okay. I am not very happy about how Poulet is approaching this draft. I hope this is not because their Pokemon pool is this shallow. You have to be able to take advantage of this setup, right? Especially if they sussed out this Mew first pick. You gotta have a bigger bang for your buck in those first 2 slots. We'll see how the rest of this shakes out, but seeing Mega Lucario immediately snatched up by Volticons makes my heart drop a little bit. Yeah, this is a tough one. I do think the Mimikyu, it could be a counter pick for a strong player on the side of Volticons as well. I think there are some, choices like that could be very good if they have more game knowledge about Volticons, or more like, research team knowledge about them. That could be big. Maybe they've, got Kratos' notebook over there and they have a good idea of what's happening with Volticon. So Mimikyu, I do think, is an incredibly powerful pick, especially if it's a counter pick. But you're right, giving up something like Mega Lucario or handing over a Mega Lucario can be quite scary. But the meta is filled with many scary monsters, and you are going to have to choose which ones you face.
I mean, listen. If you've got all the answers to the test, you still fail it if you don't show up to take it. And I'm saying they might have all the answers here, but they are not delivering on that information, in my estimation. Rounding out with the tree and the Talonflame, one of the winningest Pokemon we saw on the chart with, a very high win rate, 20 wins. So it's certainly seeing its way into a lot of games. And Traffy rounding out with Cinderace, something that, we know a player like Toon picks up on. Traffy, going into the old school kind of year 1 type of attacker between this Greninja and now the Cinderace. I want to see a big game out of Traffy. If you're expending a last pick of Cinderace, you gotta deliver. You have to. You have to.
Here we go. Volticons unite your purple team. Poulet, your orange team. Poulet needs to get it together here. They have not found a win in our league yet. Will this comp be the difference? I gotta say, I do like it more than what they brought into game 1. I think it has some options, and Leon already on the invade, looking to slow down this Mimikyu right here. Mimikyu can actually scrap pretty well early and secure, so Leon might not be able to get too much value here, but look at that, grabbing the berry with Magician and continuing the pursuit.
That's what makes Hoopa's invade so strong, right? Is that not only does it have the Magician ability to pull a berry through, but also, like, if it hits level 4 and it goes Hyperspace Hole, then it just can keep harassing you with a get out of jail free card over and over and over again. And bang, there's the secure, there's level 4, and if it's Hyperspace Hole, this becomes a lot harder for Poulet.
We'll see what they can do if they can get this buff here back into the center. They are fighting over the red buff right now, and it looks like it is secured by Hoopa, and then they take the portal home. Absolutely criminal.
I mean, rinse and repeat from game 1. Last time it was a Psyduck. This time it's a Hoopa. I mean, support player invades are prime in Volticon's strategy here, and they've delivered in a big way both times.
And here we go. Lucario moving forward right here. The portal, they can take it in the tall grass. Reset right now for this fight. See if they can catch Qatar. No, they're actually going to look to score here in that top path. Bottom path, cleaning up some of this experience. Talonflame evolves already. Wow.
Yeah, and now you're moving in with the Woodhammer Mew combination. Take to the skies, to the fly, and to the fly is a knockout, and to the goal zone is points going in. Raboot's stepping up, but they better not overextend their welcome, because that's an easy knockout. Reposition with the Woodhammer. Bang! Gone!
I mean, this is just rough already. Volticons Unite absolutely dominating. Snow is quite a carry. You know, they were carrying on the Scyther, carrying on this Talonflame. When you get a level lead on this player, they are cruising through this match. And J'aime Poulet in some trouble right now. And instead of playing the Scyther, they actually are going with the Scissor, a Pokemon that I think is a bit underrated. However, it needs time in a fight. It has to get plenty of boosteds. It has to get plenty of bullet punches. If it can do it, it kind of becomes invincible, but it does take a little while, and hopefully the Blissey can support it in that role.
Yeah, it's going to have to. You're going to have to literally put your eggs into the Scizor basket, and we've got a lot of egg-related puns going on today, but it makes sense because it at one point was breakfast time. For somebody somewhere, it's breakfast.
That's how our bits work. It makes sense because at one day I did see a dog, so that's why we're talking about dogs.
I hate to agree with you, but that's just how it works. So if you want to be a professional Pokemon Unite caster, just understand the logic and history that goes into every one of our bits.
I think it would be unfortunate if someone out there was taking notes, like, all right, yeah,
yeah,
that's how it works, huh?
Please do not do that. Do not do what we do, because it's not good.
Here we go.
Getting worked on. Finally.
Yeah, Regieleki getting worked on. Here comes Scissor, and they're going to look to try to take this down before it can really power up in this fight. If they can get it early, they can win, and they do. Nice big KO. Talonflame Unite moves find purchase, and they also get the secure on the Regieleki. That is going to walk towards this tier 1 goal zone, and they could push with it.
They could. I mean, we're just looking to line up another fly. 3 players there. Nice reposition with the Woodhammer. Hornleech into the berry. Nice fly combination. And that's 2 players eviscerated instantly. Regieleki walks. Portal is down. We're going to rock back through, get some points in, as now the stacks are on for this Mega Lucario. And they have multiple angles of issues here for J'aime Poulet. They have to contend now with Snow. They have to contend with the Mega Lucario, all of which can just dominate their side of the map. Chari's level 10.
I mean, this is just rough. This is really rough for J'aime Poulet. They are keeping up a little bit on their levels, though, right? We've got 9 on Scyther, Mimikyu, and Cinderace. Obviously, they are behind, but with how the match has been going, wouldn't you assume they were much further behind? I mean, it feels like they are just getting beat here every single time they run into their opponents, but they are finding their moments to get their levels, and that is something that they're going to need.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they did this game 1 too, right? Kept parity on the score and were able to kind of match levels, but the team fights just weren't there. Flame sweep! No wall! No wall! No wall! They did it! They did it! The best maneuver in the game is a flame sweep, not into a wall, Spraggles.
It is the moment we've all been waiting for, everyone. Of course, make sure that in the chat you're chatting flame sweep, no wall to be entered in the giveaway to get an attaboy. You'll get an official attaboy from myself or Doobsnacks if you are chosen as the winner. They said it could never happen. They said Talonflame would never not hit a wall, but you've seen it here today in our first game in EU.
EU delivering in a big way with a no-wall flame sweep and a fly for a knockout on a Mammothwan that just managed to evolve. As the pressure continues, we have the Bliss assistance. This is a good moment. Gotta catch them before they reset. No! They both make it through. The Hoopa is knocked out at the expense of saving the Mega Lucario, who's taking the long way back. Still in the skies is Snow, though. 2x damage on that Scissor with that fire-type maneuver, and now we're just laying in some punches. Tibby doing a lot of great work on this Mega Lucario, buying tons of time.
Yeah, I mean, great fights for Volticons. They had a moment there for J'aime Poulet, and again, level-wise, they're not out of this thing. They've actually kept parity in a lot of these moments, even though they are getting KO'd everywhere. So I gotta give it up to them. They're not letting this game fully slip away.
Let's go to the bottom path. Bottom path. Bottom path. Please.
Let's take a picture of the bottom path. Let's take a look.
Flame sweep! Oh, 2 for 2, no wall! 2 for 2, no wall! Knockout on the Cinderace in the back line. Snow is the god Talonflame. Allergic to walls is their bird. As they're taking the skies right on top of the Scissor, pops their Unite move, and this would be a great knockout. Great separation with the Phantom Force, pushes back the Scyther right back the other way, and we continue the pressure. Mimikyu uses their Unite move on a Trevenant. Not a lot of damage going in, but now they're throwing the kitchen sink at him. Setting up for a big fly is actually going to leverage to a retreat.
And here we go. They're moving forward here. Gemly Poulet looking for a moment to actually fight with this squad. We could have this Scissor start to power itself up. They are powering itself up against this Lucario. Moving in. Here's Talon. Talon takes to the sky, but they could be in trouble if they move back in, and they do recognize that. Peeling back. Trevenant right now getting stopped by Mamo, and this Scyther wants to continue the fight. It looks like Gemly Poulet is not done, but Talon moves back in through the skies. No, everyone going to peel back here. A scary moment for both of these squads. And I think at some point everyone said, hey guys, it's 2:40. It's 2:40 on the clock. Don't take this fight.
Chill. Like,
chill. Flame
I
sweep,
could
no wall.
feel through the screen Tibby wanting to hit the Aura Cannon and go into Mega Lucario in that moment on the pad to start fighting. And just the ability to not do that is going to be worth its weight in gold here going to the final fight.
And here we go. We are getting ready for that moment, Dupe Snacks. And again, I mean, for as behind as Gemly Poulet has been in some of these fights, they are still in this game, very much so experience-wise. It's neck and neck, and they're behind by less than 100 points. This game is going better for them, but can they win a big fight here? Scissor ticks over to level 13. They could be caught by Lucario, but no, they barely miss. Talonflame takes to the sky, can't find anyone in the tall grass. If this Scissor can start charging itself up, getting its defenses up, they might be able to set up a situation where Volticons cannot KO it, but we're gonna have to see what they want to do. They're dancing back and forth with Lucario, the solar beams landing, doing some damage, but all that chip damage being fixed with a couple of eggs here, and they are moving in. Hoopa Unite move.
Big stun, and immediately Mimikyu is knocked out. Blazing bicycle kick right into the guts of Volticon, but it's going to be enough for us. Curse pings 3. Bliss assistance on the Mamoswine. Peeling back is Gemly Poulet. They would like to have Snow, but they are stunned and separated by Leon with the 4-player fist stun. Solar Beam is right through the middle. Cinderace is knocked out, and the pressure is on for Gemly Poulet to make a move. They're down on the scoreboard just a hair, but fighting pretty decent given the situation. Qatar gets into the back line. They're going to try and pick up a knockout. Tons of damage rains through. Mega Lucario makes it back into the action here in short order. Solar Beam is down. Qatar is trying to get pinned. Fly is going to crash lane. Can't reposition. Horn Leech misses. Shadow Sneak onto the Talonflame. Straight into the Mimic Unite. They're not going to catch the portal. Huge knockout. Reset is 2 players for Volticons. They come back through, but is that going to be enough? Gemly Poulet begins the rip, and now it's up to Mamoswine and Blissey to create the separation. Qatar still on the backside, but they're knocked out by Mega Lucario. Kyogre is so low, and it's secured by the Mimikyu. Gemly Poulet has 30 seconds to run to score.
And it looks like they can, Doob Snacks. Multiple members of Volticons are down. The Scissor never getting KO'd in that fight till the very end. Actually holding on long enough for Mimikyu to come back, who did not get to use a Unite move. 195 to 202. And the points will continue to topple into these goal zones. Another Hundo Burger into that tier 2. And Gemly Poulet back in this game. As we said, they were with it. They stuck there level-wise, and they found their victory, keeping that Scissor powered up the whole time.
That Shadow Sneak on the Talonflame, popping the Mimikyu Unite to prevent the reset, that was the catch, right? That was the moment they were on the hunt for. Holy smokes, incredibly well done by Gemly Poulet, showing signs of life, and now is 1 game away for their first match win in this league, Cowboy.
Amazing stuff. Just like what a comeback for Gemly Poulet, and they needed it. What a draft difference, by the way, right? I mean, we didn't
real Pokemon as opposed to fake ones.
Well, it felt like they had a strategy, you know? When you're looking at that first game, I just don't know how they're going to carry hard enough. I don't know how they're going to do enough damage. However, this one, we talked about this early Blissey Scyther, but when you've got this Blissey Scizor, the plan in this fight is keep this thing around so that it can build up all of its defenses, build up its bullet punch to its max stacks, and then just let this thing go crazy on the team.
Yeah, we kind of mentioned how it was always looking for a multiple target opportunity, right? That's where Scissor really shines, when it can start bullet punching through multiple targets. Well, guess what? A final fight is usually 5v5, and that's plenty of targets. Qatar able to finally get into the backline after a big Talonflame pluck by the Mimikyu was really what they needed, and immediately Qatar jumped on that opportunity, got into the backline. Now, I have to point this out, unfortunately, Good old MS-13. You're targeting the wrong people with your Bliss assistants. Please stop hitting Bo, the Mamoswine. Please start hitting Traffy. Start hitting Qatar. Let them extend themselves into this other team and help you take over the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a fight this was, right? The Mimikyu gets caught so early, and that looks like an unfortunate moment for them, but Mega Lucario does get taken down pretty fast. So both teams losing a valuable resource. However, Mega Lucario was mega in that moment. Now, here's what Scissor was doing, right? Just continuing to charge Bullet Punch, continuing to get its damage, and then after this beautiful Mimikyu Unite move catches the best secure move going on the side of Volticons. They just needed to avoid Mew. They were able to. The Electro Ball a little late, and there we go. Great stuff. Jamle Poulet, they may find their victory after all. And our player of the game, Bo on the Mamoswine.
I mean, if anything, the Earthquake right after the Mimikyu Unite to help create static on that hyperspace hole as the Pokemon were coming back through to fight was probably the best play Bo made all game. Mbach, you need to hit somebody else with that Bliss assistance. I would have loved to see it maybe on Ratsu as soon as they went in with that Shadow Sneak, or even Qatar, right? The follow-up, like a Bliss assistance on the Scizor, would have been I think insurmountable. It hit the Mamoswine for sure.
It did. It hit the Mamoswine in the main fight. My mistake. I thought for a second they did hit the Scizor. I know they were using so much of their, egg resources of keeping this Scizor healthy, which I think was very important. I would love to see a lot of damage taken, obviously, on the Mamoswine, but I knew it. This Scizor, 84,000 damage taking, almost as much as the Trevenant on the other side, right? They used everything they could to keep this thing healthy. And Doobsnacks, the way your Bullet Punch continues to scale and get better, and the way your defenses get better with your boosteds, really does make Scizor an extremely difficult Pokemon for any physical attacker, any physical attack-based Pokemon on the other side to take down. Trevenant, Talonflame, Mega Lucario, all are going to have a tough time against this. You saw the Solar Beams rip through it, of course.
Yeah, and that was about all they had in their arsenal to be able to contend with that. Again, we're taking a look here at Bo, our player of the game. But look at that score line, right? Really, Volticons in control. Jamle Poulet, you mentioned it, keeping the score line less than 100, keeping their levels on pace, on par, despite losing a lot, almost every team fight in that match. Able to pull it out at the end with a phenomenal catch out of Mimikyu. Great follow-up by Mbach. The Blissey, of course, Bo supporting, and Qatar going deep with the Scizor right after that to really put a stamp on that amazing catch.
What a great series between these two teams so far. I mean, you see Volticons start. They have a really dominant game number one. It feels like Jamle Poulet is all over the place, but they really get it together here in game number two.
Okay, so game number three, Jamle Poulet, 1 10-minute game of Pokemon Unite away from getting their first league win. What do we want to see here, Cowboy? Is it this was kind of a roster pulled out of the bag of tricks, right? Was this like, in case of emergency, break glass, use this type situation? Or do you think this is maybe where this team wants to be in this next game?
I mean, I could see it. I could absolutely see that being like, look, we got nothing else. Let's go for it. However, Greninja Darkrai with two defenders, two defenders and a support, that to me feels like the emergency break glass. We're just going to try this strategy.
They try to break the glass, but like break their hand trying to break the glass. Like, didn't really work out. Shout out to Flame Seat No Wall Callers. Board Shorts gets our Attaboy award.
It's an official Attaboy here on broadcast. Flame Sweep managed to somehow not hit a wall in these incredible moments. Of course, you wrote Flame Sweep No Wall in the chat. So Board Shorts, Attaboy.
Attaboy. Well done.
Well done. And moments like this is why they consider letting us go.
Moments like this is why we are constantly on the verge of being fired.
It's why we get a lot of emails like, all right, so what are we doing here? Volticons Unite, Jamle Poulet. Here we go into game number 3. I mean, look, I got to root for Gemle Poulet right now. I want to see them take this down. I think Volticons are playing great games, but I was really impressed, Dubesnax. When teams are getting beat in a lot of these fights, they're walking around 2 or 3 levels lower than their opponents. Gemle Poulet is in this thing the whole way.
But you know what I see? I see a duck on the side of Volticons, and I am not particularly excited to see that. How is Gemle Poulet going to react? It is with a Mimikyu, which was a solid pick last time. Ratsu was on that, and Mamoswine. They are fearing losing this Mamoswine. Worked for him last time. We'll see where they end up. And Snow can grab the Scyther back now, which eliminates the Scizor option from Gemle Poulet. Snow popped off with the Scyther game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, we saw the strategy with this Mimikyu. They weren't able to use it in that first fight. Obviously, they just got deleted too quickly. But we saw the strategy. They went for some single target damage and then locked down the big time carry on the side of Volticons, which was Snow on the Talonflame. If they could do the same thing to Scyther, they could win another huge fight.
Mega Lucario still in the mix here, Cowboy. And I think Volticons might get Mega Lucario and another Pokemon of their choosing. We'll see where they go. As Traffy is eyeing up the Cinderace, we've got the Clefable by Mbach locked in, and Traffy does go Cinderace. A lot of good options here for Volticons. And they go Miraidon for Chari. And Tibby, who had that good Zarina game 1.
I'm kind of surprised that we see the Miraidon just because their Mew is so good. But maybe they just didn't feel like they got to take advantage of it as much as they wanted. And the nice thing about Miraidon, of course, when you see Clefable on the other side, I mean, it is time to curse Miraidon. You will hit multiple targets with your Charge Beam and your Thunder and your Unite move and get rid of a lot of healing on the side of Gemle.
Okay, Qatar gonna round this out. Again, they were the Scizor last game. Delmise, let's go, baby.
I'm so on board with Gemle Poulet right now. Look, I know that they have had a rocky road to start this thing. They've been eating ice cream for 2 straight weeks, but I'm excited for them to get back in this. If we get a Delmise and a W here in game 2, you know, making their record just that much better, I'm so on board.
Yeah, my concern here is just the damage output that Gemle Poulet has available to them, similar to game 1 here. Qatar, on the other hand, I do like the combination of Anchor Shot towards Clefable Gravity, and then you kind of, whereas they can't play around something that you're putting them into, right? Great players, for example, that Scyther is going to be able to navigate Gravity just because of pure experience and the length of time those 2 Pokemon have been in the game. But if you're using Anchor Shot and you're dragging the Scyther into a Clefable's Gravity, well, then it's just muck and stuck in that mire, and you can get those knockouts there. And really, they were having issues getting those knockouts on the Scyther game 1, so maybe this is just a positive adjustment.
Well, if you can grab that Scyther and bring it right into the Mimikyu's Play With Me Unite move, just boop, catch it right there, like shut it down in that moment, that could be huge. I mean, if Snow goes down, I think Volticons is going to have a tough time taking down all of the members of Gemle Poulet. If Snow stands, however, it's an avalanche, and they end up getting a Penta KO into the entire enemy team. As we head into game number 3, Volticons, unite your purple team. Gemle Poulet, your orange team. If Gemle Poulet can win this Dubesnax, this would be their first win of the season against a solid EU team.
Very much so. Putting good pressure on the Miraidon, low on HP. Traffy still just the score bunny, trying to put some good damage in. They were successful, couldn't quite close out the knockout, and that would have been a huge K opener that they would have loved.
And here we go, pulling back in this moment. You know, something that I think can't be understated is the fact that they do have a Mega Gyarados on their side, but it looks like they're going to move forward, trying to get the Magikarp right away. Snow, however, hiding. If they can create a moment here, move in, just get that Gyarados to get 1 hit. Oh my gosh, so close. They do get the assist, though. They are going to evolve very soon.
Great work and the patience of Snow there to isolate their target down. There was a lot of good ones. Clefable is online, so we're going to have that Moonlight action as well. Tons of pressure being put on, and Snow would like to close the door. The Delmise is there for the cutoff, and Psyduck going straight into that headache mode, going to create space.
I mean, nice stuffs from Gemle Poulet. However, unfortunately, getting the assist on that Gyarados is brutal for them, as we have Mega Gyarados online very early. Look, with a lot of these competitive teams, it's going to get online pretty quick, but boy, you would like to do anything you can to stop it.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, any way you can keep it from evolving is obviously critical. Gemle Poulet failing the first test of this match, which is how long you can keep Magikarp on the map itself. And I mean, this pressure's been endless between this Eldegoss and this Mega Gyarados, ultimately getting a knockout on the Dhelmise, which, don't forget, was sent into the top path to be a brawler here today, Cowboy.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Especially when you get that Mega Gyarados early. One of them is a little stronger than the other right now. I do think once we get this anchor shot and once we get set up some big moments for the Dhelmise, we could see something. Is that a Power Whip? Is that what we're seeing? I was expecting Whirlpool.
Let's take a look. Yes, that is a Power Rip. You can see the shield that it gets off of that hit. Qatar, you know, so it's looking to frontline, almost pseudo tank. I was kind of talking about a little bit yesterday, that tanker type build, and I think I saw a Salt Vest, Rocky Helmet on this thing, so it wants to be in the cut.
Yeah, for sure. Power Whip still very strong, and you just mentioned it. I think that shield is unbelievable, right? But we're going to have to see if it's going to have the ability to disrupt and deal enough damage like you would with the Whirlpool build that can kind of bring multiple enemies into that torrent.
Looking for disruption in other ways, as mentioned, you know, with the Clefable, we'll see where they end up in that mix. Regieleki grabbed by Volticons Unite. Miraidon secures that for them, as Gemle Poulet brings their attention to the top path.
And here we go. They're moving towards the top path here. We see Mega Gyarados, but no, here comes a big-time Ice Fang. Mega Gyarados has to run away, but they're caught by the Psychic. Snow coming in, ripping through the entirety of the enemy team. Is the Ice Fang enough? And Regirock assists with the KO.
Brother, that Psychic catch, finally an anchor shot on the Psyduck, but I mean, that Psychic catch with the Scyther Unite follow-up, what are you gonna do? Traffy didn't even get to press buttons, and you're starting to see, there's a good pull, now get to convert into a knockout here. Are they going to be able to? No, Mega Gyarados takes underwater, goes for the berry, pick it up, and get a knockout follow-up. Is the Miraidon downstairs as they're putting a big charge beam on the Dhelmise. Pulled back with a pseudo anchor shot of its own. That's called Psychic. Psyduck is now in the mix, but that's enough to get a goal zone broken, and by the time Volticons wants.
I mean, you know, some good moments there from Gemle Poulet, and they definitely need to Venmo that Regirock for the KO on Snow. What a huge moment when those rocks crash down on the Scyther. But Gemle Poulet is behind. They already have Mega Gyarados. They've broken the tier 1 goal zone. Still, level-wise, not fully out of this, but they are getting gapped pretty decently, especially by the Scyther that is already level 11.
Yeah, the tanker being behind right now, not where you want to be. Just ticked over to level 9, got its Unite move, so it's got an opportunity, misses the anchor shot. Ice Fang doesn't go down, but you can see the combo they tried to set up, right? Anchor shot immediately into the Ice Fang proc by Bo. So that is a combination they're going to try and use to catch some of these targets. And now it's all up to Qatar and how well they're going to be able to hit this anchor shot to get a knockout.
And you can see Cinder even ready with an auto attack immediately in the area of
Psychic for 2, like crazy work, just cuts everything off, man. I mean, this Duck is crazy. Why are we letting this in this game?
It's so unbelievable good. Huge anchor shot on the Psyduck. They're moving forward right now. Doomstack's Unite move from Miraidon, and Gyarados is underwater.
Pops up for 2, Blazing Bicycle Kick. It was not quite enough to get the knockout on the Psyduck, but a counter Unite move tandem out of Volticons is enough to get 4 knockouts and 4 players down on Gemle Poulet, and this goal zone is going to get popped for tons of value.
Yeah, and look at this. It's going to be a 50 here. No, accidentally taken by one of their allies. But regardless, Gyarados is looking for 50 to make this a massive overcap in this bottom goal zone. 191 currently to 2, but we're about to see that go up another 50 points as Gyarados is just waiting for their moment. There it is, last possible second, 241 to 2. A level 13 Gyarados is almost online at the 4-minute mark. It's looking pretty bleak for Gemle Poulet.
Moving in is the Cinderace. They're going to start the shred. I mean, they need this Regirock. The boulders fall. The fight is happening on the backside. Ice Fang replaces Scyther, and Snow goes down. And this is an opportunity. If I'm Gemle Poulet, I'm rushing towards the other team right now. Who cares if Traffy is low on HP? And because they faded back, because they played with fear, their best catch of the game is all for naught. They weren't able to leverage it into anything, and it's Volticons roaring back into their face.
Unfortunately, it was just this decision of, do we go for Volticons? Do we go for the objective? As soon as Volticons was able to get the objective, all of that extra HP, that big boost, it was basically over for Gemle Poulet. A beautiful catch, but did not turn into a huge win. However, if they can make a catch like that, Doob Snacks, as this fight continues, can they do something here at Kyogre? Because you can see how brilliant it is when they are able to make these plays.
I mean, they had Miraidon in between 4 players on their team and couldn't convert a knockout here. As Traffy goes down instantly, the Scyther is knocked out, and they are finally going to get some points in, but we've got a 50-banger counter score by the Gyarados up top, as now the goal zone is being worked on. Do they even have enough to close it out? They do. 36 over here, but they're still down by almost 200 points.
They're down by a lot, but these last couple fights have felt extremely good for them. Even though they weren't able to catch Miraidon, they've caught Snow twice with this combination. That is the main target. I think the thing they have to worry about is what's lurking out there in the deep waters, because that is a level 14 Mega Gyarados. Even if they're able to take the Scyther or even the Miraidon, they have to deal with one of the most powerful Pokemon in the game, Megaing and doing some serious damage. 5 seconds left. This is going to be the last stand between these two squads. Psyduck pulls them forward a little bit. They do get a catch, but it's on the Eldegoss, but they're moving in.
Ice Fang repositions. Scyther Unite is out. The Kyogre's being ripped by Traffy. Blazing Bicycle Kick, but it's taken by Volticons anyways. And instantly, Gemle Poulet is aced. They are fried, baked, broiled, and however else you want your chicken done. Doesn't matter how you like it. Volticons is serving it up to you. Holy smokes, brother.
Volticons with an amazing game number 3 here. I got to give it up to Gemle Poulet. They really put on a show in game 2 and 3, and I liked their strategies, their looks so much better than game 1. I don't know if it was desperation. I don't know if they just have a lot of strategies they want to implement, but I think what they pulled out in game 1 seemed really unfortunate. I just don't see how it works for them. But game 2 and 3, they had a plan, they stuck to it, and they had big moments. This could be the start of them turning around, especially taking a team like Volticons to game 3.
This one's gotta hurt. You can kind of see what they're trying to do, you know, between the Delmise, isolating things like Mimikyu, Clefable, Follow Me. But I mean, once you unite, Delmise unite the Miraidon, get it with an anchor shot, power whip it, Follow Me, Ice Fang it, and then they eject over the wall and still get out. What are we doing here? Like, that has to be gutting, right? Like, you full comboed a Miraidon and you still can't get a knockout. That has to register in your strategy book moving forward. Like, this just can't deliver on that.
You know, this is a tough moment here for Gemle Poulet. They're still pushing towards the enemy goal zone, but really the only way Volticons can lose is to fight them. I mean, they just don't have any points. There's nothing Gemle Poulet can do right now. Literally Volticons could peel back and stand in their base, and they would have won the game. However, they decide to stand and fight at their home goal zone, taking down Gemle Poulet. They will unfortunately walk away from this matchup 0-6 now in the league. Volticons coming up to even their record at 3-3.
Listen, I want to talk about Gemle Poulet a little bit. Going into this matchup, I kind of joking, like, this is going to be a walnut, just because Gemle Poulet was having so much trouble, but I'm so happy that they were able to prove me wrong. There are signs of life in this team, and I love that they are using creative strategies to try and get themselves back on track. You know, unfortunately for them, this one didn't quite work out, but what they put together in game 2 and the way they executed in game 2, for them, I think is worth its weight in gold. It's a checkbox, right? It's like, that's a strategy we can use that we can find wins against good teams. This test here, I actually don't think everything is wrong with this strategy, but I think it actually works better if Psyduck isn't on the other side counter hooking you.
True,
if that just wasn't in the equation, I actually think they have a much better chance.
Yeah, they also have this other huge problem on the other side, which is Mega Gyarados. That's just, it was brutal for them because their catches were good and they shut down Snow, which is a player that you need to make sure can't win. But when Mega Gyarados is moving through the enemy team, it's kind of tough for, you know, it to matter that you took down the other carry on their squad this time. But you're right. I actually am walking away from this series so optimistic about Gemle Poulet, and that's a team that has a very rough record. There are other teams with a losing record that you can't be as optimistic about at this point in our league, but I do like what I'm seeing from Gemle Poulet.
I agree. I mean, I could talk about their composition in this last game for days. It was unique. You understood what they were going. Unfortunately, the other team gets to draft as well. I don't think you throw this strategy in the garbage can. I think you adjust it. Let's talk about our player of the game, Tibby. Snow, we say shut down with 11 knockouts, which is crazy to say in and of itself.
They fully shut it down. Only 11 knockouts.
Which is wild to say. But Tibby, who they focused on game one, allowed Snow to really take over. And although Snow had more knockouts, I do believe the Mega Gyarados, to your point, was really what the problem was here.
Yeah, I mean, they recognize that you cannot let Snow dance around the map and KO everyone. They still got 11 KOs, but without question, Snow was a much less relevant factor than they were in game 1 and 2 in this moment. And Tibby, they just allowed that to come online. They had that early assist, getting Gyarados super fast, stacking up incredibly quick, moving in with a Mega every single time. And when you've got a level 14, almost 15, by the way, Mega at the Kyogre fight, even if you catch their Scyther, you still have to deal with the big fish.
Absolutely. The fact that to trigger its Mega is to go underwater, right under the map where you can't touch it, and it kind of gets to pick and choose where it pops back up and how it engages in that fight, in and of itself is difficult to shut down. So, I mean, yeah, Mega Gyarados was an issue here for Gemle Poulet, but let's talk about the positives. I want to focus. I know Gemle Poulet is 0-6 right now in this league, but they had a great strategy in game 2 that I really liked. They have a solid strategy here in game 3 that I also really enjoyed. Silver linings. Game 1, they were able to shut down the Zarina, which I think was maybe the biggest problem they had to contend with, just in terms of how those matchups work between those Pokemon. Kind of shut that one down. Game 3, they knew Snow could take over the game. Shut them down. Because I'm pretty sure Snow's like 5 or 6 KOs came like kind of in garbage time, right? Like after they secured the Groudon, and then they kind of collided the rest of Gemle Poulet and kind of got like 3 cheeky ones there. So, I mean, they are moving and they are prioritizing things correctly. They just need to do some tweaks, and I think they're going to start seeing those wins pile up for them. At least I hope so.
I hope so too. I liked what I saw from them. I think they made great adjustments, and that's what you want to see from the team that is behind. We've got more games coming up. We're here in EU, then LATAM, NA. An exciting day of Pokemon Unite. Do not go anywhere. Team Peps, Kamay, probably the
Banger.
EU match of the day on broadcast is coming up next. You are not going to want to miss it. We're going to a quick break.
We're going to a break. Don't move. Don't leave.
Do not move. Don't.
And welcome back, everybody. We got our first taste of Delmise. I'm very excited, but I only got to half watch that because I have been checking in with some of the off-broadcast matches, and we got a quick update for you this time. Not a super long one, as we're going to go over what happened in DreamHack versus CACM off-broadcast. We can take a look at kind of how that ended, starting, of course, with their draft. We have 2 games back on that Sarah Ledge that was doing so well yesterday. This entire comp from both sides, relatively solid. Nothing that we wouldn't expect. CACM, though, in this final game, of course, up 1-0. And you can see here, I'll pause it real quick because we have had some pretty unfortunate unites from Talonflame, but this is a beautiful one. You're going to catch it right now. And you know what? Let's see. Boom, boom. Okay, so 2 members gone immediately off the board. That's usually not how Flame Sweep works. You're not literally supposed to sweep enemies off the map, but it did end up working that way. And this was a pretty tough situation to begin with, starting 55 to 200 score deficit for CACM, but a great combination of unites all in that moment did lead to a great secure. Unfortunately, not quite enough, where we're able to turn it around. The secure only 2 members left up aside from that Sarah Ledge, and in the end it was CACM that was able to come back just because they had nobody left to defend. A little bit of a score race at the end. There was a nice little defense, but realistically that's kind of just how it closed things up. So you can see in the end a pretty decent score lead from the side of CACM. They're going to be ending their record, not ending their record, but they're going to be continuing their record now at a 2-3 record. And fortunately, DreamHack really falling to the bottom of the pack in LATAM. Now, still a few more matches happening off broadcast, quite a few, but we only got a chance to catch that one very early this morning off stream. So I'm going to send it back to the best vibes-based duo that we've got, Kello and Floral Shirt Zoinks, to continue with the EU games.
So much Wonder Chef. The best vibes-based duo. I'm going to wear that with a badge of honor, Kello. I don't know how I feel about you. I am excited, though, to say I am pumped to be back casting some EU games. Kello, how you feeling today?
I am so excited, especially for this next matchup. I feel like it's one of those most anticipated matchups in the EU region, with Team Peps going up against Kamay Esports. I mean, you know, we've talked about history a lot. Like, these 2 teams, well, their history is long.
Yes. Yeah, with each other on teams, playing against each other. I mean, the battle record between these 10 players that we're going to see face off against each other is lengthy. And that's one of the best parts about these EU regional leagues. Of course, we're developing new stories, new history, new banners, but then there's also everything that happened before. Do your research, folks, because yeah, the storylines between these 2 teams are elite.
But here we go, introducing Kamay, who are currently ranked 2 in the standings. We have Gatlu, Toast, Gek, Narami, and Adesu. Now, they did end up playing an off-stream match today, earlier, defeating Engage 2-0. So that does leave them tied currently with their opponents, Team Peps, who are also in that 4-1 position.
Oh man, 2 teams entering the ring at 4-1. Only one will be able to enter at that 5-1 record. And geez, I mean, the star power on these squads between these 2 sets of 5. This is going to be such a fun one. And we were talking a little bit before this match started, Kello. One of the matchups I'm most looking forward to will be that tank matchup between Bruv and Gek. But the attacker one's going to be very interesting as well. Zante averaging the most damage per game in all of EU at 69,616 damage. So for an attacker player to be averaging the most damage, maybe not the most surprising, we do see a lot of consistent damage come out from those type of Pokemon. However, I feel like the biggest peaks we end up seeing are sometimes those central area Pokemon to the top path. But either way, Zante really getting it done on often a lot of these mage long range style Pokemon.
Yeah, they have really been rocking the new pick. I feel like that's been my favorite to see. Otherwise, we have seen them play Decidueye. We have seen them play Inteleon. So it'll be really interesting to see what these drafts are going to look like in terms of, I guess, the similarities between these 2 squads, but also the differences. We did see earlier with the stats Galarian Rapidash having the highest win rate, even though we haven't seen it on broadcast. Kamay Esports did actually end up playing 2 matches earlier, winning both of those with the Galarian Rapidash. Both Adesu and Narami actually playing one apiece. So whether we'll see it come out, well, I guess have to wait and see, because we have our bans locked on in.
Ooh, I like that final ban from Peps to Kello, banning away that Talonflame. I think it is just the signature Pokemon of Toast on Kamay. One of my favorite Central Area players in the entire region. I feel like Toast and Snow are 2 of the best, but Gecko Kami will be locking in that Crustle. One prediction I had going into this matchup was going to be the Battle of the Tanks, Gek on that Crustle, Rev likely on something like the Snorlax, or even this Psyduck. We might see it a little bit too. But if Vaporeon's available, I think we're going to see that one locked in. Umbreon taking the ban this time around. Vaporeon going to be the likely pick for Team Peps here.
Yeah, I was going to, okay, so they decided to give Zante the Mew this time round and have left open for that Psyduck to get selected by Kamay. Just so whether, I was going to say whether they're actually going to prioritize that. Yes, they do. And Gatlu has also followed up with a Mega Lucario pick.
Interesting. I mean, this is going to be the second match in a row, Kello. I think in EU, we're starting to see this Mega Gyarados fall a little bit lower in this draft than I expect. And Potato actually going to be really enjoying these recent Garchomp buffs, kind of just an overall stats facelift, as well, letting Potato return to, I think, their most iconic Pokemon on the Garchomp.
Yeah, I feel like Garchomp, it's such a fun Pokemon to watch, but there's only certain players that really know how to play it well. I feel like Potato is definitely one of those. Otherwise, Adesu is going to follow up with a Miraidon pick of their own and Toast on the Mimikyu. Now, I am rocking the Mimikyu pin today, so I'm actually really excited that we do get to see some Mimikyu games happening. I feel like it's been another one of those fun Pokemon to watch, but oh, we got another spicy pick here.
Yeah, a Zeraora clocking in at 4% encounter rate. Not the lowest, but of all the picks, that would be Potato's Garchomp that is holding that place. But Klaus locking in this Zeraora, a Pokemon that is really interesting, does pretty well against some of these melee-type compositions, with Mega Lucario and Mimikyu being 2 of the major damage dealers on the other side. With that Discharge, can do a pretty good job kind of doubling down on its weakness policy strategies, but also into those range attackers having the ability to just play around with those discharge pulls. We'll see if we get to see a little bit of that from Klaus. And I mean, they're an expert player, so mechanics I don't think are going to be a issue in this next matchup. Klaus, one of the most mechanically tight players in the entire region.
I really hope we get to see some discharge pulls, because they're always so insane to watch, especially when you manage to catch out multiple members. But yeah, it takes so much skill to actually pull off. The timing has to be precise.
Yes. Oh, yeah. It feels like you're threading a needle all the way through a haystack sometimes when you're trying to make these things happen. But I think Klaus will be ready to pull it up. We got a really fun draft for this next game, I think. Garchomp, Zeraora. Zeraora, an interesting pick in this situation, right? You have Garchomp, which is just kind of the face of late game Pokemon Unite. You know, it's going to be a while until that Pokemon is fully built up. But Team Peps making an interesting adaptation, actually sending 3 Pokemon to that top path. But that Chansey is going to be headed to the other side of the map. About to have company inside their own central area.
No, I've got to say that is a cute company to have on over for a little tea party, but it looks like Marv doesn't really want to share this, but Toast looks like they're going to steal their feed. No! Marv actually was successful at last slapping that.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Marv going for that ball toy, right? He knows that they won't have enough damage to actually knock out the Escavalier or the red buff in that situation. Actually says, well, I'll take a little bit of EXP and grab that ball toy. They will be returning towards the bottom path as Gatlu right now has been contesting against Potato. It's a little bit of an in-region rivalry, even more local region to them. And so far, looks like it is favoring the Mega Lucario in that early game. Going to be doing a bit better than the poor Gibble.
Yeah, that's the thing. Gibble needs to get online. I mean, I feel like it still has a pretty decent early game, but it is going to be a 3v3 as these birds do end up coming up. Gatlu is quite low HP, so they do have to retreat, considering Team Peps were looking very healthy.
Yeah, impressive stuff. Able to mitigate Toast's presence so far in the early game, doing a really good job of that. And once they have their second move, it'll be a lot tougher to pull off, but at the moment, having a great layout. Narami laying out an early bubble beam onto a couple of targets, but no bubbles hitting Potato is massive. Allows Potato to kind of push forward, unafraid of those auto attacks from Psyduck, applying any stunning effects, and can instead just stack up those boosted auto attacks. So really good presence from Potato early on, and Zante always there for the backup. Don't know if they have eyes on Gatlu, but now they know. One big meteor mash will reveal that Mega Lucario inside the tall grass.
This is one of the things that I love about watching Garchomp, or currently in that Gabite phase. Just that ability to use that Dragon Rush to push the wild Pokemon over to their side. Not only that in terms of, you know, gathering all that experience, but also it's just the displacement that it ends up providing. Meanwhile, we do end up having that Regidrago getting knocked out in that central area. I don't know. Nobody down here actually has the buff. So it would have been somebody up in the top half. Did you see who it was, Zoink?
Yeah, I believe it was Gatlu's Mega Lucario taking the last hit. So they took a quick little detour to get that Regidrago and then immediately back up to the top. But there it is. That little blue circle will increase their scoring speed if they try to get towards one of those goal zones. And I think Gatlu's had a tough time getting any stacks on board as well, seeing as that they're at 14.27. And yet again, just having to forfeit that experience to the presence of Team Peps being numerous. And right now, Toast just has to focus on leveling up that Mimikyu. Does not have the time to join in that central area. Klaus outpacing them by a pretty wide margin. Going to be almost a full level ahead. Both of them are sitting right now at level 8. But I think it is going to be Klaus getting to that Unite move a little bit quicker. But Kello, we're starting to hit that Registeel.
Yeah, it's already at half HP because of a Desu charging that down. Vaporeon ends up getting pulled back by Narami, allowing Gatlu to go and get the secure for Kamay. Looks like they're not looking to engage, instead pivot and try and get another isolation. But I guess being that tanky defender Vaporeon is, they're able to get on out and continue healing the team.
Yeah, a couple of try to pull attempts with that lasso by Klaus with the Zera Aura, but being dissuaded by the Psyduck for the most part. Narami doing a pretty good job of stunning that Zera Aura, making it a little more difficult, and one time's almost by accident. I think the headache gauge from Psyduck fully filling pushes Klaus, kind of messes up that timing a little bit. Regieleki going to be an easy knockout from Kamay, but here in the middle, it ends up being a bit of a battleground. Klaus now trying to finally shut down that Psyduck, and it will be Zante taking the last hit with that Mew in the Electro Ball.
Yeah, even with the Psyduck headache, it just wasn't enough to go and push them back. So we do have some dunks coming in by Bruv to just tank on up, as 4 members of Team Peps are trying to push on through. And X-Scissor on to those members to try and disrupt them, but Klaus is looking really low here with tail, Toast straight on their tail and knocking him out.
Oh, what brilliant work by Toast. I mean, max range Shadow Sneaks multiple times, playing around those angles to extend the range of the Shadow Sneak, and then, of course, a move that resets once you KO that target. Excellent work. We've been waiting patiently for the first 5 minutes of this match, Kello, for this Mimikyu to become online, and finally, Toast making their presence known, and Kamay starting off to a pretty solid lead. Small shout out to Gecko Kamay on that Crustle. I think doing a really good job of defending that goal zone the entire time. Had barely any HP to work with, but they're stalwart on this bottom tier 1. Looks like they're going to be remaining there as these defenders face down against each other. And middle map looks like Toast looking for a couple of targets if they can on this Mimikyu. Such a deadly Pokemon with that Shadow Sneak range.
Oh, yeah, 100%. If they can land their targets and get the perfect pick, especially into the back line, I'd say one of the biggest threats is definitely going to be this Mew with that Solar Beam. Otherwise, we have Mega Lucario coming on out as Bruv is going to quickly retreat. Regirock is already at half HP, but we have Garchomp going on in, trying to get a displacement, is going to pop their Unite move as well, as all members are currently still left standing. Regirock is going to go over to Team Peps, as Kamay decided to retreat and focus their efforts on this Garchomp, who eventually ends up getting taken down.
They do, but so much value created before they do, right? A Unite move from the Garchomp, pulling and pushing the entire team away, allowing Team Peps to easily pull up that objective. The battle rages on. Vaporeon going to get the KO as Gatlu falls. Mega Lucario down with Toast with the response knockout onto Klaus, putting up a KO streak of 2. This has got to be upwards of 4 knockouts so far in this matchup. That is a play rough Mimikyu, by the way. Pretty natural counter into the enemy Garchomp, and has been doing a great job so far. They're going to walk away from this team fight. Again, no Regirock buff. Because of that, I think it's a little difficult to get any scores on that bottom tier 1, but a lot of knockouts falling falling in both these teams' favor. Kamay going to be doing great on EXP, but extending that lead will be shut down. Team Peps with a pretty solid defense around that goal zone.
Interestingly enough, we did have Gatlu pop their Unite move to go into that Mega Lucario form. Even though there wasn't a team fight imminent, I guess you've just got to use it, seeing as that would have been the final time. And just to give them that extra boost in power to go and shred down these objectives. But it's going to be a 1v3 with Gatlu locking in that Reggie Alecki for the squad. There's no stopping this Mega Lucario. Well, I mean, they get sent back to the Pokemon Center, but the job is done.
Yeah, last hit timing gets a little complicated there for Team Peps, and Kamay going to be rewarded with a Reggie Alecki. Of course, they get a Gatlu knockout for their troubles, but still, I think Gatlu's grinning ear to ear. Naturally, they're kind of doing that all the time, but in this case, it's because they get to walk away with that Reggie Alecki secure. These teams back and forth, but currently Team Peps not finding a way to get a score lead advantage, and Toast now leading the lobby in EXP on this Mimikyu after a couple of successful team fights. So Team Peps having some good responses, but not a major bounce back yet, and we're 30 seconds away from the final stretch.
We have a final Reggie Rock spawning in here. Gatlu's going to shred that down along with Toast, as we have Bob trying to contest, but it ends up being a Desu to lock that in for Kamay. So that is going to be very useful heading on into this final fight to give them that special defense and defense buff.
Yeah, in this case, with Zante having this Mew, it is a tough case of where they don't have a lot of poke damage to kind of dissuade Kamay from getting in the face and body blocking to make sure they get that secure. So now they're going to be playing with a pretty big buff. And Team Peps already bubbled out as Mega Lucario hitting that Groudon early.
Yeah, they went and used that Unite move, just trying to bait out Team Pep so they can make a move. Otherwise, we have the Zero Aura getting knocked on down. Potato diving on in, trying to make a move. But 4 members of Team Peps have been knocked on out, and it's only Zante left standing as Adesu straight on their tail. Mew ends up popping their Unite move. It's just a matter of whether they can get this positioning to try and line up as the Groudon is getting shredded on down. But it's too late. They get knocked on down by Adesu, and Kamay are able to secure that Groudon for free.
Such a good pace from Kamay, getting knockouts on Blissey, Zero Aura, and Garchomp all before they could use their Unite moves. Just brilliant work from them. They get a huge Regirock buff win, kind of bubbling out Team Peps, and they don't stop there. I think a lot of teams, when you risk that final Regi, you could be in a dangerous position. You're trying to play around for positioning, but Kamay take all of that momentum and force it into a great heads-up macro call. Things getting a little scary, though. Team Peps have rallying back for a defense, but a great Mimikyu Unite is going to shut down that Blissey. Again, the major support pipeline shut down. Potato in the backline, but it does not matter. Narami and Gecko Kamay working together to stun that Pokemon, and Gat dealing the final blow. 3-0 KO streak for them, and that is a second team-wide ace as Kamay head towards the home goal zone to rack up even more points, holding Team Peps to double digits.
I've got to say, definitely some risky plays there, knowing that they already had the lead, but I guess considering that they did have the Groudon buff with the extra damage, that just gave them the edge up against Team Peps to get the second team wipe on them. And now, 762 to 30 points. That first game is clearly going over to Kamay.
Yeah. Now it's the time to play a little bit and add things to those stats, which I think Kamay would love to take the advantage in that. Not only, of course, trying to take the rank number 2 position or hold on to it for Kamay in this case. Team Peps trying to take it back from them. Yeah, we'll see the final scoreline here. We already know the results. Kamay with an 804 points to just 30 for Team Peps. Really shutting down in so many aspects of the game. Early game looked okay for Team Peps and sort of a few of those first engages from Klaus's Zero Aura, but coming away from it, I think Toast Mimikyu just really dealing a devastating blow to the other side.
You said it during the match. It was very much a push and pull between these two teams in terms of the team fights, and quite literally as well, considering we had the Cider getting those isolations. Even Klaus on the Zero Aura being able to utilize that discharge tech to get some pulls of their own, and Potato with the push on the Garchomp. Honestly, it was just so fun to watch.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is a lot. I'm loving that we're watching these two teams, right? Like, this is such a blast. We talked a little bit about how evenly matched these teams are. I mean, that final scoreline might dissuade it, but we got to look at the stats a little bit in the back rooms here, Kello, before we were going in, and these two teams are some of the closest stat-based teams I have ever seen before. In terms of average knockouts, these teams rank exactly the same in that 16 average knockouts per match as a team, which I think is wild. Assists, they are just a couple off, with Kamay averaging 32 assists per game, Team Peps averaging 30. Average damage is roughly around the same, which is also bonkers. And the win percent for both these teams in terms of map score is also sitting in the 70s. The only thing that Team Peps has the advantage on is they tank more damage. But in this case, it's Kamay. Not worried about that. Finding a great way to push it to the other side. 11 KOs for Toast, your player of the game.
Yeah, just being able to utilize that play rough moveset. I feel normally we see that shadow sneak along with that shadow claw to give that sustain, but I think this moveset actually worked really well in terms of the disruption that Team Peps were bringing to the table. Just the ability to lock on and not get hit, allow them to dish out this damage. But even then, I think in terms of Adesu, you can see on that Miraidon, dealing 68k damage. That just really goes to show the power that that electric charge beam brings.
Yeah, it's, I think, maybe the biggest difference between these two teams stylistically, Kello, is kind of the difference between Adesu and Zante. Zante loves these playmaking style of attackers, Pokemon like Inteleon or Mew, who have the ability to kind of have a takeover style moment, where Adesu is very comfortable playing these consistent damage dealers, kind of enabling the rest of their team. Miraidon, one of the best in the biz at poke damage and consistent damage over time, and allows players like Toast and Gatlu to get these great follow-up moments. Taking a look at Toast stats, you can see the minimap, obviously a very classic central area, but have a bit more of a focus on heading down towards the bottom side of the map. Took a little bit to get that first knockout. We talked about how a bit of a slow start for them until 328. But eventually, once they got on the board, yeah, it was looking great from there.
But yeah, it makes sense that they were more focused towards that bottom side, considering that's where the Reggie buffs were down there. So focusing on those fights, that way they could get, well, the buff and the global experience for their squad. But yeah, you're talking about Adesu and Zante, the Miraidon and the Mew. And yeah, it's the consistent damage over time that Miraidon brings, being able to be more that forefront in terms of dealing that damage and then relying on the others to get the finishing blows. Yep. Whereas, well, Zante, rather than being that initiator, they're the ones that end up closing out those KOs. So it really comes down to the other team members to deal that damage. That way Zante can do it. But then it all really depends on how these team fights go. And well, if your allies end up getting knocked out before they're able to shred out enough damage for Zante to finish them off, well, they're not going to be very successful at it.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to put yourself into, you know, like where you're kind of all inning on this one strategy. Now, when it works amazing. And I do think we could see some adaptations in draft that still keep their team stylistically how we've seen them, but maybe try to shut down what's happening on the other side. I think a Miraidon ban would be a very interesting choice for Team Peps to kind of look into. We'll see what happens when we actually jump into game. I believe we are headed into the Kyogre map, which will be interesting. And Kamay will remain on that first pick. So Team Peps going to still be on that second side of the draft screen. I know I was talking about a little bit of adaptation for them. It is difficult to get risky with your ban phase on orange side, seeing as that you are giving up that first pick, whatever powerful Pokemon it may be. So we'll see what these bans look like. The Ceruledge ban from Kamay, maybe a little telling of what a few of these players have been playing a lot of on the ladder.
Yeah, well, we have been seeing a lot of Ceruledge on broadcast, so especially after yesterday's performances, I can see why this is landing itself on that ban table. Otherwise, we have Mega Charizard Y and Umbreon locked on in for Team Peps. It'll just come down to this final pick. Last time it ended up being a Talonflame. Are they going to go for something different or something a little bit more threatening that we didn't even see at all last game, but the Mega Gyarados?
Yeah, I mean, it is so powerful. I do understand banning it away. It is likely going to be because Team Peps is going to favor some top path Pokemon picks early on in this draft, and then they don't want Kamay to respond with a Mega Gyarados of their own, is what my assumption is going to be. Kamay, though, they're feeling very comfortable with their strategy. They are going to return to that Crustle pick. Of course, if Umbreon is available, I think either one of these players will be picking up very early. That Vaporeon, just so devastating. A 92% encounter rate for a reason, will be picked up by Peps. Ooh, yeah, an early Mimikyu.
Yeah, they're actually not leaving this to the last pick. They are confident in terms of their strategy. The only difference is they have lost their Psyduck over to Marv. And, well, these bans are making all the sense now. Why was it Mega Gyarados? It's because, well, Marv wanted to pick up this Psyduck for their own, so you don't want to ban that out, considering that was also powerful, and Klaus has decided to pick up the Talonflame themselves. And yeah, don't want to give the Mega Gary over to Gatlu.
Yeah, no, that would be pretty devastating, I think, to have to deal with. But Mega Lucario has also been showing its presence in a lot of these matches. A Desu going to be picking up that Darkrai with a deadly item build, by the way, having Ninja Doll to operate with. I mean, a Desu is going to be a very tricky one to KO, and into so much burst damage on the other side, I think that makes a ton of sense. Team Peps are going to be relying on this strategy again, Kello, having no real consistent damage, but instead favoring so much on that burst damage strategy. Flame landing, Zante setting up some big plays with a Solar Beam or Electro Ball, or even a Perfect Surf, and Potato just going to try to take over the game with some of these big engages on Gyarados.
Yeah, I really feel like it's going to come down to these isolations that Bruv is going to have to end up setting up for the rest of the team. Because I feel like, you know, landing a Talonflame into what Kamay is bringing, you probably do not want to fly into that. So I guess that's the thing. Their strategy is really just going to be reliant on catching Kamay off guard and soloed out.
Yeah, that's going to be huge. Now, the thing for Team Peps that I think they're going to be very happy with going into this game 2, which maybe would have been a little tougher in game 1, is they got the Psyduck now. So you got Psyduck and Vaporeon. I mean, that is a deadly waterfront of Pokemon to be bringing into this second game. That's a lot of crowd control that you have access to, but maybe even more importantly, you don't have on the other side to deal with. So let's get into this game number 2, Kello. Kamay versus Team Peps. Kamay having that one game advantage. Team Peps looking to get this upset win and lock down that second rank spot.
Down in that bottom path, we have that fish fighting for their life as we have Marv going and invading as this Eevee. Toast is aware of this, but they have already lost 2 of those wild Pokemon as Marv has 4 points there.
Ooh, okay. Marv on this Eevee currently picking up a few of those steals. Toast trying to contend with the blue buff, but they will get it. A pretty tough matchup against that swift early Marv. At this point in time, will just be trying to buy as much time as they possibly can. But the backup is there. Gecko Kami gonna get the KO, and that is an early presence for Peps. Or sorry, early presence for Kamay defending their own central area.
Oh my gosh, I think that is the quickest Gyarados evolution we have seen so far at that 9-minute mark. It makes all of the sense why Marv went into that central area to allow that Gyarados to come online ASAP.
Impressive stuff. And now, all of a sudden, Potato, from a really long investment in an early game in that last matchup, is having a great bounce-back game, as we already have the Gyarados. Maybe it can't Mega Evolve, but still, that Pokemon has a lot to offer in this matchup. Gatlu, though, without the Potato to counter them in the top side, has been doing a much better job of getting early stacks on this Lucario. Does not get the last hit there, so no Eos Energy will lead to a KO behind this tier 1, though.
Now, I have noticed we have a Hyperspace Hole Hooper this time round, rather than, say, a Trick Phantom Force. So being able to utilize those teleports to bring some members up, as we have some backup from Gek from the bottom path to go and defend this pad.
It is a bit surprising to me. I mean, Narami, I have seen play a ton of Phantom Force Trick in the past, but of course, those portals to try to counter the swiftness that Team Peps will be approaching this match might just be the macro piece they need to keep up in terms of some of these major rotations. Regidrago has spawned in the map so far, but no one has given it any attention, as both these teams, we've talked so much about how they are so evenly matched, do not want to make the first mistake. But on the top side, it does look like Mimikyu going to be jumping into this fight. Regidrago brought down extremely low, and Klaus going to be walking away with the Drago buff.
Yeah, that was a great combo there from them. The Mew to burst it on down and Klaus to go and finish the job. Otherwise, they're going to land a bang smack into the middle of the birds, and Gatlu has decided to retreat as Bruv is pushing onto Narami. We have a Talonflame sweep coming on in. They didn't end up hitting anybody, not even a wall there, but it is still going to allow them to get some knockouts. And look at breaking this top pad. 22 points to 100 currently, and that is going to hinder Kamay's ability to teleport into that top path with that Hooper.
That's a different look for Team Peps, eh? An early break and an early game lead. I mean, already the bottom path working out so well for them, allows them to be flexible all the way across the map. Biggest level difference, in my opinion, is going to be the support and defenders right now. We have a level 7 Vaporeon out-leveling by a full level the Crustle or Hoopa on the other side. Very impressive look already. Now, there will be Team Peps picking up an objective on the top side. Kamay, though, responding with the Regieleki on the bottom side, but currently, Team Peps just a little too over-leveled and too bulky for Kamay to try to push into.
Yeah, they already have that level 10 Talonflame, and we just had some levels tick on over. Mew and Gyarados now have their Unite moves online. The only member that has their Unite move on Kamay is going to be this Mimikyu. So, you know, more resource over to them coming into the next engagement.
Yeah, it is a tough Unite move to try to pull off alone, right? If you jump into a team fight and immediately engage with it, it's just going to be shut down immediately by Team Peps, especially with how many Unite moves they have to work around it. Nice little combo play, though, as Okami and Adesu throw in a lot of damage towards that Gyarados. It might be taking a nap, but now it is going to be stuck inside that void alongside Adesu. It will head underwater with that dragon maneuver, but will not be able to Mega Evolve, of course. Standard Gyarados this time around.
No, both Adesu and the Gyarados ended up going underground there, making sure that they both couldn't be hit. But I mean, if you're both untargetable, well, nothing's really going to happen there. Otherwise, on the picture-in-picture, we just saw Talonflame utilize their Unite move once again, being able to go and knock out one of those members. But yeah, once again, we're almost at that halfway mark. It's currently 49 to 108. Team Peps are still looking quite fierce, considering their level lead and the points so far.
Yeah, already feeling much better than they did in game number 1, I think, at this point in the match. Kamay Esports are starting to get a few more Unite moves online, though. Toast still has not used that Mimikyu Unite move quite yet. Like we mentioned at the Darkrai, with an equal exchange, losing the Darkrai Unite moves to gain the Gyarados one on the other side. Will be Gatlu in classic fashion, Mega Evolving right in front of this Regieleki. Tons of damage to Asante, forces out that Unite move. The Electro Ball of the Gyarados is going to be too much to contend with. Hoopa attempts to steal it with that beam, but will not get the last hit. They do, in fact, though, find a way to knock out that Mew, as Toast is fighting down here, gets the knockout on the Talonflame, immediately Unite moves on top of that Gyarados at the side. Has nowhere to run as Adesu finds them even inside their nightmares.
That was disgusting. Having that Mimikyu use that play with me and then getting locked up in the Darkrai Unite move. So just being able to isolate Team Peps like that, just allowed them to come back and go and defend this pad. But we do have only Hoopa and Crustle here remaining. They are going to be able to knock that down. But I guess next thing on the board is going to be that top Reggie.
Yeah, all according to plan for Kamay, I think. You know what I mean? But having these Unite moves that have this individual shutdown potential, we're starting to see the vision. One major thing I think a lot of people might be surprised to see is that play rough on the Mimikyu as well. And I think me included, but you got to remember, we saw the stats screen for the MVP player last game in Toast, who was playing the exact same moveset. They might not have the same amount of damage recovery that if you were playing with Shadow Claw, but the damage taken was also shockingly low for a player that is team fighting so often. And that's the kind of thing that Play Rough will give you access to. A bit of a stylistic choice, maybe. Toast feeling a bit more comfortable with that moveset. And so far, hard to argue with results in that game 1. Game 2, though, has been a lot closer. And Team Peps has found some great ways to come back in this game. Currently, Kamay holding that lead.
Yeah, less than a minute until that final boss does end up spawning. It's 133 to 108. We have a 3v3 down in this bottom half, considering those birds have spawned on in. A bit of shared experience, but once again, it's going to really come down to this final objective in the bottom path, where some differences might end up happening so close to that Kyogre.
Big combo from Gek and Adesu yet again with a Rock Tomb followed up by that Shadow Claw. It keeps happening basically off cooldown at this point, but a lot of great early presence in this team fight of bubble Team Peps all the way up to the outside, and Adesu back at it again.
Oh, we have that Regieleki here being left there, considering they're looking at taking the team fights. But with both of these teams having their tier 1 available, they're not able to go and make any movements. Instead, they're going to retreat and try and get some positioning in the tall grass. Zante utilizing that Solar Beam to poke out Gatlu and already whittle him down to 3/4 HP, meaning they have to retreat via that hyperspace hole and come back full HP, ready to go.
Yeah, I like Gatlu also just channeling that power-up punch immediately. Does not want the Solar Beam to be followed up by a Psyduck Psychic or something like that. So immediately just try to get in unstoppable stance to try to defend against that one. This early poke damage from this Mew is strong and formidable from Zante's Solar Beam. So we're going to be having to watch out for those. Great call-out. Sees that Hoopa portal starting to spin with blinking circles. Knows someone's coming right back. Immediate Solar Beam.
Ooh, Gek did manage to get that Rock Tomb and X-Scissor to get the stun. They have got that Hooper Portal to come back at full HP. Another great Rock Tomb to go and catch out 2 of these members, but they are still sustaining these hits. Darkrai's going to go under, target at the Psyduck, and they have now been knocked on down. Gyarados has decided to go underwater as well and look for a pick. Here comes the Flame Sweep, but we have Toast knocking that, shutting that down by with their Play With Me.
Yeah, before it can even hit a wall. The hero that Doob Snacks has been asking for is Toast Mimikyu to play with me. Just throws him in a bag instead of hitting the wall, and currently Kamay with a huge advantage. Vaporeon down, Gyarados down. Psyduck has respawned, is entering back in with the Sai, but currently Kamay are holding all the cards. Kyogre goes down, and no Electro Ball from the Mew to be seen, and that's a secure for Team Kamay. This purple side squad does not have the points lead, but that's all about to change. And that's a surrender from Team Peps. They're not going to like that one, but hey, Kamay are going to take this game 2 and end it in 2-0 fashion.
Oh, and because they managed to get that 2-0 up against Team Peps, that does mean they are going to hold their current rank at 2nd on the regional standings there. But yes, in the end, there's the points. I'd say with the Kyogre buff, they probably would have ended up getting much more in, but we need to go back and look at some of these highlights.
Yeah, it really impressive stuff from Kamay, but I think the early game was all Team Peps, right? Like, they had such a great hold on this game, a great bounce back. You know, they had really struggled in the early in game number 1 and found some great entries, but it's really interesting to me to watch Gatlu on this Kamay team, especially versus Team Peps, because it felt like, you know, traditional Gatlu is one of the biggest engagers in team fights, wants to take them early and often, but instead, Mega Lucario's role was just objective, and I'm gonna let Toast and Adesu and Gek handle a lot of these team fights, but it worked out perfectly.
But yeah, just being able to set up those Rock Tombs, and oh, there it is, the Flame Sweep as Mimikyu goes and gobbles them down before they go and hit the wall. But that does mean they ended up having to retreat, allowing them to go and take down Marv and Potato on that Gyarados and shred up the Kyogre.
Yeah, impressive stuff. Yeah, I think that potentially the Mew having a chance to take it away, but in this case, it is Gek Okami walking away with our player of the game, rocking that Rock Tomb, the X-Scissor, and even the Rocky Helmet, you know? Making sure that it is so difficult to get in this Pokemon's face. Sure, it's not a lot of damage done. Sure, it's not a lot recovered, but the damage taken, very impressive.
No, that's a thing. If you're going to go and hit that Crustle, you bet you're going to get damage back, whether it's by directly with their X-Scissor or whether it's going to be with that Rocky Helmet. But in the end, they only ended up fainting once throughout that match and ended up getting the 1 knockout and the 4 assists. But, you know, 55k damage taken, I'd say that is a pretty sturdy rock.
Yeah. Gressel doing a great job. I think Gek just one of the most impressive tank players in this region, especially I felt like hit another level this weekend. Crustle, a perfect Pokemon for them to play, high impact, both offensively and defensively. I think that's one thing that Crustle and Mamoswine exclusively do so well. And yeah, folks, that's a defender heat map if I ever saw one. Crustle, not super nimble in this game. But either way, I think they're doing a great job. Crustle can both play offensively and starting team fights. We saw those Rock Tomb X's or combos to really trap a couple of enemy Pokemon, start things up, but they're also great at defending their backline. You saw if Adesu was ever in danger on the Darkrai, which was very rare with the Dark Pulse Ninja Doll bill. Either way, Gek was there to quickly push off those opponents with them X's. So love that push and pull that Gecko Kami can provide to the team.
Yeah, it was definitely very evident, especially when you look at the numbers back then. We ended up having Adesu and Toast, who fainted 0 times. So I think there's that great awareness from Gek to go and help out a member in trouble.
Exactly. You got to know where your presence is going to be most valuable at any time as a tank or a defender player. Obviously, you pretty much anywhere you go, you'll have some kind of impact on a game because of how important defenders are in this metagame. But in this case, Gek knowing where to be and when to be was one of the best things about that game too.
Well, there we go. That is our second match done for the EU region. We have one more left to go. Engage versus Avalanche is going to be coming up next. So I'd say hang tight, maybe step away real quickly, but you got to be really quickly and run back soon because you do not want to miss this final match for the EU region. But we're going to head to a break. Be back shortly. Run, don't walk. I swear. You got to run. You got to run. Bye.
Run.
Go quick, now.
And we're back. Wonder Chef here reporting from the tall grass, as everybody's been saying, from the sidelines to show everybody what's going on off stream. We had an amazing set between two of the top teams in LATAM, and that is Stamina and Force Gaming. Two of the teams standing at the top of the standings. I guess that makes sense. A lot of standing going on, even though we're sitting to cast. But, of course, I can take a little look at the final game of that set, and the first thing that I want you to see right here is this draft, because this is a ridiculous draft. You can see some powerhouse Pokemon, specifically two very strong Mega Pokemon that I'm surprised got through onto the same team, and that may or may not come into play. It obviously will. We can see here where the final fight goes on. We start off with the Mega Charizard Y Unite, and they spend a lot of resources on the side of Stamina Esports to try and deal with this Mega Charizard Y. It's got such good self-sustain, it's just so much damage, they have to run away from it, and they do finally take it down. But of course, there's another extremely strong Mega Pokemon that does help clean things up. That's going to be this Gyarados. Both of them making at the exact same time is kind of a sight to behold, if anything. And of course, Alcremie is the one that gets the KO. But we do zoom forward a little bit here, a little bit of a skirmish. We don't end up with a clean team wipe. We end up with a little bit of a flip. But of course, all things to take it, it's going to be that Gyarados just holding on to that Dragon's Breath for the perfect amount of time. So coming back from a 36 to 125 point deficit, Force Gaming wins game number 2 of the set and continue their reign of terror in the LATAM region, ending with a 5-0 record. Very impressive. And honestly, Stamina, I think of all the teams, was one of the ones that we were looking at to maybe potentially be able to take down Force. However, 0-2 against who are looking to be potentially the scariest team in the entire league. So we'll move on back over to the truly logic-only duo of Spriggles and Doob Snacks. Zero vibes at all to see what their thoughts are on the next matches.
Why, thank you, Chef. Of course, with Doob Snacks and I, it's logic the entire way. We do absolutely zero vibes. And I have to say, that draft did look pretty illogical from the standpoint of Stamina. You're going to give them Charizard and Gyarados?
Fix the glasses. Because logical people always wear glasses. I know you typically have a pair on. I'm really just buying time until they can show us both on screen, and you can also have your glasses on. Gotta clean them for vision.
Cleaning them, my friend. Just making sure that I can see through them properly.
Well,
let's take a look at our standings here in EU before we hop.
Let's talk about
this.
Avalanche. Let's not. I don't know what we're doing anymore. Throw it to the standings we did. Back to us. Crazy. Something in my eye there. Fix that. Okay, standings. Let's do that. Let's commit to that.
Here's where we are in EU, Doob Snacks. BH3 Esport remaining your only undefeated squad. Kamay, what a match against Team Peps. Honestly, they looked fantastic. 5-1 now. Team Peps 4-2. Volticons having a strong showing earlier. However, it was against Poulet, who is unfortunately 0-6. Coming up here, Engage is going to run into Avalanche. If they can win this one, they'll tie themselves with Kadokados and Volticons. However, Avalanche, once again, looking for their win. We are watching two games, you and I, where we've got a team just hunting for that first bit of glory in our regional leagues.
Yeah, that goes without saying. Another standout to me is Engage did slip out of kind of those highlighted purple window there into the lower third. So for them, they want to be able to square up and get this victory, get back to parity, and start catching up to Los Cadicados. I must say, I thought the Kamay Team Peps matchup was going to be a little bit closer, the one we just watched, but really impressed by the work that Kamay put in, without a doubt.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I remember watching the start of game 2 there and saying, wow, bruv on Duck, this is going to be very mean. And there were, of course, some really competitive moments between these two squads, but it did feel like Kamay had two really strong games. I think cementing themselves as either the number 1 or 2 team in their region. But I guess when you've got the undefeated BH3, we know who the top dog is. Right now, we're going to find out if Avalanche can pull out a win. Will we have two teams that have not managed to get a win in the first 2 weeks of our league? We're going to find out here in EU. If so, that would mean that EU is kind of shaping up to feel a little bit more like NA.
Yeah, with kind of the big polar opposites on each end, with everybody else in the kind of scrambling in the middle. I'd like to see Avalanche pick up a win here just to get the ball rolling. It's, the toughest win is always the first one, and after that you at least have something to build on. As we take a look at the Avalanche roster here, Karake, Quento, Joxu, Oni, and Nax gonna have a lot of work to do against Engage.
Yeah, and you wonder if in these moments, Avalanche, Jamle, Poulet, you wonder if this is falling back into a comfort pick, trying something new. I mean, what do you pull out here in this game? I do feel like Jamle, Poulet, in their best of 3 series, they continued to try to innovate and find strategies that would work. I love to see that, because when you do look at a team that has a losing record, you wonder if they're going to be competitive in this match. That was a great competitive game earlier. I loved that series. Will Avalanche be able to deliver here into Engage? We're going to find out.
Yeah, Miffle, Voto, Aslan, Greg 22, and Hiyori gonna be holding it down for Engage. Again, the record of 2-3. Los Caducados just eked up to 3-3. So to keep pace, at least with the middle of the pack, Engage is gonna need to win here. But there is nothing or nobody more desperate for a win than an animal backed into the corner. And I feel like that's the energy that Avalanche has to bring right here.
I was also going to say an animal backed into the corner. I mean, they say we're not a vibes-based cast, but maybe we're shifting it. Maybe we're changing around. No more logic for you and I. I'm tired of being right about everything. It's exhausting.
Always right. Never been wrong. You can't prove otherwise. I like to see Mega Charizard Y being banned. I love that. I think this last ban should be the Duck. Get that out of here. Mega Gyarados, sure, whatever. I think the Duck is going to be a problem for whichever team has to face down. And if it doesn't get picked, criminal behavior.
To be fair to Engage, they really are banning so many problems, but you're right. I think Psyduck is incredible, and we'll see if Avalanche can use it in an impressive way and pull off a win here. Engage, with their next couple of picks, they're going to grab a Mega Mewtwo Y and Blastoise. So many top-tier Pokemon right now. You really can only ban away so much.
Yeah, the encounter rate of Blastoise is incredibly high over our first 2 weeks of league play, and it continues here today in the hands of Volto and Engage. Karake grabbing that Machamp, something that has been a bit nebulous of a selection for you and I. Umbreon gonna go and follow suit with the 4-armed monster.
Yeah, Machamp has been weird. It's it's very Katy Perry. It's hot and it's cold. It's yes and it's no. It's in and it's out. It's up and it's down. Good games, bad games. When you see it played by Dignitas, it looks insane. And when you see it played by some other squads, I think, why would they bring this Pokemon into Thea Sky Ruins? Clearly, there is something happening at a high level with Machamp. Will Avalanche be able to make it happen here? We will see. One thing I gotta say, a submission Machamp does not stress too much about being hit with Hydro Pumps and Surfs. So that's pretty great.
It's definitely a place to start. Like you said, submission Machamp able to have that hindrance resistance as it just runs through all the different options. Oni going to the Blaziken, something that has been nerfed. Again, the overheat nerf, no longer unstoppable, now hindrance resistance.
And here we go. Joxu on the Miraidon, deciding not to run with a curse set, probably seeing that on the other side, they don't have the consistent healing, right? They don't have a Clefable, they don't have a Blissey that's going to go soft-boiled, or even an Alchemy with Recover. So they're going to lean into more damage, it looks like, switching their special attack specs now for a Slick Spoon. You've got to assume that you're playing this as Charge Beam, especially when you're thinking about electro drifting into, these intense walls like Blastoise and Snorlax, but we will see. I want to say, I'm wondering if they keep both of these EXP shares. We saw 2 on the side of our orange team there, and this has been an interesting topic of debate amongst the community and like the pro scene specifically, because I feel like this is where that item could really sing. After the EXP share changes, do we run this item? It is really interesting to see, because some Pokemon still have trouble getting their levels and farming, but it has way less value, especially if you don't know how to utilize it anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a little bit of a switch up there. That's just my 2 cents. I don't see that them Avalanche getting much value in carrying 2. I also, speaking back to the Miraidon, want to see the charge beam. I think having a little bit of range and change and just that consistent flood of damage going in to what is an otherwise pretty frontline heavy composition is going to be worth its weight in gold.
Well, let's see what happens as we head in here to game number 1 between these two squads. Avalanche, your purple team, desperate for their first match win of the season. Engage your orange team, starting off with a little bit of an invade, but Nax is right there to shut it down.
Yeah, quickly sussing out that Greg22 was going to go across the map, and that just stymieing that doesn't give up too much of their own lane presence and buys the time that this Torchic is going to need to evolve.
And here we go, looking for a possible fight here at these Natu. They are spawning. Machamp moving on in. Volto right now pushing forward with the Skull Bash, seeing what they can make happen. Here comes the Scyther. Can they get something? Hiyori pushed back by the Headache.
The Headache, great move there by the Psyduck. You can kind of control a little bit when your Headache goes off. So, you know, just cropping a bit of damage to make sure it pops and runs cover. Because, I mean, a Scyther knockout there would have been just the ball continuing to roll for Engage as Hiyori is just going for that pressure, dual wing beat, and rotating top with the rest of the Avalanche that they see moving as well.
Yeah, and we're making our way to the top path right here. By the time we get here, all of the birds are gone. Hiyori not able to influence much of that fight as 4 members of Engage are going to peel, 3 members are going to peel away. Combuskin, back to the center there. I think I'm getting what you've got. Some sort of Combuskin makes me sick, cold or something. I don't know how it works, but I don't like it, Goopsax.
The Combuskin congestion is what we're going to call it here, even though we keep making vom noises. It's just how that illness propagates itself across you and I, but also shows itself between you and I.
And here we go. There is the charge beam, what we expected. I think it's a great call into this comp. You're going to be able to do a lot of damage into these tankier Pokemon with it. And there we go. We see that taken. We have Regidrago on the map. We have a possible fight between these two squads. We have Hiyori looking to fight the Psyduck slightly. We catch a Psybeam on the Miraidon, but no, the Regidrago is just getting chipped down and secure.
I like the Engage approach there to make sure that they got the Regidrago. I think they spaced everyone out very well and were able to convert tons of damage. Nice heavy slam. They'd love to close the door on a charge beam cover. Scyther goes straight for them, straight to the back line. That's 2 back-to-back, and they're looking for more. The Psyduck is trying to put the pressure on with the Surf. The foul play by the Umbreon is going to bully Hiyori out. But, I mean, getting back-to-back KOs for this Scyther and being level 8 is going to be a problem for Avalanche as this game proceeds.
Yeah, Scyther almost 9 here, already picking up huge KOs. As soon as they hit that Unite move, they can kind of continue this snowball effect. And a lot of these Pokemon, Scyther essentially a speedster. It really just does need to get a little bit of an advantage and continue rolling downhill with KOs.
Yeah, Engage working really well around Hiyori to make sure it can get its knockouts. A little block by Aslan there. Gonna push out Quento as the Regice up top is locked in. Overheat was a little bit early, but they still managed to secure with the Machoke.
Nice secure there for Avalanche. Obviously, they lost in the bottom path, but they're finding value elsewhere. Ori almost level 9 here on our Blaziken. We're going to see how they are able to take some of these fights. Scyther, however, possibly looking for a moment. We have the Regieleki walk bottom. Scyther now making a mad dash to score here. And yes, they're going to leave the goal zone at 2. Beautiful cap for Engage. That's also going to give the Scyther a ton of XP.
Yeah, I mean, again, just keeping that level lead is going to be imperative for the Scyther to keep the pressure on and keep Engage in the driver's seat. We see Avalanche just kind of rotating to the middle, maybe trying to catch this Scyther. That would be a great catch if they can kind of do a 4-player collapse. Mewtwo's going down. We've got action up top that we'd love to see as the block is repositioning Quento. And looks like these teams, again, noticing, hey, they're not watching. We're not putting on the show quite yet. Let's give it a second.
I like that for them, you know. They understand when the camera's on them. Some people just know when the camera is there, and Blaziken knows right now, looking for the KO, missing with that overheat, but peeling back. Scyther running back, not making their way into the portal, however, as Blastoise is going to try to continue this defense. It is level 9. It's hard to take this thing down. Let's see what it does. The Hydro Typhoon could come out at any moment. The dual wing beat scares them off.
Yeah, I was really expecting for them to go in with the Hydro Typhoon. It looked pretty thick with 3 players in the vicinity, but they remained patient. Nice little charge beam. We've got the surf away. Volto playing more of this kind of damage-dealing Blastoise with this Hydro Pump Surf moveset.
Yeah, I mean, Blastoise Hydro Pump Surf right now is just so brutal. It's constant displacement, constant stun, CC, lots of crowd control your opponents have to deal with, and the repositioning effects, right? If you know how to use it as a team, you can bring enemies into a really bad position. We're watching this Regieleki get ripped up, but in the top path, we've got a bit of a fight happening here over this Regirock. Blaziken looking for their possible spear, knocked up by the Hydro Typhoon, and it is Blastoise who takes it. Pushing forward with the Surf, the power nap from the Snorlax, and they're continuing this push with Scyther, Dupe Snacks.
Moonlight Prance right in the middle. Big Machamp Unite repositions 2 from Engage. Avalanche is trying to buy time so they can protect this goal zone. Engage is all over him, though. We have the block there from Aslan. They're going to go down, and Engage has to retreat, and that is what they're going to do. They're trying to make the clever play. Take the basement objective and then flip it up top with the Rings Unbound Unite move, but it's not quite enough. Avalanche wants more. They wait fully Volto off that pad. Surf is so strong, though, displaces too. And look how much time they've just bought. And everybody peels back through the hyperspace highway, bullying Avalanche back the other way. And now the Hoopa's on a scoring mission.
Beautiful stuff there from Engage. I mean, able to grab that objective out from a Blaziken. Hoopa trying to score in the bottom path, but Champ just going to take a little run at him there in the picture-in-picture and push them off this scoring attempt. But they are still up. 36 for Avalanche to 148. Goodbye, Psyduck. Hiyori found you.
Yeah, I mean, Psyduck is incredibly strong, but not in the face of a level 13 Scyther. 4 levels above that Psyduck makes it easy work.
And here we go. Miffle just getting their experience here as we have multiple members of Avalanche once again looking for a possible fight in the top path. Ori hanging out in the tall grass, seeing if they can suss out where the Scyther is. But with 2 members of Engage in the bottom path, this could be where they push. But no, instead, they back away from this fight. And it looks like they're looking to cut off Engage.
Yeah, Hoopa trying to make it out in our picture-in-picture there as we've got a submission. Heavy slam cross chop is not going to be enough, and there's the Scyther to cut everything off. Now they can close out this goal zone. They do it incredibly well. Gargantuan over there. I believe that was a 32-point overdunk.
Could have been stronger if they would have let Volto score there. Blastoise's scoring animation just quite a bit slower. But you know what? When you're crushing it so far, you might not be stressed about this. However, if they lose by whatever it was, 16 points, you know who to blame. Doob Snacks and me.
Yeah, the logical duo, as we just found out, because we have glasses, which I third is, you know, I think that's a little nerd phobic is what I'm thinking. Way to be, Chef.
I was going to say the same thing, but I was going to say it to him off broadcast. It's going to be my note for Chef.
Yeah, but yeah, be less nerdphobic. There we go. Surf back through twice on Aslan. Going to catch the reset as the Thunder was chasing them down. Groudon is already here, my friend. Cetus. Oh, heavy slam. Might have been an early engage, but no, we're going to wait a moment.
It looks like we should wait a moment if we're Avalanche. They don't have a good catch yet. We have Scyther moving around trying to find members of Avalanche. This is the moment you need to find something. If they could get Scyther somehow, they could really come back in this, not only with the experience, but with the value of that carry going down. They're down by over 100, Dupe Snacks. They are the team that needs to make the play. So far, nothing yet. Blaziken with a back cap that is getting stopped by Snorlax here. Here comes the Hydro Typhoon.
Row, nice surf into the wall. Infinite Cyburn comes down. How are they going to leverage it? Oh, Scyther with the backflip forces out the Machamp Unite, but it's not going to be enough. That's a knockout. Hiyori dodges all the meteors as they are towards that own goal zone. We have the Rings Unbound Hoopa putting pressure on and Crow just creating space for Aslan to get back, and everything kind of settles out. Charge Beam finds 3, though.
Yeah, really nice charge beam, but of course Hoopa with a beautiful reset. They're going to come back with full HP into this fight. We have 1 Unite move on the side of Avalanche and 2 on the side of Engage. Snorlax able to take that nap, and then Scyther able to rip through the squad. It is level 15, hiding in the tall grass right now. We can see they're looking for a moment, and Scyther could decide to go in at any moment. It looks like they're moving in right now at the top of our screen. Scyther going to peel back. They don't need to make the play. They can just continue to pick off members of Avalanche.
Yeah, I mean, Oni charging overheat right in the middle, just put a target on their forehead, and more than welcome to deliver the finishing blow is Engage as they go straight towards the scores and begin ignoring the objective in the middle of the map.
Yeah, here we go. Engage, just completely controlling that fight. I mean, they set a situation where Avalanche could not do much. Every time Avalanche took a step forward, Engage would either take a couple back to bait them in or dive right on them and pick up a huge win. Avalanche having a real tough time here. Just, you know, a rough start, a rough season for them so far.
Yeah, I know we were watching Avalanche yesterday, and they did kind of a, I don't even want to call it cheeky back cap because it hasn't really been working, but they've been going for kind of these at Groudon back caps to try and close the score differential, and it just hasn't materialized in any sort of meaningful way. I mean, you're trying to back cap in the face of a Rings Unbound Hoopa that they can send people to defend and bring them right back into the fight. So what are you trying to split them off for? Very bizarre from the standpoint, because overall, I didn't think their draft was particularly bad. I think it was more at an execution standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things you always have to deal with, if a team has one of these early game dominant Pokemon, if you can't keep up with it and you let it shut you down, I'm talking about Scyther specifically because we see this often with Scyther. If you can't keep up with it, it just takes over the whole game and you never seem to get your head above water.
It's tough. It's just very difficult. I don't know if maybe it's because they don't have anything in their arsenal to help kind of combat that early game pressure that Scyther provides. Oftentimes, you know, that comes in the form of, you know, removing stacking items, turtling up on your side of the map and playing a little bit more defensive so one of your carries can kind of match that level parity. But Avalanche just hasn't been able to do that. As you see Engage wiping out 4 members of Avalanche and going straight for the points.
Hiyori, your MVP here for Engage, 202.6 knockouts, one of the biggest numbers there. That big old 0, that's the amount of times this Pokemon fainted and headed back to the Pokemon Center, not taken down a single time. And it's not surprising when you look at the knockouts on the side of Avalanche. I mean, you've only got 3 knockouts combined as a squad.
Not a huge kind of engaging game between these two teams. I mean, leading the lobby in damage here is Joksu. Right behind them is Miffle with 62 and 64k respectively, which really feels shades below where we've seen other teams that are fighting a little bit more land with their damage numbers.
Yeah, it looks like every time Scyther moved in, it got a KO, and it got it so quickly against under-leveled Pokemon that it just couldn't even really start to rack up the damage numbers. But we talked about Miraidon looking like a solid pick, and I do think it was one of the best things on the side of Avalanche. Taking a look from our stats team, we've got some information on Avalanche, and this isn't one of the things you want to be known for, but it appears that Avalanche, not only have they not won one of their series against another team yet in this league, it looks like they have not won a single game.
That is difficult. That's a tough pill to swallow without a doubt. I would love to see them drag this to a 3-game set. I think they have a good opportunity with Engage. Like I said, I didn't think their draft was that bad. I think the execution was a little bit more where they're at. The good news is you're not at least shooting yourself in the foot right in the draft screen before you even load into the Thea Sky Ruin. But you have to understand what the other team has built and how that dynamic is going to impact what you're trying to do. And that is where I'm seeing Avalanche struggle. On top of that, we're seeing some what I would call questionable moves across the map. I think these back caps that they're going for haven't really felt like they've made much sense. I understand that conceptually, like, hey, we're trying to shrink this score lead and kind of make Engage meet us where we need them, which is in the middle. But the moment you do that, a team that's already up on levels, they'll either send somebody to score because they have the Hoopa, or they'll just take the fight there and absolutely rinse you because they're sending damage dealers to go score.
Yeah, you know, when the Blaziken went for the back cap, I think this is the exact moment you're talking about, right? It is confusing because on the team with the Hoopa, you have these macro opportunities of bringing your team in. There are lots of ways that you can move the squad around. When you're sending a Blaziken to go cap, I don't know that this is going to work out too well. I think the logic, obviously, and we are the logical casting duo, is the other team is up so far that they're probably not going to push a fight, not going to push a score here. However, it does feel like an odd move when in this moment you need to win your fight. As we're heading here into game number 2, Avalanche is going to be first pick, Engage is going to be second pick, and we're moving over to Kyogre for our map.
Yeah, let's give us a bit more tall grass there to work with. And my understanding here is Avalanche picked for this first position, of course, so Kyogre was selected by Engage, something they like about that map and the opportunity it gives them. We'll see if that impacts kind of how they texture their draft.
Well, you know, one thing about Kyogre currently, it is our ranked map, so it's very possible that a lot of these teams are just, you know, when you're solo, duo, trioing, even playing 5 stacks on ladder, you're queuing into Kyogre. So you might have a lot of familiarity with it right now, as we see Duck grabbed, Mewtwo Y grabbed, Avalanche with the first pick of the Blastoise. You know, Blastoise was a pretty big problem game number 1, so I'm not too surprised, but anytime a team can take Duck, gosh, that thing is amazing.
I mean, it's starting to bother me a little bit how much this Duck is getting into these games, because every single time it has felt impactful. And even on teams where the Duck has lost, it's like, well, they still kind of had awesome opportunities based solely on the strength of that character. So we'll see where Engage is. Engage looks to me like they're very comfortable with the draft they're putting together. Avalanche back into this Machamp well here, along with the Blastoise and Hoopa.
Taking a look at our last couple of picks here, and you know, speaking of Avalanche is a team that qualified to be in this league. They had to fight their way through a lot of great teams to make their way here. So I wonder what that Avalanche was playing that is just not working out into some of these other tougher regional teams. Hopefully we can see that here. Avalanche back on the Machamp, and we've also got the Mimikyu and we have the Zarina here. I really do think Machamp is starting to fall into the category for me of a Darkrai, almost, where it's either you have a top tier Machamp player or you don't, because this thing is such a difference maker, or it feels completely useless in these games.
I agree 100%. And as you were explaining that point, the last pick from Engage was that Darkrai, switched off of Hiyori into the hands of Volto. But here's something I want to point out. Zarina with a 7% encounter rate feels banana lands to me. I think Zarina is much stronger than a 7% presence within our game right now. And especially over the last 2 weeks, I've seen opportunities where Zarina can really shine if players have the ability to pick this Pokemon up. And it's been in the game so long that some of these teams have got to have at least one individual that knows how to play it.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about Zarina is how popular it is in the eastern region for our game, the TPC region. It's weird how that works sometimes, where one region just really loves a Pokemon, they get really good with it, and the other regions don't give it much love at all. I feel like that's Zarina with a lot of our teams here. There are some good Zarina players, but without question, I mean, if you take a look at what's happening in ACL, they have some great Zarinas that are able to pull them out at a moment's notice. We'll see how it looks here in game number 2. Avalanche, again, if our stats team is correct, and they've been correct 1 or 2 times before, it looks like Avalanche has not gotten a single game win in this entire league so far. They need to turn things around.
Got to. You got to. So that means 0-5 in matches, 0-10 in those matches. So now sitting at 0-11 in games over that 0-5. And they don't want that anti-perfect record of 0-6, 0-12. Yikes.
And here we go. Mimikyu into the center here. Machamp and the Squirtle in this bottom path. Obviously, Squirtle early, presence in the bottom path, very strong. The Water Gun, the Skull Bash, all difficult things to deal with. As we look to our top path, we have the Darkrai, which means Blaziken is taking that central area for Engage.
A little bit more of a traditional approach, just based on where this Blastoise is laning in the bottom path, as opposed to the top path where we've seen it just last game. Looks like we've got a little bit of a retreat there. They're pursuing the Umbreon, or the Eevee that hasn't quite evolved yet, trying to circle back, but with that low of HP, nice little Eevee evolve. Is it going to be enough? And it looks like it might just be. Combustion steps up to try and make a move on Quento. but unsuccessful in that endeavor.
Saved by the iframes there of their evolution. The play rough was looking for the KO. Mimikyu coming back in here, moves all the experience. They're in trouble once again, and finally they do go down.
I mean, giving that experience to Jaxu, who, other than that, was having a pretty difficult time getting their secures in and getting to that level 5, gives them a big jump start. Nice secure out of the Mewtwo Y right there. Machop still hungering to evolve into Machoke, and there they go.
And there we go. We have the Machoke. We'll see what kind of plays they want to make. Mewtwo just hit their level 5. They're going to move forward with their Mega, trying to do some damage right here. Nice block there by the Wartortle, able to eat that Psystrike.
Now we have that submission Machamp scampering around looking for a target to suplex there. They don't find nobody willing to play ball just yet on the side of Engage.
Well, we got a little bit of a fight starting possibly here. Joxo starting this Regidrago, but Hiyori hiding in the tall grass with an overheat. It's gonna be a little tricky. They might actually set it up so it could be secured by Avalanche. Yeah, that was a really early overheat. They didn't get a lot of damage onto Avalanche, and they ended up chipping the Regidrago in a big way.
Absolutely tunnel visioned on Jaxu going in and being able to put in a ton of damage. There's an overheat that's charged up, still doesn't hit. Submission suplexes the Mewtwo. Why it goes down. We've got a little foul play, snarl combo. They're going to try and take care of the Machoke and are in fact successful.
Play rough Mimikyu is something, you know, I'm hoping it has a good game. I do not believe in this. I gotta be honest. I do not believe in this build personally. I've seen some great players use it, so I recognize that it is a personal taste. But man, I think Shadow Claw is just the way to go. However, you know, Play Rough has some really great moments, right? You were able to make yourself completely invulnerable while dealing a huge chunk of damage to your opponents.
We just saw the Psyduck able to be save itself with its own headache here as Jaxu was on the pursuit. Registeel's getting low, 3 players surrounding it, but that Darkrai is going to try and make something happen. They are unfortunately able, well, actually, fortunately able to get a Machoke here, which opens up the doors for Engage to put the screws to Avalanche in the top half.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful play by Engage there. They were able to secure that with the Psyduck. Mimikyu coming in right now, but Darkrai deciding to hide out, seeing if they can last long enough so that they can get away from this Mimikyu. But no, Mimikyu has found them. There we go. They're heading down.
Yeah, with a little bit more collaboration and support, I think they might have been okay, but unfortunately their time ran out. Good poach by Avalanche. Now we're going in with the drop kicks, the stomps, and that's a knockout. Play rough on Umbreon, going to get it done here. Portal is down. Nice little reset for the Zarina.
It looks like Mimikyu found someone there with their Shadow Sneak, and they're moving in on it here. In a little bit of trouble, they are going to have to move away from this Darkrai. Darkrai, you know, in some ways it feels like a perfect counter to the Play Rough. If the Play Rough misses and they happen to be under the ground, there's nothing they can do at all in that moment, and Play Rough has a decent cooldown. However, if they can catch them before they hop into that Dark Pulse, they can do crazy damage to Darkrai.
Yep, that's going to be the goal here without a doubt. We do have a Bubble Beam Duck. We've seen a lot of Surf variants today. I like the Bubble Beam action that we're going to get. Stepping up, just putting straight pressure, Hydro Pump into there. Surf is going to clamp down from the Darkrai Dark Pulse action. Surf almost putting themselves into harm's way right there.
Dark Pulse is crazy. I mean, I can't be alone in thinking this thing needs a cooldown nerf. It's nuts. You're always under the map with this Pokemon. And when you're good with it, man, it is just a bit of a nightmare for your opponents to deal with, which does feel pretty fitting for Darkrai, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, puts you in the nightmare, drags you into the dark place, is always in the underworld, ready to go, and a force of nature. I want to see it measure up to all its cool things I just said about it, but unfortunately, like you said, Darkrai has kind of been swinging left and right and never really finding its center here. Hyperspace Portal is down. Nice reposition on the foul play to prevent at least one reset there. Blaziken is helping that Regieleki march downstairs, while Engage is trying to defend the T1 top. Tons of pressure on Quento. They had a little psychic action on them. Surf reposition jumps and portals out. Very well timed and well supported by Nax on this Hoopa. who's trying to put on their goofy shoes and keep them guessing as they're on this hyper retreat, but they're about to walk into a Blaziken. Nope, they take their own portal back up top. Darkrai in the Dark Voids.
Now, while that was all happening, we do have scoring from Engage in that bottom path. They walked a Regieleki into their tier 2. They are now up 9 to 238. Looking great in game number 2. They looked great in game number 1. Engage could be walking away from this 3-3. They feel like the stronger team.
Yeah, they feel like the stronger team, but definitely are still room for improvement. I mean, we just saw the use of a infinite Psyburn stun 3 players, and the Darkrai didn't set up their Jeez, oh Pete, the dark, what are those called? I just completely lost. Dark Pulse. Holy smokes, I said it like 100 times. They didn't set up their Dark Pulse to be able to take advantage of the Infinite Psyburn hitting so many targets. So that's something they're going to have to clean up if they want to start toppling the best teams in this league as well.
Ooh, big time overheat, catches multiple members right there, double KO. Zarina trying to defend, but it is fruitless. They are going to run away in this moment. Mimikyu looking for a possible play there, but they are not able to catch anyone. Mimikyu, however, still level 12, so level-wise, we have a strong carry Pokemon on the side of Avalanche. They do want to get their Machamp online as quickly as they can. Mewtwo says, yeah, nice try, buddy. Here's a quick teleport, Psy Strike. You can't grab me.
I mean, Engage is feeling it for sure. You know, when you're not playing perfect or even up to the peak level and you're still kind of dumpstering the other team with a pick, with picks as strong as you have, it makes it feel like you really are unstoppable. Now, we've got Aslan looking down 3. Shadow Sneak is going to catch them quickly. The collapse is there. Umbreon surfed off of pad. There we've got the portals out from the Darkrai. They're going to dip through and try to find some damage as the rest of Avalanche collapses onto Registeel.
I like this play from Avalanche. They know they need to win a huge fight. They're going to take this big buff and they're going to move straight down to our main objective. The Regieleki is walking towards their home base. This is devastating for their play, but if they can make it there, it's okay. However, Engage says, forget it. We're ripping this thing off the map immediately. You need to show up, Avalanche. And it looks like we're going for it. Here we go. The overheat. Boom, it's Mewtwo for Engage.
What are you doing? Oh, God. You want to talk about a vomit-inducing combustion S play? What was Avalanche doing? How do you send your Hoopa back there? Why do you care that the Regieleki is going to hit? You're down by 1 trillion points. You gotta be in the pit. You have the buff. What do we... Avalanche! What was that, dude?
Well, I have to say, I understand the intent from their team. They want to clear Regieleki as fast as they possibly can and then make their way to the pit. But I think Engage very intelligently, logically, if you will, which is what we're known for as casters, decided, depending on how many we see around that Regieleki at home base, we are full ripping with a Blaziken, and they did wonderful plays by Engage. Tough for Avalanche. I mean, you know, they're walking away from week 2 here in our league, really struggling as a squad, and they're going to need to figure out what was the magic that got them in here. What made them such a winning team that they could win their way into this league, and how do we recapture that? Because right now things are looking bleak.
I am speechless. I mean,
I don't know. You were screaming a lot out of it.
No, I mean, no. I'm just like, I'm running it back, and it's like, Engage waiting to see how many players around this Regieleki so they can rip. I mean, I don't even want to call it a clever play. I just think it's like, oh, okay. I guess we just win now. I mean, it was the easiest call of all time.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I mean,
it's exactly what they wanted. Yeah.
It's like, how? And like, from the Avalanche standpoint, how do you send your Hoopa back? That's your express train back into the middle, right?
I think the moment that you're keying in on is the most important factor there, and I would love to, you know, as we go through this replay package, I would love to see that final moment there and see where exactly Hoopa positioned themselves, because I think you're exactly right. I'm almost positive they were on that home goal zone when they need to be an eye on the pit And the second they see that the rip is happening, they bring the whole team through. So we have the Reggie Steal secure near the end of the match. This was obviously a little earlier. It looks like we had 3 Reggie Steals this one. Hey. We have the Reggie Steal secured near the end of the match. And then I think it's important to take a look at what Avalanche decides to do. They want a quick rip of Reggie Alecki that's walking towards their home goal zone, and then they want to run to the pit. But you're right, with no one at the pit, especially Hoopa, that can bring the whole team through, they basically give Engage a massively weighted secure, probably 90% they're going to get it.
Yeah, I mean, arguably even higher into a play rough Mimikyu, right? I mean, that was the only thing that was really in the galaxy of the boss monster pit going into the final throws. Let's see how this shakes out. So they get the Registeel, great.
Yes, and right here they're going to back. So they get the Registeel and they decide to back to home base because they noticed that the bottom goal zone was broken and Reggie Alecki is walking. Every member is backing except for Mimikyu, and now we're cutting over to Kyogre. Yeah, but Hoopa running all the way from base, so late for this moment. They actually make it there for an attempted secure, but clearly Hoopa had made it to base and they had not made a full run towards this objective. A huge misplay on the part of Avalanche. They left the door wide open and every member of Engage walked in with mud on their boots, I'll say.
Yeah, I mean, mud on their boots, ruined the carpet, flipped the table in the kitchen, ate all their food, broke their TVs after watching every single season of Friends. Like, they just absolutely took advantage of the Avalanche homestead here. And that was a tough one to watch for me, Cowboy, especially because I'm pulling for Avalanche. I want them to get out of this dark place that they are in. 0-6 match record, 0-12 game record to supplement that. Something has to happen, and like you said, they need to recapture that qualifier magic because they at least had to win some matches there and go on a run to qualify for this. What happened then? What is happening now? Fix it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm here for you, brother. I know that was a tough one, but I'll be there for you when the rain starts to pour and when the points start to rain in on these goal zones. Avalanche Engage really showing off in these matches, and Avalanche, I guess the best you could say is they're showing up, but they need to change about everything going on with their squad. These are tough games, and I agree, that's a really unfortunate decision by their team. I understand they have to deal with Reggie Alecki, but they know what's going to happen. This is a pretty, basic strat. You send a Reggie Alecki walking towards the home goal zone, and if no one shows up, you just take the objective.
Yeah, exactly.
Here we're looking at it right here. Every member of their team basing. It looks like Mimikyu doesn't base, but we've got Hoopa standing in base. You can see the mini map there. Hoopa actually does start to walk past, but they don't actually jump past. So they decide they're going to deal with Reggie Alecki. Quickly, they realize that's not going to work. Mimikyu actually is the one that doesn't go back home. Should have been the Hoopa who didn't go back home. Now Hoopa gets to use their Unite move. They are late. Someone put into the Nightmare. Machamp actually with almost the heroic secure there by Joxu, but they just had so much damage on the side of Engage. Here's Kyogre. It's very low, and it's between the Mewtwo and the Blaziken looking for the secure. Engage able to grab it.
Yeah, actually, if we can rewind, keep rewinding, go back, listen to my voice, keep going, keep going. We're so close to stop right here. Mimikyu is lining up their Shadow Sneak, and if you play just slowly, Infinite Psyburn is going to come out to cut that off and keep the Mimikyu from being able to get into the pit when they want, right? So that's an extra amount of time purchased there as they're hit by that, but because they're able to get kind of out of the crux of the circle, didn't get stunned down or anything, that was also invaluable and a good read on the situation, understanding what it's going to take. The play rough is into the back line on the Mewtwo as they go right back in and they jump to try and capture another target on Engage. So, I mean, nice heroic attempts, like you said, by multiple players from Avalanche, but imagine how the tide of this fight turns if they see 4 players at base and it's Hoopa that rips everybody through. You get your stun down, and then everybody is through the portal, and it can actually take a reasonable fight or at least have a better opportunity at the weighted flip.
Yeah, and I think that's what they're going to walk away from this match thinking for sure is why didn't we base Mimikyu and let Hoopa give us vision in the pit? I think that's like a great way to call out what exactly happened there. I think the Infinite Cyburn also a really nice play, and what it was that stopped it from the stun was actually Mimikyu's disguise. It looked like there for a minute, so they broke Mimikyu's disguise. They let also, by the way, every member of Engage know how far away that team was because in that moment you Infinite Cyburn and then you go, oh, they're a ways away.
Here.
We're fully going for this flip right now, and they're able to get the secure. I think absolutely the right play. Well, we are done with EU, but this broadcast is still moving here at Dupsnacks. We are heading over to Latin America for some exciting games. Up next, CACM Esports versus Infamous. Do not go anywhere. That is going to be a hot game. All the LATAM games are amazing. We'll be right back.
We'll be right back. It was the disguise.
The disguise.
EU is all closed out for day number 2 here in week number 2. But before we get to LATAM, I've got something for you. More LATAM, as we've got my last LATAM off broadcast match between Infamous Gaming and Entity 7, two teams that are trying to break out from somewhat of the middle of the pack. However, with LATAM, they're kind of all the middle of the pack unless your name is Force. Now we can take a look at the first game here. We've actually got 3 games in the set, a little bit of a spoiler, some pretty normal drafts, and honestly, a lot of these games went somewhat the same way. So we can see the end of game number 1 very, very close, and that's a theme that you're going to see a lot through this entire set. Only a 4-point difference at 45 seconds left in the match, and Groudon ends up going to a flip, with the Inteleon being the one to finally take it, being a little bit unchecked up on the north side of the pit. So game 1 going just barely, I would say, from that initial score to Infamous Gaming. And the game number 2, of course, like I said, it's a 3-game set. No spoilers here. A little bit of a weirder draft, I would say, as we see Infamous Gaming picking up the newly buffed Garchomp and Dodrio, who we've mostly seen, I would say, in the score comp on broadcast so far this weekend. And unfortunately, didn't exactly work out for them. This one was a little bit more of a clean win, I would say, with Entity 7 now over on the left on the purple side, being able to win a pretty solid team fight, cornering out a few members of Infamous Gaming. And then once they do manage to clean up, especially starting with that damage dealer Garchomp that needed to really carry this fight, they were able to control it a whole lot more. Once again, though, still a little bit of a chance to potentially have stolen away this Groudon if it had been burned down a little bit faster. This one, like I said, pretty clean, easy take, still a relatively close scoreline as we get into it. So game number 3, what's it going to be? Yes, of course, it's going to be, as we expected, a pretty similar draft. Where we are going to see just nothing too unusual. Honestly, I feel like, I'm recapping this for everybody. Sometimes you just got to say there's nothing too weird, nothing too interesting with any of these matches. And this one's going to be the same. We do have everybody up on both sides, everybody going for the Groudon flip. Once again, close score. It's really just a repeat of the same thing 3 times in a row, but it does show how close these teams are. It was the Mewtwo this time around for Infamous Gaming that manages to take it, and then a cleanup from the entire team. So not a particularly interesting set as far as things go, but of course the actual matches themselves were very, very interesting, very, very good with how close each one was and how close the set was. And I want to remind everybody once again that if you want to watch it, there are plenty of community streams out there streaming all of the off broadcast matches, so huge thank you to them. And that's the last update for Latin America. We're going to now move into Latin America, and we're going to send it over to Kello and Zoinks, who I hear has furiously been doing math to try and give you the best sets possible.
Look, I don't know if I'm the one that's doing the math there. I'm not the logical duo, but Zoinks, you've been doing math. Is that what the Vibes duo does?
Yeah, it is. Math is the vibe. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened between our time in the education system and now, but now math is the vibe. So that's where we're at, Okello. It's quite a time to do it. We're headed into our second region of the day on the broadcast, and our first matchup is going to be really, really interesting. We're going to be watching CACM versus Infamous Gaming. Two teams very considerably in the middle of the pack right now, but CACM, I feel like they're coming in with a lot more momentum just due to some achievements so far this year, namely LAIC.
Yes, so we do have Texas, Don Lux, Frank, Reggie, and Angel there just to go and refresh your memories. But currently they are 2 wins, 3 losses, sitting number 6, as you said, middle of the pack in terms of the leaderboard. So we'll have to see how they end up faring up against Infamous Gaming, considering we just saw them take down the opposite team 2-1.
Yeah, an impressive showing for sure. And now here is Infamous. For a long time, I feel like they've earned this title, obviously because they're with this organization of Infamous Gaming, but also just living in infamy for being Peru Unite, our current world champions, in region rival for so long. The fun fact here is Aramis scoring the 2nd most points per game in Latin America at 145. Pretty impressive to do when you're not the Dodrio player on your team, that being El Chiche. So I think, yeah, and very interesting achievement for this player to earn.
You don't think they run score comp, do you, Zoinks?
They're holding a Sableye and they're holding the stat, so I don't know. I'm not gonna ever cut anything out, but that's yeah, always a potential option. A scary one, but something to think about.
Oh, well, I have to wait and see what they end up bringing to the table. Yes, but both of them being able to win both of their sets off broadcast here today. So I guess with that information and seeing that highlight from Chef there, what are the vibes feeling like? We haven't really had any updates from the Zoinks power rankings yet.
Yeah, if we want to review where we're sitting right now, I actually have CACM sitting around number 7, and I have Infamous all the way up to number 3. They skyrocketed after their performance in day number 1 of our week number 2. Really fun to denote it that way. So I thought that was pretty impressive. But of course, we also said math was the vibe. So a couple of stats I wanted to call up between these two teams from their league performances so far. A little bit of a difference between these two teams. Last time we covered it was a lot of parity between Kamay and Peps. This time around, we got a little bit of a shift. Infamous definitely tracking it as the much more aggressive team, as they have 5 extra knockouts average per game, as well as around 30% more average damage than CACM does. The big flip on the other side of the coin, though, is CACM have 10% more healing on average. So something to focus on there a little bit. Also, because these two teams, two of the only teams I would say that almost always prioritize those traditional healing supports. So watch out for that in this game.
Yeah, we did end up seeing them play. A lot of Eldegoss or Alcremie seem to be the top 2 picks in terms of these teams. So whether we're going to end up seeing these supporters come out to play. We do have Vaporeon and Umbreon. Yes, traditionally defenders, but they both have that healing moveset if they wish to choose that.
Yeah, after all, I talk about the traditional healing supports, and now we have an Umbreon there. So, oh well. Now, they are running the attack weight and the Accel Bracer, so I'm sure Texas will be focusing on a Wish healing, but Gohan is going to move over to the much more traditional Eldegoss, just such a powerhouse Pokemon, especially in their hands. Picture-perfect Unite move timings with that Buddy Barrier, and the healing always is something that Infamous Gaming can count on. CACM, on the other hand, looking to try to get back into the damage game and kind of match Infamous's aggression. And they're going to go with the standard Lucario. Wow, Mega Lucario is still available. Kello, take a look at this. An E-Speed Enjoyer in Frank.
Yeah, I'm really surprised considering we've seen much more Mega Lucario. I feel like we've seen a mixture in terms of Mega Gyarados and normal Gyarados, but yeah, what we can see on the encounter rate, this Lucario is at 6%.
Yeah, definitely scraping the bottom of the barrel. Aramis with a surprising pick 2, potentially, with Pawmot, a Pokemon that I think we were all talking about it kind of in the green room before we started our broadcast today. Pawmot, a Pokemon that very few players are kind of willing to experiment and try, but when they do, they get a lot of great results. So definitely gonna be watching these two all-rounders do some battle. Mega Lucario is interesting for a few cases. I do think we're likely going to be seeing that extreme speed build, something that Mega Lucario doesn't have access to, but also standard Lucario does have a passive a little more befit to fight in the early game, so I might be looking to punish that Mega Gyarados' Magikarp stage even in the first minute and a half of this matchup. Could be something to watch out for.
Well, you did say you like math. You are also a numbers guy, and we can already see this Mega Lucario is in the top 4 in terms of that encounter rate at 84%. Blastoise being that top one there, it has been banned for this match. So I think Blastoise is sitting in a really great position currently in the middle.
Yeah, a great ban, I think, for any team to take that Pokemon. So powerful, so influential. And a standard ban. We did have some weird bans. I was rambling about numbers and math while the draft was starting off, so we didn't get to talk too much about the bans, but Reggie's Gengar was banned away, so an iconic Pokemon. We're jumping right into it. Let's go, Kello. Game number 1. CACM Esports are going to be on your purple side. Infamous Gaming going to be on your orange side. Let's see what team could try to climb these rankings at the end of day 2.
Well, we are sending in those late gamers into that central area. Pormy for Infamous and the Fletchling over for CACM. But we have Ranma, who's on the swing up, going and invading. And Pormy isn't even aware of this just yet, so they managed to take that red buff for free.
Yeah, not the quickest clear on this poor little Pommy. I know they got to put their steps in to evolve in another Pokemon title, but this time around, they desperately need that EXP. They are going to try to chase down a knock on a Ranma, and Ranma just disrupting everywhere, even trying to play around his strategy of leaving the Buttlebees till later and trying to steal that EXP and even get them to path towards the goal zone. All that, and they get away, Kello. That is highway robbery from the Roomba.
Yeah, they ended up getting the berry there as well to manage to sustain them. That way they don't end up getting taken down. So just being able to take everything away from Infamous. But we do have him lurking in the grass. The birds do end up getting pushed over to CACM's side. That way they're able to continue pushing on fourth. And, well, we still have a Magikarp. It can't really do a lot. So CACM, they're looking to try and get some knockouts here.
Yeah, they're going to try to put on this aggressive play, but there it is, the Mega Gyarados evolving into Gyarados, having access to Waterfall, and it will chase down the Umbreon and get the KO. A lot of that engagement starting off with Gohan with a Steph Curry-esque fadeaway auto attack, which gets the knockout and the evolution early on to Reggie's Fletchinder. So a little exchange that sets up a bigger play a little bit later, whereas Frank, at this point on the Lucario, just says, I need my stacks in the early game. I don't care if my talent goes down. I got to keep this fight up. So a strong early presence, but great punished by Infamous Gaming, true to their aggressive name.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of, well, do they end up overstaying their welcome there, especially when they get the healing and shielding from that pad. Otherwise, Reggie Drago ends up getting chipped down, taken by that Gyarados, who has now been wiped on out, along with that Vaporeon. Miraidon is trying to drift backwards there, but they end up getting punished by that Mega Mewtwo.
Wow. And also, around that Reggie Drago, it's not often you see a Brave Bird out-contested for a last hit, but a nice waterfall with the drive-by, and they get the KO. Big Ice Fang sets this play up, but that is 3 members hit by that Brave Bird. Huge play by Reggie, but now they unfortunately run out of cooldowns. A 2-for-1 trade, but it is the central area Pokemon going down. Will be very difficult for them to get their level 9, get a Unite move before our first set of top and bottom Reggies.
I feel like it's not the most picked moveset, Brave Bird. It does offer that great big burst, but then it has that risky plays that Fly doesn't end up getting from Fly, right? So it's really just going to be a matter of choosing the perfect moment to dive on in. But we do have Reggie Alecki slowly being whittled away, as we have Piloswine looking for a pick, unable to find that. Nonetheless, Horma ends up getting taken down, and as Miraidon was shredding down that Reggie Alecki, they were not able to secure it, as that goes to Infamous Gaming.
Another exchange where it feels like we're seeing these dive counterparts just exchange. A lot of focus onto the Palmont early to get that KO. Reggie Brave Bird's in to get the final hit, but they do get traded immediately. These teams are just going to be going back and forth constantly. Here we go again. Reggie just an immediate path towards the bottom side of the map. They do have their Unite move finally, get a Flame Sweep, but it's just a Vaporeon they pull. Not enough firepower in the tank to take down a Vaporeon, but they do escape back to that goal zone. But it's not without loss. Infamous Gaming do break that tier 1 and have a huge points lead in the early game.
And Seabus having those 2 points is going to go and stack the Aeos Cookie and their special attack specs. Now they're going to retreat on up, but considering we have 3 members of CACM trying to poke out this Cormot, who ends up getting wiped on down. Diving down deep is that Mega Gyarados as they reappear, looking to have a meal on CACM.
Oh, this Mega Mewtwo putting up 2 knockouts. They haven't even Mega evolved yet. As I say it, they finally enter that stance. Trapped in a main loop with this ranged attacker. Not too worried about it at the moment. Infamous Gaming have won that first skirmish and earned all the space they could ask for around this Regice. This Mamoswine from Ranma does get in position. Earthquake, but they're 1v5 currently. And the Palmont is going to take down the Regice on the bottom, or on the top side of the map in all of the chaos. Mega Lucario finally strikes and gets a KO. And now for the first time, CACM Esports have a bit of a runway for some momentum here.
Oh, but the Pawmi is still going. They end up getting caught on out. That is a 2 KO streak over to the Miraidon as Mewtwo Y is continuing to push on fourth. But it looks like they're going to retreat, knowing that that pad is still available. Instead, focusing on this wild Pokemon because there's only 10 seconds until that second Reggie Alecki ends up spawning in.
Kello, I think so far Infamous Gaming has done just a fabulous job of countering this dive strategy from CACM Esports. It feels like Frank and Reggie working together quite well in tandem, but every single time they come just short of that pivotal knockout. It will be a Vaporeon Unite move to try to reflect some of that damage around inside of that Meatloaf. Mega Mewtwo is getting extremely low. You see Texas trying to focus them down, but they're already back in safety, and Gohan's got their backup.
Oh, but look at this dive from that Talonflame to go and take down that Mewtwo as Mega Gyarados is charging on fourth, manages to chomp down that Miraidon as well. Eldegoss is looking to land on the perfect target, which is to replenish that Mega Gyarados, and there's not much for Frank to do but retreat and give up this Regieleki to Infamous Gaming.
Brilliant play. I mean, just great priority of Gohan to utilize their resources like that. I was talking about how they were defending the Mega Mewtwo Y in the backline from that Talonflame for quite some time, but eventually they realized that the cornerstone of that team fight is going to be their Mega Gyarados, who's already had a great push to the backline. Actually pivots towards that side of the fight, chooses that's where they want to use the Caught in Cloud Crash. Great work. Ranma is going to use that in the Unite movement essentially just to buy time, as right now Infamous Gaming with a bit of a split push. Regieleki on one side and then defending the middle of the map on the other.
Yeah, and Rama is just getting chased on down while their allies are prioritizing shredding down that Regieleki. That is going to buy Infamous Gaming some time, but one thing is they have to deal with Frank on this E-Speed Lucario.
Yeah, I think so far they've done pretty okay with it. They've been able to shut him down quite often, but every now and then it is just a deadly threat. A reset style move can be so challenging to contend with, especially when you don't have any Pokemon who's got a hard form of CC outside of maybe Mewtwo Y Psystrike. Still a tough one to land. Texas up front and personal, trying to land some of these mean looks to give their team as much time as they could possibly need to knock out this Regirock, and they're not going to need much as Brave Bird will execute the Regirock.
Yeah, that Frank actually bought some great time for CACM to come back up. Even though Infamous Gaming had the numbers advantage there, they didn't end up going and pushing them, instead losing that Regirock to them. Nonetheless, in terms of their points, they're at 130, but one thing they're going to have to be wary of is this level 13 Talonflame. They have no level 13s on their side just yet. But we are going to go for a quick pause there for the cause. So I guess so far we are almost at our first raid boss there. How are the vibes feeling, Zoinks?
Tense. The vibes are tense. I'm on the edge of my seat here a little bit. While Infamous Gaming has this lead, I think, and I know this feels insane to say with how this match has been playing out and the constant fighting, I actually think, if anybody, the Talonflame has been a little bit quiet because they've just been perma-farming. You mentioned they did hit that level 13 kind of uncontested, even after some early feints in this matchup on the bottom side of the map and even around that Regidrago. So now with Talonflame spending a little bit more time getting leveled up, that is getting very scary. We are now at that Brave Bird Plus range, which is so tough to deal with. As many targets as you hit, I think up to 3, adding just so much damage reduction onto this Talonflame. So grouping up could be devastating for Infamous Gaming, which is exactly what you want to do when playing around a Pokemon like Vaporeon and Eldegoss. So now this Talonflame kind of provides almost a riddle for your team to solve headed into the final stretch, and that is making me tense.
Oh, you know what? Riddles, maths, they all do need to be solved there, and it's just a matter of whether Reggie can get those picks. One thing I have noticed from their gameplay, they seem to be prioritizing their Brave Birds on this Mewtwo. Why? Or this Eldegoss. In the end, they are the Pokemon that are going to be hanging in the back line. You end up taking down that foundation there as Mega Gyarados ends up getting separated and ends up getting dealt with the rest. So it really comes down, I mean, that's a thing. You're kind of doomed if you end up grouping together, especially considering that Brave Bird, but then you end up potentially getting doomed if you end up separating. So it'll be interesting to see how Infamous Gaming end up playing out these final 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think it is a situation where, like, we are calling out the Talonflame being the biggest problem. You also have to respect the own problems you're bringing to the table for the other team to contend with. There may be a fire flying type on the other side, but you got a water flying type that's going to transform at some point in this matchup too. That has proved to be devastating in this matchup so far, and we don't have to wait for very long, Kella. We are out of our pause and back into this match, 30 seconds away from the final stretch when Groudon is going to appear and have the potential game-changing effect with those damage buffs and that scoring speed increase. It's going to be interesting to watch which team wants to prio. Currently, it's Infamous Gaming prioritizing space. Vaporeon actually having to unite move defensively at 210, does not want to go down early.
No, that was, you know what, sometimes you just have to use your Unite move to get out of the way, especially considering that we have a Groudon on the map. Now they're able to just retreat on back, get some heals from this Pollen Puff, but Ranma on the Mamoswine is trying to bait him out. Vaporeon ends up diving in once again. The Gyarados is not able to find an opening just yet.
Talonflame gets that first KO. Vaporeon is gone. The frontline defender for Infamous Gaming is going to be absent. CACM Esports going to take full advantage. They get all the positional advantage they could ever ask for. Mega Mewtwo goes down. Unite move does pop up, but it doesn't give them enough space. And now so goes the Eldegoss. Palmont and a Unite move into the midst, but they're 1v4, and they won't be able to take them down. Lucario will find that KO. Miraidon, the only one to face down against Palmont. Aramis still in this fight. Seabus has respawned. This could be a contention around this Groudon, but they're trapped in a mean look. Ice Fang slowing them down. Groudon, Silver Retreat, and Palmont! Palmont steals it away. Infamous Gaming's Aramis is going to hang on long enough to, despite the mean look, despite the Ice Fangs, and find a way to KO Groudon.
Oh, but look at this. We have Talonflame trying to knock down this Vaporeon, who is just so slippery. Fortunately, they do end up getting taken on down, and that is going to give Talonflame that Groudon buff. Aramis is aware of that. It's just a matter of where the Talonflame can end up utilizing it. No, because they get targeted down by that Palmont Unite move. And now at 46 to 212, no more Groudon buffs. 30 seconds left to go. I say CAC, and they're on the back foot here. I don't think there's anything that they can do.
Yeah, Talonflame was the only Pokemon on the side of CACM that I believe that stole away a Groudon buff, and Palmont just got it right back. That's going to be a Hundo Burger on that Tier 1 top side. Gohan looking to sneak in one with the Eldegoss on the bottom, as currently Infamous Gaming just running interference in the middle of the map, and Gohan going to find that Hundo Burger dunk. Impressive play. Infamous Gaming, despite having an incredible player disadvantage, find a way to still contend with that major objective, and even after things get a little scary, with an immediate counterpunch.
Yeah, look, Palmont is an all-rounder that we do not get to see very often, but when we see it come in, work out well for the better, and end up getting the win, it is so exciting to see these underdog Pokemon really shine.
Yeah, I think Palmont absolutely claims a underdog Pokemon, but take a look at how well it does in some of these team fights. Aramis was at like 10% HP in that situation, and immediately back up to almost full, so a lot of really cool exchanges. The mean look, I think, was tough for the Palmont to deal with. You saw them trying to kind of cleanse that little eye, that closed eyeball of mean look with some Supercell slams here and there, but for the most part, they were getting trapped still, despite all that, finding a way to have a major impact on this game.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say that was an incredible game from there. CACM, like, that's the thing. I was like, oh, this Talonflame, you know, you do if you do, doomed if you do if you don't. But Infamous Gaming, they actually handled that very, very well. I mean, yeah, it ended up coming down to what the Vaporeon and the Palmont, who were the last ones standing. So against all odds, being able to get that secure, and even if they ended up getting knocked on down, being able to go and take that buff right back, really benefited them.
Yeah, CACM was just kind of a really tough decision in the final moments. We'll probably see it here again in the replay package around how this Palmont was able to take away the last hit on the Groudon. But CACM starting this team fight, I think, expertly. Talonflame hitting the priority targets, taking out the support, taking out the damage carry. And at Esports, just Aramis, you see the mean look, the Ice Fang, everyone is slowing it down, but Reggie and Frank and Texas all focusing on getting the last hit. That Brave Bird brings it so extremely low, but just shy, and Aramis is going to take full advantage of that one. Reggie's going to be seeing that HP bar in their nightmares for sure.
Oh, wow. It really just comes down to that specific timing. Maybe a little luck in that, but we do have that Mewtwo Y Ella picking up the MVP with the 10 knockouts and 56k damage dealt.
Yeah. They're putting up numbers for sure. Love this auto attacker, special attacker build, you know, with these choice specs and the muscle vet. Even the X attack, I think, was having a really great game this one. We saw them dodging even some crazy attacks by Talonflame and things like that with the Psy Strike and panning out. And Infamous's gaming strategy, I think, of really focusing on Reggie in this drafting phase, banning Gengar, banning the Scyther, and then, you know, just kind of very strange picks as the draft goes on. If they needed more open spots like the Palmot, I think worked out really, really well for them. CACM Esports just shut down in the final moments. They had a great team fight win, but you gotta close out those big moments that you've already created an advantage for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about damage and everything. That Talon, Reggie, ended up dishing out 92k, but, you know, in the end, it really comes down to being able to get the secures on these objectives, which is what Aremus or the Palmot was able to do.
Yeah, such a nice, I mean, yeah, 92k, I think, for Talonflame standing at the top of our lobby, but still 69,000 damage, also very impressive. Here's our run. I mean, CACM Esports also just another thing for them, not able to get a lot of points in that early game, and having multiple Pokemon that stack, that is going to be a major problem. Interesting to watch the heat graph here. This Mewtwo, Mega Mewtwo-Y rotating for those Regidragos a lot, really trying to be there for that major objective. And I think something that Infamous Gaming was very happy to enable. Reminder, this first map on Groudon map means there's a lot less healing resources in the middle of the map. And when you have a heal-based support like Eldegoss, who put up very nice numbers as well, you can make these rotations and have less punishing moments, even against a really tough speedster Pokemon like that Talonflame. So good macro rotations from Infamous Gaming in this one.
Yeah, well, one thing is it is going to be a best of 3, so there is still a chance for them to make a comeback. But we are actually going to return back to the Groudon map. And CACM have decided to go in for that first pick. So we're going to have to see how they're going to end up shaking up their draft, whether they are going to end up with Lucario, whether they're going to end up with Talonflame again. I guess this is the thing. First pick really gives you that priority to pick up something valuable that maybe Infamous Gaming want for themselves.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. I mean, so far, Infamous Gaming repeat of their bans in game number 1, but CACM have flexed it a little bit. So Infamous Gaming with the identical bans. This time, those CACM Esports are going to be banning the Mega Gyarados. So do not want to see that one in game. Of course, Vaporeon, a power pick here, Psyduck, another power pick, and Umbreon, yet another power pick. Texas wanting to return onto this healing, mean look-based defender.
I think the mean look actually worked out quite well, especially going into a Mega Gyarados or a Palmot that's rushing towards you. I know they ended up getting a great pick on Cebus on the Vaporeon. However, with that Unite move, they were able to go and retreat and then get ready for the next fight. So I guess it's more utilizing those mean looks, if that's the moveset we're going to see, on something a little bit squishier, like a Mewtwo-Y, if they can manage to get into the backline, though. That's the hard part, right?
Exactly. If you get to the backline, a mean look, and also time your mean look in a way they can't cleanse it with their side strike, right? So we'll see how those things end up playing out. Dawnluck's going to return to this Miraidon, so would not be a surprise to see ACM return to a very similar strategy. So far, it's the exact same draft for them. But in case of seeing that passive damage from range from Dawnlux's Miraidon, really enables some more of these speedsters to have a big dive moment. So far, Infamous Gaming have not been worried about the dive on the other side, though. Yoru will get the standard Gyarados, will forfeit its ability to Mega Evolve due to the ban phase, but will have, I'm assuming, a very similar playstyle. Almost every time we've seen Gyarados, it still has been that Waterfall Drain.
Oh my goodness. Are you seeing what I am seeing right now? We have Frank picking up the Aegis Slash. Currently, it has no encounter rate. So this is going to be the first time we get to see this Pokemon in the regional leagues.
Interesting. I mean, CACM, they do love picking off the beaten path style Pokemon. I mean, there's a Gengar ban here for a reason, right? Well, Frank could be flexing to the Aegis Slash. A very powerful all-rounder when it does level up. Obviously, a Pokemon that does need to scale. I think it plays quite well into the evolutions in general. How well it does into a Pokemon like Vaporeon. And then Mewtwo-Y, I think it also has a solid matchup to. Anytime you can kind of negate an instance of damage with something like Wide Guard, it can be a powerful tool. You see Frank been very optimistic with this item build going Muscle Band and Excel Bracer alongside that weakness policy. So really hoping to stack up some early knockouts, as is Reggie on that Talonflame. So we'll see if CACM can really put the pedal to the metal and get their stats rolling. Can be tough to carve those out in the early game against a team like Infamous, who's so good at healing and containing their carries in good spots.
Yeah, that's a really good point, right? They have to try and get these early knockouts. That way they are all powerful later on, especially because they are those late scalers. You know, having Mamoswine, having Aegislash, and having Talonflame all needing to get to the stage 2 forms there. It's going to be tricky, especially considering I feel like Infamous Gaming, they have that better early game if they can get this Gyarados online.
Yeah, that's going to be big. We've seen some very quick Gyarados so far in today's broadcast, but we've also heard about the fabled very long Gyarados that take a long time to get that Magikarp to evolve. But we'll see how it ends up playing out. These teams have gotten pretty good at getting these clears on lock. So let's get into game number 2. CACM with their backs against the wall against a team that I would consider to be very close in parity and skill level. The only thing separating these two squads, Kello, is currently their rank in Infamous Gaming with a good first step into holding onto their spot.
Yes, Gohan, aware that Rama did end up going and invading that Palmy last game. So they're going to provide some assistance and slow them down. That way, that's going to provide Palmy some space to go and secure the wild Pokemon for themselves. But last things first is going to be this red buff, as Gohan is just going to keep them preoccupied for the
Yeah, Eramis would love to have it this time around. I believe Ranma was successful in this exact push. That's why they got Gohan backing them up. But of course, that means Gohan's not elsewhere. So that's a lonely Magikarp at the top side. And Reggie, with all of this time created by Ranma's Swinub, they're able to jump down and they get 2 KOs. Not to mention, Ranma is currently holding that red buff. So 2 KOs and a Escavalier knockout. That is a great early look for CACM Esports. What a way to bounce back.
Yeah, we were talking about getting these early knockouts, and what a way to start to stack up that SL Bracer for them. And now that they were so successful, they get to retreat, leaving this Umbreon and Doublade to just continue putting the pressure on, because currently Gohan is still only that Gossifleur.
Yeah, I mean, really tough. You spent so much time trying to defend that central area, and at the end of the day, there wasn't a whole lot defended. I think CACM got everything they wanted. They're even setting another time through the rotation as Umbreon's in the opposite side. But this time around, Infamous Gaming are going to try to return the favor. Ranma now going from the role of, burglary to now playing home defense as they are hanging out in the central area, trying to make sure that Cebus doesn't take any of their own central area Pokemon.
Oh, what can you say? Defenders are a jack of all trades. They can pretty much do it all. I'd say we have to redub them all-rounders, but I don't know if I'm allowed to do that. I don't think I have the power to do that.
Chat, you hear that? Kello wants more all-rounders in the game.
Oh.
Put them in. Let's go. Here we go. Another big push by Reggie. Aramis brought down to about half HP already. Gohan is there for the backup, but Pollen Puff off cooldown. We'll finally get a chance to heal them up, but Aramis might just have to recall right on. It's very, very early eject button to try to get them to safety, but that's not even going to be enough as Dawnlux and Cebus combine for a KO onto the enemy Miraidon.
Oh, Mewtwo is going to retreat, leaving this Vaporeon and Eldegoss, but that's because that Palmer is still down there. Reggie is going to try and make a pick. Oh my gosh, a great Ice Fang onto Gohan's there. That means Eldegoss gets wiped on down as Reggie is going to dive back in, but Infamous Gaming, they're aware of that. They're going to retreat back to their pads.
Very as well. I talked a little bit about that interaction between the mean look and the Supercell Slam. If you can get that unstoppable at the perfect time, you can cleanse it. So great job by the Palmon, who was, I'm assuming, just planning to get back to the goal zone either way. So great dodge and a 50-point score in on the top side for Yuru. Very impressive stuff. We haven't seen too much of Gyarados because they've just kind of been solo in the top side as the team fights have been raging down here on the bottom end of the map. Cebus get some early vision. Regirock also wanting to get some vision, but they're just going to return back.
Oh, but up in the top side, we end up having that Gyarados getting knocked on down, and Palmy is needing to retreat because there's 3 members of CACM looking to take down this Reggie Alecki. But you can see on the minimap, Eldegoss is making their way up, getting ready to defend. This pad is left on 26 points, so if this crashes on in, this could lead for quite the overcap.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be left at 6 points. Big overdunk incoming if anybody wants to try to score, but they could also just try to hold on to their EXP HP lead that they have had so far in this matchup. Mega Mewtwo will be stuck inside of the main look, and Frank will deal with that one. This Pokemon we talked about having a tougher early game has found a perfect way to scale up, as Frank is already at level 9 and threatens with that coup de grace Unite move whenever they may choose.
Ranma picking up that Vaporeon, who is able to slide on out with that flip turn. Aegislash is looking for the pick, and the coup de grace ends up whiffing, not being able to make Gyarados into sashimi.
In defense of Frank, that might be the hardest Unite move to hit of all time. I will say, a small hitbox, tough to aim. I'll give Frank a pass this time around. They do not get the secure, though, on the Regirock, as that Sacred Sword boosted auto follow-up is not enough to take it down, and Palmon will punish them for that big dive. Here comes the talent play, though. Reggie hitting multiple targets. Unite moves immediately after. Absolutely flawless. Flame sweep, no wall, and I think 4 targets. Doesn't really matter to Palmont, though, who can chase all the way into the enemy flux zone, doing their best Urshifu impression as they get the chase and the KO on talent.
Oh, really trying to do all that they can, but they're only that Kylo Swine. Nonetheless, that is going to buy some time for Aegislash to come on in and defend this pad that is left on 3 points. Ella is going to try and break it with 11 points. They end up getting denied and punished, sent back to the Pokemon Center. But we're looking at the scoreboard right now. It's 114 to 117 as CACM are looking to continue pushing on forward.
Yeah, they want to get that score lead up a little bit higher, if at all possible. See, it's doing a great job of buying a little bit of time, but all 5 Pokemon on that goal zone make it so difficult to disrupt even a single score. The score speed with that many players is just so crazy. Reggie decides to go in and give Frank a little bit of backup in that situation. Wide guard and another flame sweep with, again, Sans Wall. So very impressive stuff so far. Palmon gets all the support from Gohan. Incredible Eldegoss Unite move. Keeps them up for a little bit longer, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Frank's in the backline. This amazing wide guard to give them a bit of backup. Umbreon support as well, and CACM pushing this to the limit. But so far, looking great. Yoru caught in that mean look. Wide guard to stun him for a second, and Frank takes down yet another member of Infamous.
Holy macaroni, that was absolutely incredible combos from CACM, especially Frank, having the backup from Ranma and Texas there, but they were on such low HP to go and switch into that shield form. That way they're able to go and heal up a little bit of their HP and then switch on back once they end up getting their stacks to deal out their damage. Just being able to utilize those combos to sustain that was incredible.
It was perfect. Boy, I forgot how intense casting LATAM is. How many of these fights are happening at any given moment. That last one was a fight at 4 minutes for some reason. So anyway, here we go. Regieleki walking towards that tier 2. It will be 1 knockout, but I don't think that's going to be enough to you really warrant a big push towards that tier 2. Instead, we're going to start setting up for that basement Reggie. I think the question for Infamous is going to be, if you see no one backpacking that Regieleki, is it going to be worth the takedown and attempt to score on that tier 1 side? Texas taking a little bit ahead for that one. Ranma does go down, but they get a 3-player vision push for their troubles. CACM Esports kind of knowing what the field will be, and they actually just completely relent. Happy with the score lead they've built up so far, and instead would like to get some big Unite moves online and potentially another level spike or 2.
Yeah, 20 seconds left to go until we have Groudon coming on in. CACM with the lead here need to hold on to this if they want to take it to a round 3. But we have Seabus just baiting out, seeing if anybody will come out and get stunned by that muddy water, but they are not. And oh my god, utilizing this flip turn in a way, rather than getting the hits, they're schmoving.
Yeah. Ooh, Reggie goes for a very scary push to the back line. They are level 14, so this Talonflame currently the highest attack stat naturally in the game, right on Unite move to lay down the pain. Gohan's going to use a very early Eldegoss Unite. The only player they're going to be healing back up is that Vaporeon. Mewtwo does get a stun that lands on all 5 members, and the Gyarados is going to take that time to try to push in. Euro heads underneath the water, but Reggie has found a way to take down that Eldegoss. No Unite move to give them any kind of support. Gyarados gets to return onto the Talonflame, but now it is Frank's time to get to work on the Aegislash. 1, 2, make it 3 as this Aegislash carving up the enemy side. Mega Mewtwo wide takes down 1, but now they are the only member of Infamous Gaming still standing, floating. It's tough to tell. Either way, it's time for CACM to put the focus onto the Groudon.
Shing, shing, shing. That is one shiny Aegis slash being backed up by both of those defenders. They're going to try and chop this Groudon down. But with Eldegoss and Vaporeon being a threat currently, they need to risk not getting out secured. But this time round, it ends up being Reggie to lock that in for CACM. And now they just need to rush on forth. And with only 2 members of Infamous Gaming left to defend, we are close to round 3 here, Zoinks.
Yeah, which I am so happy about. This match has been so fun. What a bounce back from CACM in that game number 2. And yeah, you called it out, Kello. I think Reggie was saying that's not happening to me twice in one game, all right? I am not letting this Groudon go in 2 games in a row. Excellent work from this Talonflame. Reggie doing their absolute best to make sure they are on our final stat screen of player of the game as they are getting KO after KO. Every single Brave Bird does around 75% of an Umbreon's HP pool, by the way. This is ridiculous. A fully stacked Excel Bracer, got the Razor Claw procs, and then, of course, it's just Talonflame's natural, gigantic attack stat. Time's up. And for CACM Esports, that's a good thing as they move into a 1-1 position against Infamous.
I said at the end of game 1 that I absolutely love to see picks that don't get utilized very often shine. Previously, the Paw Mod, and I have got to give it, this time it was Frank. Yes, they really made that sword shine brightly.
Yeah, I loved it. Even just synergistically, I talked about how in the draft screen, I don't think they're going to shift too much in terms of their play style. They still are going to have a double dive opportunity, but to go alongside that Talonflame. But I really like swapping over to Aegislash, a Pokemon that'll just be a lot more naturally defensible, a lot more naturally self-sufficient than something like that extreme speed Lucario. So now when you get the backline, you have the potential to still escape with something like a Wide Guard, a couple of shield boosted autos to get some HP recovery, and then immediately back out and back to your backline. So I don't know. I think synergistically, CACM found something a lot better in this game number 2.
I think even if they are able to go and get that self-sustain on their own, the fact that we had Angel and Texas sticking by them to provide them with that backup, like these 3 were really on a roll together. And even then, like that's the thing, Reggie, they knew what they had to do. They had to get into the back line. You could see they took down that Eldegoss, and even though they ended up getting knocked on out in that team fight, it meant that Infamous Gaming didn't really have the self-sustain, which meant they ended up falling down like dominoes themselves.
Oh, and there it is. Reggie making sure that investment pays off. The player of the game, 110,000 damage, 10 knockouts. They do go down 4 times, but that is kind of the way of the Talonflame player. Feast or famine sometimes around, and you get both in one match every now and then. And here we go, Reggie, with just such an incredible performance here in our game number 2.
Yeah, sometimes those knockouts are for the better, right? Risking it. It is the Brave Bird after all to get into the backline and wipe out those threats. Especially when you have that Aegislash to go and deal with those that are left over. But yeah, in terms of that damage, 110k. You also got to give it to Don Lux here on this Miraidon as well. And Frank, both of them getting into the 70k digits.
Yeah, we were team fighting constantly all game, right? So these numbers are going to be massive. I think that makes sense. Another number I want to give a shout out, Texas with 87,000 healing on this Umbreon. So all in investment into that attack stat on the Umbreon pays off in a few ways. They get the 7 knockouts on the Umbreon. So very, very impressive. And then a great healing numbers as well due to Wish stacking off of your attack stat. So very impressive stuff into this matchup, you know, leaning into how their healers are able to play around some of these big damage core dealers. Take a look at how close this match was throughout most of it. Back and forth affair, we called it a few times. In the end, it's Reggie really pulling this team away from it with that final moment, securing that Groudon, and landing, of course, a ton of knockouts in this game.
Yeah, it really worked out in their favor to just be able to get that bounce back and have another shot at potentially getting another point on the leaderboard for them. So really interested to see what ends up following next, whether we're going to end up, do you reckon, well, we did end up seeing a Talonflame ban earlier.
Yeah, that'd be huge.
Do you think this is warranted?
I think it could be, especially we just got a little bit of information on our side. We will be going into the Groudon map again for game number 2, but we will be switching up the sides in draft. Infamous will be on the purple side and having first pick. Oh, one thing I want to point out here, for Reggie being the central area Pokemon, you can see how often they're like battling on opposite sides of the map, of course, in your heat map. But take a look at that average experience per mid. 1473 is shockingly low for a central area player. I'd say most central area players, you're looking to get kind of in that 1550 and more mark because you got to take out so many wild Pokemon on your side. But Reggie playing this Talonflame is just so much more focused on getting those KOs. 15 team battles of this one, 1 minute and 3 being the first knockout of 10. They were very much focused on the team fights, getting big knockouts instead of clearing their own central, in which case they got to give it up to their own team a little bit. So just an interesting playstyle thing. But here we go. We're jumping into the draft.
Look, who needs to get experience from wild Pokemon when you can end up getting that experience by taking down your opponents?
There you go. Checkmate.
Oh, okay. So we are going to see that Gengar banned out once again, Scyther and Buzzwole. So no change up there. The only thing here is we do have Umbreon getting put away, which does end up freeing up this Mega Gyarados pick, which Infamous Gaming are going to jump straight on that bad boy.
Yeah, makes sense. Infamous is going to return to that well. Curious if CACM will play Vaporeon here. We have not seen them play very much of it, I think, but they've been on the purple side so often and giving up that pick a lot in some of these first picks. But so far, Angel or Ranma, as they're seen in games, have been playing so much of this Mamoswine, and yeah, they're just going to go back to Old Faithful. Dawn looks on Miraidon, and then Ranma or Angel on this Mamo. See if Infamous wants to rotate anything. They did choose this first pick side. So far, they haven't really had to give up any of their picks. Yeah, like a return to the Eldegoss, and would not be shocked to see Vaporeon here, but no! Seabus is going to change it up, and we're going to go with Snorlax.
Ooh, I'm surprised they ended up going with this Snorlax pick rather than the Vaporeon, because I feel like they have been playing a pretty incredible Vaporeon. So I'm wondering what the angle they're going to end up taking here. But you know what, considering how well it ended up working out for Frank in that previous game, they are going to lock in that Aegislash again, but paired up with the Blissey this time round.
Interesting. Well, Umbreon was banned, I guess, so Texas did need to find a new spot. I'm a little shocked it's Blissey. We've seen some interesting supports come out for both these sides. Gohan, if it doesn't get the Eldegoss, usually ends up going towards something like the Alcremie. Texas seems like Blissey is in the second pick slot for this round. Infamous Gaming. Ooh, Aramis is going to switch up from the Palmont. So traditionally going with this Brawler, but I think probably just for that natural counter to the Umbreon, or at least hopes thereof, is going to go with this early game focus. Leafeon and Reggie just going to return to the Talonflame. One thing I think, Kello, that could be the genesis for this Snorlax is truly just that they want something a little bit better about peeling off the backline. Vaporeon, an amazing engage tank, you know, that flip turn plus the Muddy Water, so good for checking tall grass, creating space. Snorlax has got some great options there too, but can also do a good job of throwing up a keen block, and if Reggie or Frank go a little too far without their cooldowns, Seabus can really punish that play with the Snorlax.
I mean, that's also not to discount that incredible Unite move that it has, the power.
True.
If it manages to pop it up when there's a big team fight, that can end up knocking up multiple Pokemon, but then also going and replenishing that HP for themselves quite quickly, especially with that Buddy Barrier equipped as well. That is really going to benefit these team fights.
I was just going to say, we got 4 Buddy Barriers in the game right now. Both Mamoswine and Blissey having it for CACM. Infamous Gaming going to equip them onto the Eldegoss and the Snorlax. And go on, also, one of the lone EXP share enjoyers that I think we've seen these days. Also going to be running that Cursed Incense for just a little bit of anti-healing. They're trying to keep those healing numbers in their favor for the stats in terms of average healing per game.
Well, here we go. Zoinks headed on into the third and final game of Infamous Gaming up against CACM Esports. We have Aramis going into that central area as that Eevee, and I'd say they're not going to struggle as much as that Cormy. So, you know, just looking for that early game advantage.
I was going to agree with you, but then I saw Ranma cruising across the other side. So even if it is a Leafeon, I guess this Swindub still believes that their value is going to be held on the other. No! No way they get the ball toy. That's actually crazy. Leafeon held in the EV stage. I never thought I'd see the day. Ranma will not be able to do it twice in a row, though, and the second ball toy will fall. But Ranma with a full HP bar might actually try to contend around this red buff.
Yeah, they do end up having some backup from Gohan, so Remus is able to secure that red buff. And you know what? Even need to bring in a third just to deal with this pesky little Swinub.
Exactly. Frank with a very close iron defense on this hone edge to try to get back to the goal zone. They were doing a lot of pushing onto the top side, seeing that there was only one lonely Magikarp to defend that goal zone. But Yoru doing okay in terms of effort gauge. We try to get some help. And there we go. Hermes getting striking first with the Leafeon, with a classic Leafeon KO.
Oh, Blissey is looking quite low. They do end up getting taken down, which means Yoru is able to go and evolve into that Gyarados. But Ranma is here. Even if they are a Swinub, they are able to defend that pad and deny Sebas dunking in their points.
Yeah, CACM giving up a knockout to the one Pokemon they absolutely did not want to give a knockout to, right? That Magikarp taking the KO means Yoru is now evolved into the Gyarados. Ranma with trying to get an early rotation towards this Regidrago. Is going to pull them towards their Miraidon in this tall grass. Dawnluck's going to do as much damage as they can, but all of a sudden it's a 1v3 as Ranma's going to rotate back and take some of those healing berries.
Well, they do get the healing berries. Sebas did end up getting the stun, but now that they're a Piloswine, they have their Ice Fang, able to go and pick up that Snorlax and send him back home.
That's a punishing knockout. I mean, Talonflame getting a little bit of Accelerator stacks, and they're also going to get this Regidrago. So one knockout really creates a bit of a domino effect in these top-level games, and that is going to be devastating for Infamous Gaming to try to recover from. CACM off to a great early start. There goes the Mewtwo as well. Reggie getting close to level 9, but they take so much damage. That Leafeon absolutely carving through the Talonflame.
Yeah, and it's really got to give it to Sebas with these heavy slams to get the stun. Emerald two-step is going to end up missing their step on that Piloswine. Nonetheless, they are still going to break that bottom tier 1 pad, creating some space before these first Reggies end up spawning in.
Yeah, that's going to be a goal zone. You're just mentioning Kello. That is huge for them. Reggie, we'll get to the Unite move, though. This is going to be kind of scary. One of the only Pokemon to have access to it right now in the early game, especially because Leafeon already spent their very early level 8 Unite move. Comes that Side Strike. Frank's not even going to waste the Wide Guard on it, I guess. Instead, just tank the attack and walk away.
Yeah, walk away. Gohan is also going to heal themselves up, but because of that little detour, CACM are able to lock down this Regirock for themselves. We have an engage from Ranma, picking up that Snorlax, who ends up getting knocked on out, followed up by that Leafeon as well, as Gyarados is looking for a KO. Talonflame ends up going off the map, which means CACM are able to, they're able to go and get some dunks in.
Yeah, this is fantastic. They're not even going to break this goal zone quite yet, as they do have a lot of Pokemon wishing it was gone so this Flux Zone would vanish. But great support from Texas so far to keep everybody healthy in this situation. Some perfect healing maneuvers, and they will all walk away from that team fight. That's a small miracle. That Infamous Gaming was not able to repulse them away. I think a major factor is that Gyarados was only at level 8, actually still is at level 8 for Yoru, does not have the ability to Mega Evolve and take over a team fight quite yet. As I'm speaking it into existence, though, that yellow dot appears and Yoru has the opportunity to Mega Evolve.
Yeah, you've just manifested that, but instead they're going to waterfall out as we have Blissey popping their eggs onto this Aegislash to make sure they sustain the hits from this Mega Mewtwo-Y. They're just going to retreat, replenish with some eggs of their own as Regieleki is currently getting poked out. Here comes the Miraidon charging on up with their Thunder, catching out Sebas, and it looks like CACM are looking to make a move considering Ranma picks up the Snorlax once again.
And blink and you miss it with some of these objectives, right? This Regieleki just vanishes off the map with how quick this burn is. Dawnluck's Miraidon, Reggie for these huge final hits, and then of course Aegislash, one of the best in the roster at taking down some of these high HP objectives. Mega Gyarados even is getting destroyed by this Aegislash. Frank finding a pocket pick to work out magnificently in this game 2 and in this game 3.
106 to 211 as we pass that halfway mark. CACM, knowing that they have the space with both of Infamous Gaming's tier 1 pads deleted, they're going to look at starving them out by taking away these buffs. That blue one did end up going over to the Aegislash.
Dang, that is so tough when a team is so good at team fighting, but also keeping track of the enemy spawn timers, even on the wild Pokemon. Reggie giving some backup in the way of all offense as they Brave Bird all the way to the back line. Great push. Sheba's taking a lot of damage again, does not have access to that Snorlax Unite move yet, so does not have a way. Well, I was going to say to get a shield, but of course they do with block, but a bigger shield I'm referring to will be happening a little bit later on in this match. Reggie steal another objective going to CACM Esports. They are giving up nothing in this game number 3, but here comes Mega Gyarados. Bliss assistance to counter.
Yeah, Bliss assistance onto the Aegislash. That way they're able to go and slice down that Mega Gyarados. Here comes the Talonflame looking to get another pick. Flame Sweep into that Flux Zone as they are looking to target down this Mewtwo White. They do end up missing out this Brave Bird, but nonetheless, CACM were able to get in some little dunks in that bottom pad. The jump pads are available. Leafeon ends up jumping them on them their own, and Rama is getting pushed up against the wall, which means CACM's push is now over.
No scores, but they get a couple of knockouts, and you may notice that red buff is missing. I think I know who to blame for that one. It's the big red bird in Reggie. Able to steal that red buff away, rotate towards the middle of the map, and there you go. That is not the one from their central area, because they can still see the yellow dot. Great stuff from Reggie on this Talonflame to understand when the team fight is over and where else they can create value on the map. Impressive stuff. Top side of the map, we got these teams posturing for a fight around this Reggie. Mamoswine, Snorlax, looking for space, and by that, I mean staring at each other from across the tall grass.
Staring into each other's eyes as Rama picks off this Snorlax once again with a great Ice Fang. Infamous are shredding down this Reggie. Alecki Leafeon is able to get the secure, but the thing is they end up getting punished as Gyarados ends up getting knocked on down along with that Eldegoss.
Wow, I mean, just the damage coming out of CACM Esports at this point in the match is so difficult for Infamous Gaming to deal with, and they got to be very careful about how they utilize these resources. Snorlax Unite move and Eldegoss Unite move are going to be two of the only ways to weather the storm that CACM Esports is going to throw at you, but you only got so many opportunities. Reggie, with that damage reduction off Brave Bird, is not going to be too worried about setting up multiple of these, and, well, you just gave up a lot of space to Ranma as they now control the bottom L bush on the enemy side.
Yeah, I feel like Ranma really has it out for Seabus on this Snorlax.
Yeah.
Constantly utilizing their Ice Fang on them. But yeah, Seabus able to get themselves out of the way. But look at this positioning from CMCM. They're controlling this Groudon pit.
Yeah, it's scary, especially when we've seen these objectives just get wiped off the map in terms of the Reggie so far in this matchup. There's a precedent set. It's that CACM Esports have the ability to remove a Groudon with great haste. Here we go. Aegislash getting some really damage. Does get pulled with that boosted auto attack to the other side. Scary situation, but they do walk away.
Whoa, Gyarados getting themselves out of the pickle by diving under the water, and a great stun onto multiple targets. That way they're able to pick off 3 of those members. Reggie trying to get out of the way with their Flame Sweep, but they end up taking somebody with them. Nonetheless, they still get the escape, and now Infamous Gaming have taken up this Groudon pit.
Yeah, that's a lot of pressure. They've only brought it down to about half HP, though. Reggie is blocked by that Snorlax currently. Side Strike is going to be able to take them down. So one of CACM Esports' only hope to steal the Groudon. A Blissey does arrive, but that Egg Bomb going to come up just a little bit shy. Bliss assistance onto the Miraidon just to get that resource out of your pockets. And maybe you got a full minute to try to steal one of these Groudon buffs. Infamous Gaming are not going to be allowing that to happen so easy, though. Seabus running interference knows that their Groudon buff is probably safe in terms of that gigantic HP pool that Snorlax has access to.
40 seconds left to go, 368 to 224. It isn't over for CACM just yet if they're able to go and close that gap. But you can see Infamous Gaming, they're running away. They do not want to give these buffs over to CACM and instead just buying themselves some time.
Oh, tough choice on that Snorlax, right? It's a Pokemon that obviously can't get away from you, but it's also one of the hardest to actually get the KO on. And with Blissey being gone, as Leafeon doing absolutely devastating work at the backline, it might just be over. The final 10 seconds tick down, and Infamous Gaming, after having such a tough matchup against CACM Esports in this game number 3, rally back and shut down CACM. 2-1 victory for Infamous.
Yeah, that was such a great bounce back from Infamous Gaming there, being able to go and take this set. This is the second set today that they have won 2-1.
Oh, that's so stressful. You never want to be that team, you know? Yeah, but hey, they create amazing matches for us on broadcast, Kella, so I can't be too unhappy about it.
No, there was definitely some incredible plays here. I mean, unfortunate for Cebus there. They got off. They got knocked out quite a fair bit by getting picked off by Ranma time and time again. But I guess just being able to learn from that and avoid them in the end by utilizing that wall really ended up paying off in their favor. And yeah, Infamous Gaming definitely got to give it to Yoru as well, utilizing their Mega Gyarados Unite moves at some pretty great times.
Yeah, and then almost the opposite otherwise, right? Like having the patience to not pop that Unite move and make sure you have it for more opportune moments, I thought was really, really good in showcasing this. So very disciplined player on this Mega Gyarados. So impressive stuff in this game. I want to just give another shout out to Infamous Gaming. I think for really like kind of surprising me with how they took that final team fight. I was talking about how you're going to have to use your defensive Unite moves to kind of weather the attack that CACM is going to be bringing, and they did the opposite. They just brought the attack to CACM. I think that was brilliant. They just all in. They say, hey, you got great team fight maneuvers, but we have amazing team fight Unite moves as well, and we're just going to throw everything we have at you before you even have a chance to rally back. Bliss assistance, Blissey knocked out before it can even use that Unite. That's incredible. And there we go. Leafeon is going to be the player of the game. 8 knockouts, only going down twice, but 80,000 damage dealt. Only going down twice in a match that had that many team fights, I think is very impressive.
Oh yeah, 100%. You know, being able to go in, dive on in with their Unite moves, and get those knockouts for themselves. And I think, yeah, in the early game, this actually worked out well in their favor, especially receiving the support from Gohan and Cebus when they were under threat by the Swinub coming in invading.
Yeah, that was scary. Yeah, shout out to Ranma for really making the early game a difficult path for Infamous, but they did know how to play around it quite well eventually. Cebus, Gohan having to give that backup, like you were just mentioning, Kello. I think that was so. Yeah, very, very impressive. Love seeing what Leafeon's bringing to the table these days. That X attack, I mean, we feel like we're seeing this Pokemon a little less, but it's always got to be a threat that you consider, especially from these LATAM teams. I think of any region to really stick with the Leafeon, they're one of them.
Yeah, I feel like in terms of Leafeon, you know, we sometimes see it, we sometimes don't. And considering that Talonflame was out of the mix there, I think this was a great pickup from them. So really worked out in their favor. So congratulations to Infamous Gaming. And look at this heat map. You know, you'd think it would be a Talonflame considering how much they ended up covering it.
Yeah. Also, shout out to that orange dot on the ball toy side, where absolutely Ron was making sure that Erebus had to be very careful and spend a lot of time to try to get that knockout onto the wild Pokemon that were in contention there. And take a look at some of just these other stats on the bottom side of the screen. First knockout at 1:20 into the game, which again, Leafeon being forced into some tougher positions in the early game. Took a little bit longer to get there, but still 15-18 experience per minute. Very strong performance for a central area player like this.
Okay, so noted. If you have to get over 1,500 in order to meet Zeus's stat expectations here.
Correct.
In terms of the average experience per minute. Okay.
I'd say it's like B+. Okay. If we're like 1580, I'm like, ooh, okay, A. And then like, if you want to get like A+, like, you know, honors list or whatever they are, we're talking 1,600 experience per minute. I'd love to see it. Come on, somebody, perma-farm. That'd be a lot of fun.
Is that even possible? I don't know.
Who knows?
If that's possible.
We'll find out
Somebody
on
needs
the
to go
other
test
side
that out.
of this break, everybody. We got a very fun one coming up for you. The undefeated Force Gaming going up against in-region rival Tuzi Esports. You're not going to want to miss it, so just join us right after this break. We'll see you soon. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
It's going to be a fun match, I promise.
Bye.
No, you're good. You're good.
And welcome back. It's time for another off-stream match update. I know everybody's very excited, but no, we've got, of course, our matches from North America off-stream starting, so I do know everybody is actually quite excited for that. However, hard to compare to those Latin American matches. I'm really, truly falling in love. But we can take a look at what happened between IX Gaming and TI Gang, two of the teams that have been doing a little bit okay on stream. I would say IX Gaming's been doing pretty well. TI Gang, maybe not as much. One thing to notice here as we look at the draft just slightly is the ban on the Dodrio, which is something that's pretty important, I would say, and something that we got a chance to see yesterday to prevent the score comp from actually happening. So we can see how game one ended. It was a little bit of a significant lead for TI Gang. Unfortunately, they just did not have the fighting power to make it happen in the final moments. You can see an attempt with that Mime Unite, but they were just cleaned up, especially by the Scyther, who was a true powerhouse the entire game. So they cleaned up that team fight, cleaned up the Groudon, and took a pretty significant win in game number one. Going into game number two, though, you can see that there were some more standard picks. The Dodrio still being banned, very notably from IX Gaming, so certainly they've been doing their research. Pretty powerhouse team from them, picking up the Mega Gyarados and the Psyduck. And this one, the only thing I can really say is that it did not go well at all for TI Gang. You can see the levels here, not doing super that hot, especially after that Groudon was taken. I guess it's really pushed it up. You can see the score not doing all that well for TI Gang. You can see on the map, they weren't even in position to fight for that Groudon. Things just not going all that well for them. And so IX Gaming, who of course is a powerhouse team in their own right, looking to kind of take that third place potential position in the North American region, is able to move up to a 4-2 record, and TI Gang still sitting at an 0-5, unable to find their first win of the event. So we'll see how they make their adaptations going into week number 3, but TI Gang certainly needs to change something. IX Gaming, though, I think it's kind of everybody's team to watch, aside from, of course, our two currently undefeated teams. So we'll see how they do, but we're going to move on back over to the logical two, Dupe Snacks and Spriggles.
Logic, reason, words that can be used to describe Spraggles and Dupe Snacks. Exciting, intense, glasses going up and down. Words that can be used to describe Spraggles and Dupe Snacks. And then also this next matchup, except for the glasses part, we have an incredible game here in LATAM Dupe Snacks. What a region. Now we have Force, the undefeated Force here in LATAM against Tuzi. It is Brazil versus Brazil. I can't wait. Every game in LATAM is an absolute banger-rang, so I'm ready to go.
Yeah, Force obviously undefeated in the region, but as they battle their way through, keeping that undefeated streak intact, it's going to be more and more difficult because every team seems to be having their swords sharpened. Force 5-0, Infamous Gaming 4-2, 3-2, 3-2, Tuzi Esports 2-3, and I'm not going to lie to you, every single matchup Force walks into is going to be difficult from here on out, and Tuzi is no exception, which is where we are going to be casting this next game. Those words made no sense in that order.
No, they actually made sense. I mean, you made your way through it. It looked like you were searching for them, but I think every single one you grabbed was correct, my
They
man.
were technically words, not in the right order. Definitely not in the right order.
You cannot lose on a technicality here. You got words out of your mouth, and that's 90% of what we do. Force Gaming, Lel, Soto, Kyluk, Falb, and Angel. What a squad. To be undefeated in some of these regions is impressive. We have impressive teams in each one of our 3 regions we're covering. But to be undefeated in LATAM, in my opinion, is the most impressive feat possible. Tuzi is looking to stop that here today. Household names and a squad that feels like their record should look better if it wasn't for the fact that they are brawling against the best in LATAM. You've got Mazo, Leozin, Kennis, Mats, and Anthras.
Listen, Tuzi is in 5th rank here, 5th slot in the standings at a 2-3 record. But don't forget, LATAM isn't one region. It's made up of Brazil, LATAM North, and LATAM South. All regions that had multiple Worlds qualifiers are rolled into this region right here. Unlike NA and EU, where you have those teams that are in, and then obviously on through, through kind of the LCQ process, we had our world champions qualify from the losers bracket in the LCQ process to get in the league. So things are competitive in LATAM. Force going to be the first pick. Of course, we're starting on our Groudon map.
Yeah, here we go. Groudon to start. The bans. You see the duck there. Not surprising. We've been talking about it all weekend. This thing is unbelievable. Mega Gyarados, Mega Charizard, Blastoise. Final ban over to Tuzi. And then Force is going to have their first pick. If Vaporeon is not selected, they could grab this. A powerful defender pick. Mewtwo Y. taken. Let's see how Force wants to start this thing off.
Mega Lucario is also available for one of these teams throughout this selection process. Force Gaming, I know Lel specifically, great Eldegoss player. They do prioritize their supports early. We'll see how this draft shakes out for them. Grabbing the Inteleon first is a gargantuan tell. Leozine gonna cut off Lel off the Eldegoss, as I just mentioned, and they're gonna get a Vaporeon to boot. Mega Lucario still in the mix.
Yeah, I love this from Force. Obviously, that's not only something they want, it's something they want someone else to not have, right? You don't make a early Inteleon pick like that otherwise. Next couple of picks over here to Force. I don't think they're stressing too much. They had a pretty good feeling that Vaporeon was going to be stolen at that point. They've got themselves a Snorlax, and they have a Scizor, could be a Scyther, and I think most likely is. Next couple of picks over to Tuzi, and like you said, we still have Mega Lucario roaming around. We'll see if anyone wants to play it.
Yeah, without having selected a top path Pokemon on the side of Force Gaming, they might end up in that spot. Of course, they're going to grab their support as well. Buzzwole out of Mazo, Matt's grabbing Mega Charizard X, and Lel has been enjoying the Alchemy. You love Alchemy as well. I'd love to see it for you and I to be able to cast it.
Yeah, it's such a good Pokemon. I think it's super underrated. Recover is great. Sweet Scent, I think, is absolutely busted. You could play the Decorate build. I don't think it's impossible. I don't think a lot of people are on it. The Unite move can be pretty game-changing. I like this pick, though, for Tuzi. This Gutter Ball of a Miraidon with a Curse item is actually a huge counter for this Alchemy. This is going to be a great matchup. Really strong choices. Both teams decided they do not need the Lucario in this one, but we see Mega Charizard X. This is a Pokemon that has really fallen off after its, ludicrously overpowered release window. We have a 6% encounter rate on Charizard X, but I think a team that knows how to play it, knows how to set it up, and can make sure that this thing doesn't get immediately shut down in a big fight, you could be looking at Charizard, fire punching its way through an entire team.
Yeah, I'd like to see if people learn from LAIC, right? We'd see teams pick it and not use it correctly, right? Bad sequencing with the moves, just selecting it maybe just out of its raw strength. Now that it has been nerfed down a little bit, brought a little bit back into check, knowing how to use the moves is going to be imperative.
Yeah, I think it's important, actually. Well, one thing that's crazy, when something super powerful gets released, we have this window where it's getting banned out and nobody can play it. And we know it's crazy good, so you just naturally think, all right, I'll just play Charizard. But maybe you don't know a few of the finer tuned mechanics because no one has let you play this Pokemon. Well, now people have played Mega Char X at this point. If you've wanted to get really good with this Pokemon, it's more than available in your ranked games, and it's available right now in game number 1. Force Gaming, the undefeated squad in LATAM, is your purple team. Tuzi Esports, arrival there in Brazil, your orange team, as we get started with game 1.
Salto on the immediate invade, and look at all the resources Tuzi is expending just to protect Matt on this Charizard. You've got the pressure of the Vaporeon. We see Gossifleur rotate down for a moment. Miraidon steps in. So I think Salto did their job here.
Yeah, looks like it. We have Lel in the top path. Oh, wow, they picked up KO on the Snorlax. Jeez. And Mazo here in the top path. Fellstinger could get a KO, but no, they actually peel back from this. Maybe worried that they were going to see the Speedster from the other side or the All-Rounder with a Speedster mask on, but no, they actually went to the bottom path.
Yeah, and got a KO for themselves. They saw that the bottom path got a K opener. They wanted to get that one back quickly. Fulb getting a quick KO on Miraidon. Of course, that is not exactly what you want out of your Miraidon early, but in the face of the overwhelming presence of a level 6 Scyther, that's just how it shakes down.
Had a little bit of a brawl happening in the top path, but it looks like they have also disengaged, and now we see something happening in the center of the map. It looks like our teams are fighting over some farm there, and they are going to back away. Zashi,
here comes Salto. Salto back on the invade.
Oh, Salto back on the invade here? Oh, yeah, I see that. The Snorlax moving up. It looks like both of our teams are just trying to find any bit of experience they can. We have 15 seconds now, Doob Snacks, until Regidrago hits the map. Our teams are lining themselves up for it here. We have Snorlax in the center. We have Scyther also in the center. Mazo now in the top path, looking for a fight here as we have the Scyther ready to go. Scyther is ripping at Reggie Drago. I'm talking about something that we can't see, but it's kind of relevant that that's what's happening. We also have a fight in the top path that seems pretty interesting to me that we also are not looking at, and we're watching Snorlax take a nap.
So look, counter pressure here, 3v3. Scyther is over leveled, has the opportunity for a big KO, but no, gets the Charizard down, and the rest of Tuzi backs up. 3v2 coming in. The Pollen Puff is down, trying to stymie this push a little bit as all the points are looking to go in. All Creamy steps up to body block a little bit, chucking the dollops on the ground and gobbling them up for a little recovery.
Yeah, I mean, the recovery on recover, wow, I mean, that's what I said. The recovery on recover is great, and you would expect it to be. How could the recovery on, if the recovery on recover was bad, my friend, I would be writing a very strongly worded letter to Timmy. I'm sure they don't get too many of those these days. We see Snorlax in the bottom path here, looking for a possible steal with the heavy slam, not able to take it. However, that is a level 9 Scyther on the side of Force Gaming, just looking for their moment here at Reggie's steal. You can see nowhere to hide, obviously. We don't have the tall grass that you would have on the Kyogre map. Registeel getting very low right here, the liquidation, but no, it's the charge beam from Miraidon.
I thought for sure Scyther sandbagging their Unite move was looking for an opportunity to jump on top of the Miraidon for a quick KO, but ultimately not making that choice ends up to just be devastating as the charge beam selects the Reggie for themselves for Tuzi Esports, and now Force Gaming has to adapt and adjust.
Now take a look at this here from Tuzi, though. That's a level 10 Charizard on the side of Tuzi Esports in the top path. They will have their Unite move at most fights, but they just expended it. However, we do get the Secure up here, and it looks like they are going to peel back after getting that. Mazo is allies body blocking some of the liquidation right there. A lot of players choosing to use Snipe Shot still, but this liquidation is incredibly powerful. The sure hits from it, and if you hit the big power spike at level 13 with it, you do insane damage to your opponents.
Yeah, and that's what they're going to be looking for. Eyeing down critical targets as they step up. You know, Vaporeon feels like a pretty good one to me. It's going to be lining up in the front anyways, and you can chuck a lot of damage at it and have the Scyther step in and close out. Where they carry on from there is going to be the question. Now, we're just farming up. We've got a little bit of a push up top happening, it looks like, with 3 players going for it. Matt's trying to get 23 points in, and there's that sweet scent. Heavy slam, push, block, isolates. Can they get a knockout? Yes, they can. Buzzwole goes down, and this is the real estate Force Gaming wants to take here. They're saying everything on the side of Tuzi's for sale. Bang, Mega Charizard X, but blocked into the wall and knocked out instantly. Give them another one for the Scyther, and now we're going way deep as fall. They want more action. Vaporeon steps up in the face of 5, no fear. Can they get a knockout? It is a close battle, and it's close to getting knockouts as well. Zacian, the first one on Force Gaming to bite the dust, and Buzzwole isolating All Creamy, and they're gonna go down for cert.
Wow, let me tell you, that Vaporeon Unite move was massive on that goal zone, buying them just enough time for Tuzi to get back. Beautiful combination from Force in that top path, taking down Char X. They knew it could possibly throw the Unite move, but you saw not only the Snorlax block, but that awesome Alchemy Unite, just to give them the ability to make sure they did not go down there. Reg Ice getting taken here in the bottom path. Char in trouble once again. No Unite move on it. They're going to pick up another KO. Mazo moving in, trying to grab a KO for themselves. Zacian does go down, but right back the other way. Mazo picks it up with the Buzzwole.
Yeah, Zacian somehow getting a knockout here, and Buzzwole using its Unite move on the Zacian to get a knockout back the other way is going to be critical behavior. Falb still wanting to go deep here. Good coverage by Lel. Those two work in tandem incredibly well as they have tons of experience playing with each other. Rotating back to the middle is going to be Tuzi, and it's just Soto on the spy here to see what they can do to keep this Reggie Drago from going to Tuzi for 2 free.
And here we go. Reggie Drago being hit by both of these squads right here. It's getting pretty low. Charizard takes to the skies. Reggie Drago still low. Looking for the secure right here. Who can grab it? We're trying to peel away from it. The Miraidon Unite move does pick it up. Alchemy keeping the Inteleon around.
Wow.
They're trying to fight them here on this Alchemy United, and finally stops giving out the cake. But no one is KO'd.
No one is KO'd but Zacian. They popped their Unite move, and since the Tuzi refused to continue the engage, they didn't get to use it at all. Unfortunately, that's off the chopping block here. Tuzi Esports pivoting to Regieleki right now. We've got Kennis working through with some Miraidon, going to line up the big charge beam and burn it down. Incredibly successful has Tuzi been at these objectives. Now they're looking to push. They're going to escort this Regieleki in. If it hits, it's an opportunity for a big overdunk. They just got to fill their pockets and make it worthwhile. 28 over, that's 23 points as Zacian gets the knockout on Vaporeon, and Tuzi Esports fades back to their own T1 goal zone.
It looks like we might have a little bit of a push from Force, but they also could just be testing the waters here. But after grabbing Charizard, they may decide this is time to move. 5 members of Force at this top path, but they peel away with Miraidon there. Who would think that Miraidon would be the best secure tool in the game right now? Charge Beam Miraidon's taking everything. Is that a level 15 Scyther I see?
Yes. Yeah, level 15 Scyther right under the 3-minute mark. Falb is no wonder they're willing to scrap with everything under the sun. We've got 10 seconds till our first Groudon between these two teams, and we've got a massive Scyther ready to fight.
Soto looking for a catch right here. If they can start something, then Force will absolutely move in on it. They look for the block. They grab Charizard. Oh. This is their moment right here. Char has to peel away, but no, they don't until he gets up into the air, Noob Snacks.
Snatches Snorlax out of the power nap. Here come the Meteors. Another block on the backside. 4 players are knocked and stunned, and the follow-up for Force Gaming needs to be there. Scyther is down. The level 15 is down. Who on Force Gaming can step up here? It's not going to be the Zacian because it's the Charge Beam Miraidon taking care of business. 3 down on each side. This thing's going to have to settle out. Angel Zine is on the chase. That liquidation is going to help them do all the work. Oh, the Force Field goes down. Miraidon makes it out. Pivot back to the Groudon is the rest of Force Gaming as Tuzi Esports wanders their way back in.
Force Gaming has recovery on their side, so they're able to stay in the pocket here. Mazo in so much trouble eating that liquidation.
Why?
We have Mats moving in. They're trying to make a play right now. They do pick up a KO. No, they go down themselves. The Charge Beam not able to finish off Snorlax, and now only 3 members of Tuzi remain, and they don't have some of their strong damage dealers.
Look at the chase down of this liquidation. It makes Tuzi Esports just have to keep running away. Charge Beam onto the Inteleon is huge, though. Vaporeon goes straight for them, and meanwhile, Falb is plucking Groudon off the map. Tuzi Esports completely bubbled out. Despite some shines, just some absolute signs of life in that fight, it was not going to be enough.
Wow, Force Gaming, I mean, quite a fight. And truly, the Alcremie allowing them to stay in that pit, continue fighting at full HP, was a huge difference maker. We now have Force crashing onto this goal zone with only 20 seconds left. I think even if Tuzi gets some points here, there's nothing they can do. This is going to be game 1 over to the undefeated Force.
When you have an Inteleon running at you, you know things aren't going right. And Angel Zine just kept putting the pressure on. That liquidation was single-handedly keeping 3 players of Tuzi out of the central area. And finally, when they had a chance to knock out that liquidation Inteleon, just on a sliver of HP, Falb finishes the rip right behind them, and it is game over. Well played by Force, and you're starting to see why they are 5-0 in this LATAM region.
I mean, incredible match. I thought Tuzi played some great moments, but Force just really seemed to have their number so often. I cannot believe how often a Charge Beam Miraidon was a secure tool in a lot of these situations, but it really was one of the biggest impactful players on the side of Tuzi. I definitely think was Kennis on that Miraidon.
I agree completely. Definitely a highlight for Tuzi. On the other side, though, I mean, this Alcremie Lel, you're right. I mean, it was definitely a difference maker. The Zacian left a little bit to be desired here, but I mean, with everything else humming like it did and a level 15 Scyther, you didn't have to do too much after that, without a doubt.
And here we have Charizard looking for a moment in this fight. They get taken down. Mazo and Kylux, is it? Trade KOs in that moment on the Zacian. Just a nice fight for Force, but a nice counterpunch for Tuzi. Here's a moment where Reggie Drago is left at almost nothing, and I believe it's the Miraidon Unite move that secures it. Somehow, once again, the secure tool is the Miraidon.
Yeah, and you could see right there the Alcremie doing that work once it went into big cake mode, the cake boss healing up the rest of the team. Nice isolation. We're going to see another heavy slam out of the power nap, hit 4 players, and really help Force Gaming get their foothold in this fight. Scyther Unite right into the middle, gets a knockout, but Scyther's eliminated quickly. This was a great fight by both teams, so much so that we had to slow things down. Mazo going in without the support of their squad, though, is a big question mark to me, because that is easy for Angels Inc. to take care of with that liquidation.
Yeah, I'm wondering the thought process on Mazo moving in there rather than waiting just a moment for the Miraidon. But either way, we've got 112,000 damage from Angel on this Inteleon. No wonder they wanted to grab it first in this match. Our player of the game.
Yeah, I don't even know if they lean into Snipe Shot, right? But it could be, hey, we'll grab Inteleon. We'll either go Snipe Shot or Liquidation. That's another strength of a Pokemon that has 2 viable kits. You can kind of draft around what the opposing team is doing, grab it first, and still have the ability to adjust. Solid pick and looked great, certainly in the last 5 minutes of that game.
And you can see, you know, Falb and Kyluk, 40,000-ish damage, 50,000 damage. On the other side, we were wondering how this Charizard was going to look, and it did some real work, 71,000 damage as well as 74,000 taken on the side of Tuzi. This match definitely in the hands of Force, but a few of these fights extremely close.
Yeah, when you look at the damage numbers, you had the Miraidon at 96k, if you didn't mention that, as well as the Alchemy, over 110,000 damage healed as well, using that recovery. The recovery of Recover is solid, and it was proof in the pudding there, as it facilitated them to win those fights and eke out, right, just a little bit more sustainability within that fight and keep the push on. You mentioned it, how important the Alchemy was to allow Force Gaming to stay around the Groudon and not be forced to reset there, and I think that in and of itself was a crucial moment in that game.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of big moments in that match between these two squads. These two squads are very competitive with each other. These are close games. Even though Force is kind of the best thing going in LATAM right now, there are so many great teams. Someone at some point has to knock them off their undefeated pedestal, but I don't know if it's going to happen today. They look so dang good.
They really do. Their draft is solid. Like I said, I think the Zacian left something to be desired, but it wasn't even like it was terrible, right? It just happened to be the weakest amongst a group of all-stars. So it's really tough to punch holes into what they're doing. Tuzi going to be first pick. Kyogre is the map that Force Gaming selects, as we are going to get into this draft. Blastoise, Mega Gyarados, Mega Charizard Y, Mew and Psyduck all finding bans. And Mega Lucario didn't get banned, didn't get picked, but Vaporeon on the ban side here. Tuzi Esports first pick. Let's see what they do.
Yeah, they've got some options here, right? I mean, we could see a Charizard again. They may want to take this Inteleon, but no, they decide to first pick Umbreon.
That is a huge surprise to me, given what we saw at Force Gaming last time. You know, they have the opportunity to grab the Inteleon again if they would like it. Plenty of other solid options down the line, and they go Mega Mewtwo Y, and Celto eyeing up the Snorlax, a Pokemon that they did very well with in Game 1.
Huh. You know, I'm curious. Maybe they are trying to find what attacker is going to be played on the side of Force. Maybe they have some strategies for either one that is picked. Maybe they just decided that there's no way they're going to grab the Inteleon again for whatever reason. I'm genuinely curious what the Umbreon first pick, like what they're really looking for here, unless they just plan on mean looking and that's all they care about.
Well, definitely getting the Scyther out of Falb's hands is a place to start, and the Aldegos out of Lel's hands. However, that means Alchemy is still on the docket, and Falb quickly goes to Cerulege, a Pokemon that got some nice buffs lately, especially on that Bitter Blade moveset, right, to really help bolster that. We'll see if that's the direction they go with if they select Cerulege.
It did have some Bitter Blade build buffs, as Falb ends up taking Charizard X. So we see Char back on the map. Interesting. I feel like we're not seeing many teams, and not even a feeling here, Jake. I mean, it's a 6% encounter rate, right? So we don't see a lot of teams pick this up. Kennis on the Miraidon, I think, is the call. I thought their Miraidon was fantastic, so I think this is a great call from Tuzi. And we have the regular stock Gyarados.
Yeah, just
the
base
Gyarados
model
with
Gyarados.
Gyarados with no cheese. You know, not the deluxe Gyarados is what I'm saying here.
Yeah, like single patty, no cheese, no condiments, dry, old, just Gyarados. However, getting a gutter Mega Lucario as your all-rounder here, you gotta feel good if you're Force Gaming. Bringing 3 Megas to the table as compared to 0 on the side of Tuzi Esports. And if this game is measured by the success of Megas, you have to think Force Gaming is favored in this one.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting matchup here. I want to see Mazo on this Gyarados. I still think this Gyarados is quite good, even though it is not the mega version of Gyarados. And they have the Scyther, right? And that's been a huge difference maker. I don't know if it will be a Scissor. We have seen some Scissors throughout our matches, and I think it's quite good, especially if you can support it long enough to sort of become this unbelievably strong powerhouse of almost a tank, sustain, all-rounder. It's a drain tank in these fights. It is recovering tons of HP. Its defenses are sky high, but it does take a moment for that to happen. You know, you got to get the wheels turning a little bit on your bullet punch and your boosteds. However, most players are picking up Scyther so fast. It's incredibly powerful. It clears through farm quickly, and it allows you to make impact in the top and bottom path very, very quickly from the center area. So I'm guessing we're seeing Scyther.
That's where my heart would be at as well, especially after game 1 and the performance it just had. It kind of seems like LATAM is a Scyther special region, and now is no exception. Talk us through us, say the thing.
Tuzi Esports, your purple team. Force Gaming, your orange team. Force Gaming, 1 win away from continuing their undefeated streak in LATAM, making them 6-0. Tuzi, their rivals out of Brazil, they need to figure something out here in game number 2.
Anthrax going for an early stack here as they are going to be playing behind Force Gaming, who's putting pressure on the other side of the map. Gonna get this Indeedee and go ahead and get some more stacks in. If they're successful, they are. Good little start for Anthrax here, almost ready to evolve already.
Yeah, really nice stuff. You know, you get a couple stacks, you're gonna get your level 4 quickly. Very good. That's what you're looking for here with this Umbreon. And if they're stacking it up, it almost certainly means we're seeing a Wish build. As they're heading towards the central area, they might actually run into 2 members of Force Gaming here, getting some experience. They have the information of where they are. Scyther now knows. The question is, how do they want to deal with this? They know exactly where they're coming, and they missed the dual wing beat.
That would have been critical. They land that, I think the push is on. That would have been a gargantuan catch, especially with the support that they had in the middle. But Mazo on the just right about to evolve, getting into this base model Gyarados quickly, trying to spruce it up with a paint job and good hollowware there. But we know your secrets.
We know you don't have any cheese. You're all chalk, baby. That's a great callback. I'm gonna award myself with a great callback. That's all chalk. As they're moving in for a big fight, Miraidon trying to stop it. Dual wing beat catches a few right here, but here comes Char getting pushed back by a charge beam, double KO, and they're continuing this push.
Why not? You've got 2 KOs, make it 3, convert that to 4, keep it going. 2 KOs for the charge beam Miraidon, 2 KOs for Mats on this Scyther. And you can really tell what Scyther can do when it gets ahead, and it is just facilitating every single knockout that we've seen so far. Unfortunately, Leozine having a bit of trouble here, getting to Eldegoss and being a relevant member of the team.
Yeah, here we go, looking for a secure here. Dragon Breath not able to get it. Power Up Punch does take that wild Pokemon. Another fight happening here over the Reggie. Drago, Snorlax in trouble, going down to the dual wing beat. Scyther now level 7, on their way to 8 here. And look at Kenneth on this Miraidon, absolutely cooking.
One thing I want to call out, Leozine and the Hollowware on Eldegoss. Criminal that we don't have a premium Hollowware for Eldegoss yet. Let's make that happen. You know, let's make our day 1 Puff players happy here.
It really has been a long time. I'm surprised, and Blissey too. When you think about some of these Pokemon that are so relevant, it's like, how do we not have a costume for Blissey? Come on now.
The best Pokemon in the game for the first 2 years of its existence doesn't have premium Hollowware. Crazy work. Here we go. Heavy Slam in. Snorlax moves around, ripping through at his mats. And are they going to look to push here? Heavy Slam can't find any purchase. There we go. We got the Mega Mewtwo Y. I think that's going to be enough for everybody on Tuzi to chill out for a second.
Yeah, I mean, we do have a Unite on the Scyther. Maybe they're going to bait them into a fight. It looks like they're... Oh, no. They decide to even peel back after the dual wing beat finds a good hit on both members of Force Gaming. The top path, we have a little bit of a brawl also, and it looks like they're going to leave 2 down bottom while everyone else is rotating up to fight over this Regieleki.
Yeah, now we have 2 Unite moves, both the Gyarados and the Scyther, ready to go for anyone that steps up. They take that thing off the map super quick, and they've got enough resources to push. No Unite moves on the other side. If they're paying attention, now's the time to make something big happen. No, if they stack well, they can at least get a big over, which is where I'd be going with right now. And they're going to be able to check that box and do some decent numbers.
Yeah, decent numbers and a lot of experience for Mats, you know, their carry. We have a bit of a fight happening. Well, possibly. It looked like Force was about to break out into a fight in the central as soon as Tuzi came down, but everyone scatters away, looking for experience on different points of the map. You know, your job is, if there's nothing to fight over that could give your team an advantage, there's a lot of experience that you need to be getting to make sure that when you show up again, you've got your Unite move, you're ready to go. We do have a level 10 on the side of Force, and it is their Charizard.
Yeah, Mazo almost getting a knockout on that Mega Lucario here. Going to be hiding out. Already level 10. Great opportunity to pounce on somebody. Anthrax has their Unite move in pocket. We've got full resources almost on the side of Tuzi here, and they want to scrap in the bottom path. It looks like Angel Zine, half HP, getting topped off. Caught in the mean look is the Snorlax. Tries to block itself out. It is successful. Take a deep breath. We might have a fight here in a moment.
Yeah, we're going to see how these two teams want to engage. Obviously, if Force can catch someone, here they go. They go for the catch.
Eject button, heavy slam, back the other way is an eject button. Caught into the Mega Gyarados, base model Gyarados Unite move. And now the Meteors are landing. Infinite Cyber comes out. Registeel is taken by the Mega Charizard, but the fight continues. Just the Gyarados is down, make it 2. Anthrax goes down on the Umbreon. Nobody lost of value, Force Gaming, just the Alchemy on that reset, which means they still have the firepower to go for this if they want. They elect to give it a second and wait for the dollop to come on back before they make any moves.
Great fight for Force. They pick up the objective. They pick up some KOs. And like you said, they're giving up the lowest level member of their team as the KO. It's exactly how you would want to draw this thing up. Mazo now working on this Regieleki in the top path. He needs to get it done quick before someone can try to steal it. We actually have a possible steal here with the Sweet Scent. We'll see if they're able to make it happen. Dude, come on.
I mean, after even Leozine knew that they were there, puts a Pollen Puff on him, Mega Gyarados steps up, dual wing beat, everything under the sun, couldn't stop the strength of that Desert Dollop as they're able to get it done. Big rotation from Force Gaming. They're looking for members to attack. Mean look and a charge beam, heavy slam straight out, and the pressure is on. A block back the other way, dual wing beat is there. Salto is just leashing them along. Eject button used. No way they reset and recall out of there. That's crazy. Tuzi making a pushback. Charge beam ride on us, laying some cover fire as the rest of Tuzi comes through. Big Aura Cannon. We step through, but the Scyther is stepping up and doing some damage. They're having everybody try and fight on this T1. We got a Mega Mewtwo putting in some pod shots with that A button. However, the mean look is stuck, but nobody's there to follow up. Charizard goes Mega into the mix here. Dual wing beat isn't enough. They go down. Force Gaming with a heck of a counter punch.
I mean, you have to be so annoyed that the Snorlax makes it back, power naps, gets these knockups just in time for Charizard to re-engage in this fight. If only they would have caught it. Maybe the KO timer would have been similar, but, you know, just the fact that it got to escape running to the enemy side and then makes it right back to the fight must be frustrating for Tuzi as Force takes a huge fight win right there. They are going to get this Reg Ice, and now they just need to make sure Charizard has its Unite move for this next fight, and they're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, that's a clinic here in the late stages of the game. That's how you come back and get an experience lead balance. You know, one little thing goes, right into the backline. Mazo goes for it. Dual wing beat, 20 seconds until our Kyogre in this game 2 map.
I think they're recognizing that Charizard might not have its Unite, and they want to take the fight early. They move forward. Char does have its Unite, and the fight is on.
Right to the middle. Aura Cannon All Creamy goes on top. They're fighting within the sphere of sweetness, but it's not going to be enough as the Charizard does go down. Power Nap isolates two players down for Tuzi. The fight continues. Charge Beam is now down. It's not powered up. 3 players down. Force Gaming is going straight towards Kyogre, and Saudo is going for the screen. Mega Mewtwo YE is on the chase. They've got their eyes on Canas. They go down. That's a KO streak of 2. Who's going to get into the middle? It's Mazo trying to make a move. Who's going to get the secure on Kyogre? Nice heavy slam popped into the wall. That's a knockout, and the rain comes down, and now it's time for the points to squirt in.
The points are going to make their way to this goal zone in a way that's different than I've said before. Who knows how these points will make their way to this goal zone?
Squirt.
As they tippy-toppy bing-bong right into the goal. That's better than raining in. It's just a new way to say it. Beautiful stuff.
Beautiful. 419 to 128. The Hundo Burger going in right there is enough for Force Gaming to find their new way into victory here, as they are on the verge of being 6-0, and it's going to take a lot of work from Tuzi to bring this one back.
Yeah, Force Gaming actually would have to kind of throw this match here, and I don't think that's what they're going to be doing, as Mazo in a lot of trouble right now, getting caught, trying to waterfall, back out. The Kyogre buff making it so it's so difficult to take these Pokemon down. Charizard to the skies, looking for the KO, picks up the Scyther, continues to move forward, and scores in that top goal zone. The points just dripping slowly in.
Squirting in.
No, there's got to be another way.
Fog-related wetnessing in.
Something about there's a torrent, there's a deluge of points, waves crashing like so many points going into a goal zone.
You have a tab up on your monitor with synonyms, don't you?
No, I had that yesterday.
You had. There we go. Force Gaming, 2 O's Tuzi, 6 O's this league so far, and pun intended, forced to be reckoned with, without a doubt.
No question. One of the best in the scene right now. Force Gaming looking phenomenal here. The strongest thing in LATAM, which means they're one of the strongest things in the world, in my opinion.
Yeah, they'd give anybody on the Western Hemisphere a run for their money. And we are just seeing, kind of in the early stages, it really felt like Tuzi had their footing. They were ready to go, understanding what their approach was going to be. It was just that late stage Force Gaming fight that they took after they couldn't knock out the Snorlax that kind of roared them back into the game. And then a bizarre Kyogre fight is what really threw me for a loop here. It seemed like they had a disjointed approach.
Yeah, it's also tough. Some of the damage output just didn't seem like it was enough to break through some of the sustain that they have, or some of the shielding that they have on the side of Force either. So even though they get some big moments, we have that Gyarados Unite move, it just feels like they just can't do enough damage to actually secure some of these KOs.
No, I agree. This is the fight I'm talking about here, right? The Snorlax went back, was able to power nap, leverage the Charizard Unite, and then all of a sudden they get the score lead. This is where it was a little bit disjointed for me, right? Like, Mazo goes in, has to peel back out. As soon as the Charizard picks him up to the skies, the Aura Cannon comes out. The All Creamy builds the cake, so now we're fighting in the sphere of sweetness. And I mean, really, it was just a great fight by Force Gaming, bell to bell. That gives the real estate here for the Mega Mewtwo Y to take over. I mean, well done. Well done. Angel Zine again with the nod. 90k damage on this Mega Mewtwo Y.
Yeah, 90,000 damage, and again, never getting KO'd a single time. Wow. Impressive stuff here from Force. We expected them to have an impressive game. They are unbelievable. Tuzi put up quite a fight too. They are no slouch in their region. They're a real squad for sure, but Force just seems to be unbeatable right now.
I agree completely. I want to see the damage and healing numbers here, because I really feel like Lel again was a difference maker on this Alcremie. It just seemed like every ounce of healing they were pumping into this team was just going to be the reason that they were able to sustain. And you can kind of see these teams weren't fighting nearly as much as they did in game one with the numbers here, especially between Lel and Leozine, both of which had eclipsed some pretty heavy numbers in that support healing role.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of positives here for Tuzi to take from this match. I think Kennis on Maridon is
crazy.
Absolute lock for them, but I do think it doesn't feel like they have the right position maybe for Mazo in some of these games. Like I felt like the Buzzwole was good, I felt like the Gyarados was good, but I don't know if either of them feel like the difference maker they need in some of these bigger engagements.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, just under 50K for both Mats and Mazo is not really going to be the recipe to success. I mean, those players are used to commanding a game, both of them in their own right. So when you kind of see them in the middling part of the damage numbers, you have to think that something did not go according to plan.
Well, there's a question of just like, is it enough burst too, right? Like we have some okay damage and they're great players, but it feels like they're going into some of these fights and they're just leaving their opponents just slightly not knocked out. And the difference between a Pokemon at 10% HP and 0% HP is not 10%, it's 100% difference because it's still around making, contributions in a fight. So if they can't actually secure a KO with some of this, they need to figure out how they're going to.
I agree. I mean, just a perfect way to summarize that is Angelzine, who we're looking on the screen, right? Mm-hmm. This liquidation Inteleon game 1, because Lel was there, giving them just enough HP to stay in the fight, stay in that Groudon pit, allowed them to catch Mazo when they stepped forward with the liquidation and really get topped off on HP to be able to hang in the pocket. And they themselves, with that liquidation, were able to kind of frame out 3 players on the side of Tuzi, while Falb and Lel ripped the objective behind them. And that's effectively how they won game 1. It wasn't some crazy commanding multiple team fight win scenario and just like wipe the whole team then rip. It was just like, okay, everybody's exhausted their resources. I have liquidation. I have the support of my All Creamy right now. I can buy enough time for us to grab the objective and secure the win.
And I mean, that game was hype. The game before it was hype. This next one coming up, we've got the world champs, Peru versus Stamina. This should be exciting. I feel like every game in LATAM is a must-watch game, so I cannot wait to see this one. We are going to take a short break, and then we'll be right back with more exciting action. We're here in LATAM. North America is coming up soon, too. Do not go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere.
Don't
please.
go anywhere. Don't go to the store. Don't go to your friend's house. Don't go see your relatives. Don't go.
Welcome back, folks. I know you're in the land of Latin America watching some amazing games. I'm watching them too. But I'm over in North America right now, both physically and mentally and spiritually and just kind of everything, as I'm watching some of these off-stream matches, including the one that we just saw between Aftermath and Root Dig, which are, of course, teams that are now 4-0 and 0-4 going into this match. You can see the draft here. This is game number 2 of the set. Root Dig up 1-0. And one thing to notice is Toon Slimothy on the Dragapult, a Pokemon we don't usually see, but I do, in fact, love seeing that Pokemon. You can see kind of the end of the game here. We'll just actually pause for just a moment so you can appreciate that this is not actually all that far off, and game 1 wasn't a complete stomp either. Of course, Aftermath, kind of trying to fight their way back into this league. You can see up here the scores are not the worst in the world, but we are going to see an extremely strong set of plays from that said Toon Slimothy on the Dragapult. Is going to get the 2 KO streak. However, if you watch right here, there's actually a really amazing steal on the Kyogre. Now, that was a good attempt, but of course, at that point, there were only 2 members left on Aftermath. So, they kept the score relatively close. They did manage to get the steal. However, Root Dig is just too strong for really any team to defeat right now, and that is going to continue to push them up into a 5-0 undefeated record. However, once again, I'll say, even though Aftermath Esports did seem outclassed, they were looking better than they were in the last time that we saw them. So hopefully we get to continue to see an improvement more and more and more. You can see here, Toon doing a solid 70,000 damage. So good stuff altogether from them, but Root Dig is going to have to get their, I guess, a show match a little bit later on to see who will win between them or EG. We're going to have to wait a little bit for that, but I'm going to send it back over as we're going to continue LATAM with Kello and Zoinks, who I have heard has taken my title from yesterday as the numbers guy. So, Zoinks, give me some numbers.
Feels real good to be the numbers guy. Again, I don't think I gave it to myself. I think it was bequeathed to me, and I don't know how I feel about the power nor the responsibility. But great to be here nonetheless. What's going on? Kello, we are back for the final match of this Latin America region on our main broadcast today, and it is going to be a good one. I call this one my match of the week. Potentially, this is going to be so fun. How you feeling about this matchup?
Yeah, considering these 2 teams both rank 3 and 2 in LATAM, I'm very excited to see how this one pans on out. So Stamina, who we're featuring here, Mufasa, Hitman, Enisus, Kira, and Minato, they did already end up playing a match earlier on up against 4, so they did end up losing that 0-2. And, well, yesterday I ended up actually getting to cast the opponents they're going into, which is Peruite. And yeah, that was an interesting turn of events as well. Losing that 0-2. So I don't know. When it comes to LATAM, I just don't know. I can't read it. I can't read the vibes. Look, I'm not the vibes guy, okay? You're the vibes guy and the maths guy.
We all have assignments that we all are assigned a guy, and we try to become that guy, and I get it. No, this is really interesting. I think these 2 teams are kind of fighting over that definitive number 2 spot in the region, with Force Gaming a little bit higher than everybody else. And these 2 teams have both been performing extremely well. Obviously, our defending world champions, you can see on screen. One thing, if I'm going to take up the mantle of numbers guy, I do want to mention some really interesting stats. So far in our regional league, Stamina Esports is far outperforming Peruite on a pure numbers-based advantage. Higher knockouts per average per game, higher assists per game, higher healing per game, and basically every margin by quite some. However, the maybe most egregious one, and honestly kind of telling in terms of how Stamina Esports likes to play, is they're averaging a score of 469 in every single one of their matches, where Peruite is more in the 300 range, around 360 average score per match. So obviously, you know how we had to have that rubber band scoring effect in the final stretch when the points are doubled and everything like that. But still, having a dominant place of 469, that is extremely high amongst all teams in all regional leagues. So Stamina Esports, high octane scores, and definitely like to landslide victories in their favor, especially utilizing that double scoring in the final stretch.
Well, I guess that's the thing when it comes to a game of Pokemon Unite. It's whoever can end up scoring the most points. And, well, it seems like they have that one down pat, being able to do that. But, yeah, it's just a matter of whether they can keep up this scoring game to go and defeat their opponents. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. This is why I'm not the maths guy, okay?
Yeah, I know. Sometimes we gotta lean into the vibes as well and see where they end up. And in terms of vibes, like, look on the board. I know that Stamina was performing extremely well. I had them lower down on the vibes ranking. They took a loss yesterday that I was not super impressed by, so I think they fell down the ladder a little bit. On the other hand, Peru, I don't know, maybe it's a little bit of history bias with that team. They're still sitting at that number 2 spot. I mean, it's so hard to put the world champions in any other position. This is going to be a fun matchup between these teams. We talk about some of the in-region rivalries that we kind of uniquely get from LATAM League, seeing as that we're pulling teams from Brazil, Latin America North, and Latin America South. This will be a LATAM North squad versus a LATAM South squad. We're going to get into our ban phase, Kello.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It doesn't just come down to these numbers. It comes down to these vibes, especially considering they are both the 3 wins and 2 losses in those current standings. But yeah, we have our draft. 2 Megas are being banned on either side, Mega Lucario and Mega Gyarados. And you know what? It actually makes me really happy to see, sad, but happy to see this Psyduck being banned, because I just feel like it has been wreaking so much havoc in Theia Sky Ruins.
It truly has. I want to, yeah, I'm also a little sad about it because I want to see Kea play this powerhouse Pokemon, to tell you the truth, but we'll see where they have to go instead. Obviously, Kea, more known for some of those traditional healers, a Clefable player, kind of in a world where normally we don't see that one popping up. But Stamina Esports are going to lead our draft with that Blastoise pick, and Peru Unite are going to get an Nemo on that Scyther. Such a devastating Pokemon, not to mention Vaporeon, with the highest Pokemon in terms of encounter rate. Now, Blastoise and Vaporeon both not catching bans in this game.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised that we have the Blastoise getting to come out onto the field this time round, not finding itself in that ban jail. Otherwise, Mewtwo Y and Eldegoss are going to be picked up by Stamina Esports. I also have been loving Eldegoss in this current meta. I feel like just having that Pollen Puff, being able to get that AoE damage, AoE healing for that team. But yeah, on the other hand, I was actually complaining behind the scenes here. I'm like, why don't we get an Alcremie game? This is not fair. Well, guess what? We do get an Alcremie game because Draken has selected that one in for Peru Unite.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Obviously, giving Zainus a whole lot of backup, which, interestingly enough, obviously they could swap their picks, but no longer, now that it's locked in. We're going to have a triple melee offensive composition for Peru Unite, so no range to speak of across the entire roster, which is where I think Alcremie will truly live up to its powerhouse name that we've seen some of those healing numbers. I think the last match that Dupes, Knights, and Spraggles were casting, we had an Alcremie with 111,000 healing, which is just truly absurd. But now they're going to be trying to heal up this squad. Scyther, the Machamp, and the Buzzwole. Of course, there's always the chance we could see something like the Scizor, but I think with the Muscle Band, Razor Claw, we're probably going to be seeing that Scyther still in place.
I was going to say, if we know Peru Unite, I'd definitely say it's going to end up being that Scyther pick. I feel like that is really just their signature. And, well, that is the reason why it ended up getting locked in so early. That way they don't risk it getting stolen on by. But, yeah, it's really interesting to see how they don't really have the range on Peru Unite, and how they're going to go in just pretty much full force fury with those fists up against them. Do they have an answer to deal with this Mewtwo Y? Oh, I guess it would be the Scyther, right?
Well, it is a good dive option. Obviously, Mewtwo Y is not the easiest attacker in the world to dodge, especially on this Groudon map, right? It's a little easier to see that Scyther coming, a little less tall grass for Anemo to hide out in and try to set up these ambushes. So potentially, this Mewtwo Y might have a few more opportunities. But I am kind of curious to see how well a more front-to-back composition for Stamina is going to work against Peru Unite's more sort of all-in on this brawl. Neither team really leaning on dive necessarily, while of course you have elements of it. It feels like, both these teams doing front to back, but one with melee and one going to be relying on Hitman's just sort of poke damage throughout this match.
Well, the thing is, Dragon is pushing forward. They do have the special attack specs on hand. They are going to have to retreat and not able to get those stacks, considering Hitman and Kira are really putting the pressure on this bottom path.
Yeah, Kira loving this new world where they don't need to operate with that light bulb, but Tempo very happy to get a KO themselves. Minato trying to defend this goal zone, but everything just getting stolen in front of them. Draken will be able to escape, of course, Vaporeon, a very powerful Pokemon in our game, but in that evolution stage does leave a little bit to be desired.
Yeah, it really needs to try and garner up some experience. I don't even think this Soul Bowl toy is going to be enough for them to reach that evolution. Otherwise, up in the top half, we do have that 3v3. Considering it's only a Charcadet, they are going to be wary, which means that Urshifu does end up getting knocked on out.
Yeah, big KO. Zainu's the one to pick that up, which means this score will allow them to evolve into the Machoke, access one of their first moves, which it will, of course, be that submission. We've seen just a spike in popularity out of Machamp over through this entire week 2 of competition, and I do think it is to deal with things like the Blastoise on the other side, or even the Mega Mewtwo Y. A lot of crowd control effects that are really sticky and annoying to deal with, but submission, you can just run right past those into the enemy lines.
As if it wasn't bad enough getting picked up by one muscly Pokemon. Imagine getting picked up by 2 of them if they're able to go and pull off these combos. Jeez. Otherwise, yeah, look at this tandem. The Cypher and the Machoke currently working to pick off the members of Stamina Esports.
Yeah, I think Zana's just having a world of fun. Normally the attacker player gets, oh, I get to go press forward. This sounds fun. I can't wait to give this a shot. Alcremie will take the Secure on the Regigiaco, and that will be KM picking that was up. Anysos has hit level 7. Will be able to get that KO on a Machoke with the Surging Strikes, but the return damage is done. Scyther finding a way to knock out that Eldegoss. Buzz will try to run interference, but a great rotation by Hitman to actually pick themselves up a KO streak of 2, teleporting all over the battlefield and just hiding behind any sus. And what a wall to do it, as Urshifu is now hit level 8, and Stamina Esports really spiking forward in this game.
Okay, I can feel the tides turning here in favor of Stamina Esports, being able to get all those KOs, but also all of those birds for themselves. We already have Anysus close to receiving their Unite move. On the other hand, we do have Peru Unite with Anemo and that Unite move if they want to go and utilize it, but they're just going to shred down this Regirock. Even though Stamina Esports ended up winning that earlier team fight, giving that up means they end up losing out their Blastoise and need to pivot on back.
Yeah, they have a couple of Unite moves to try to defend this goal zone with if they want to, or they could save them for a team fight that'll happen after. It looks like Infinite Cyber will be utilized to buy a little time, as will this Urshifu Unite move, but Anysus is brought down by Anemo. This 2v5 just a little bit too tough to pull off. Kira there for the backup of Blastoise at only level 7 can just buy a couple of precious seconds. Mewtwo, Hitman is playing so aggressively, but it pays off as they do take down the Machoke before they are able to evolve at their level 9. So a pretty decent exchange. Mega Mewtwo buys a little bit of time, they get some KOs, but in the end, I don't think Peru is too upset about that situation, Kello. A great overdunk, and they have put themselves in a fantastic score lead position. Stamina does get the Regieleki though, and it will land.
It does end up landing. They're currently at 82 points, but no one's in sight. There is still a bit of time if they do want to continue pushing, but Tempo is making sure to lurk in that tall grass, does end up getting caught out by that Polipath and Cerealich, but it's not enough to really chunk out that damage. But here we have a 5 up against a 4-person push with this goal level 1 point. Alcremie does end up popping their Unite move, but it isn't going to stop them from saving that goal.
Yeah, it does keep them happy and healthy, though, amidst a Cerealich Unite move. And Zainus is going to shake off that mark, as well as getting a big knockout after that. So we're going to get a few scores in, and another pretty massive overdub. So Peru Unite breaking both top 1 and bottom 1 with solid overcaps, getting them a little bit more advantage in the points race. Stamina Esports, though, they get a couple of knockouts here and there. They've been very objective focused so far in this game. And while they've had some comeback moments, it feels like Peru Unite has still been kind of locking down on the macro and winning most of the important team fights, but just having some trouble with the skirmishes.
As we have that Reg Ice spawning on in, we have 4 Unite moves available on the side of Stamina Esports. Only the one on Peru Unite. Otherwise, Machamp goes in for the Blastoise, but they end up cruising on by. The Urshifu manages to lock in that Reg Ice as Vaporeon ends up getting surfed on down.
Yeah, I think the Mewtwo will unite the only real concern, but I guess, sorry, it was on their team anyway, so it just really cuts off anybody from having the opportunity to steal away that Reggie. That KO is actually going to do them a ton of work, because they will put more points into this bottom tier goal zone. Sign is doing what they can to slow down this attack on their goal, but they can only pull them back so far. Great KO from Mufasa with a Sarah Ledge, and the Hydro Typhoon is going to slow down Draken, and Stamina Esports finally find a crack in the Peru Unite armor. They pull ahead, but only by 5 points.
Yeah, 5 points is still enough to win the game, but there is still 4 minutes on the clock left to go. So they're just going to go and reset, soak up whatever wild Pokemon experience they can before going and focusing on this Regieleki. We're looking at these numbers though. There is double digits across the board for Stamina Esports, whereas on Peru Unite, they're really faltering behind with this Vaporeon and Alcremie only being at that level 9 mark.
Yeah, ooh, and we're gonna be caught in a really tough spot. That's a lot of their cooldowns gone, but a quick little dash will get them back towards the +1. Tempo's there for the big backup. Kira's Blastoise KO'd so quickly, and Anemo and Zainus are not done. They are diving to the mids. That's a Machamp Unite move to push any to the other side of that team fight, and now the Alcremie can give them a bit more backup. Zainus moving into the midst of that fight as Anemo gets out of the Alcremie range, but also out of danger out of that fight. Buzzwole goes down, the Alcremie Unite fades, and there's no longer any support. KSC's that they can just dump 12, but I don't even know if that's going to be an opportunity they'll have available to them as they eventually do go down. Draken trying to solo this Regieleki in our picture-in-picture as they just got no backup.
No, they just do not have enough power as a Vaporeon, but we can see that Machamp is there for the backup. But even then, there's 10 seconds left to go until we have another basement Reggie. Stamina Esports are setting themselves up in the tall grass if Peru Unite decide to come and contest this. But Red Ice, I mean, there's not even any time to come and contest this because it is just gone within a flash.
Yeah, the window is extremely small if you want to try to contend any of these objectives with these two compositions. I mean, Scyther on one side, Sarah Ledge and Urshifu on the other. These objectives are just going to evaporate as soon as they appear. So great work from Stamina. They'll be going into this fight with a Reg Ice buff. A few Pokemon I think will be pretty happy about having a small healing one, especially a player like Anisas, who likes to go extremely far into the back line. If they're able to have a quick exchange and get out of a fight, they might be able to get away with re-engaging without having to do a full recall.
Heading on into this Groudon fight, it is pretty much neck and neck between these two teams. 209 to 224. And there we go. It is the close battle notification. It's just a matter of, well, does Stamina Esports know that they are faltering behind? They have to try and make a move, but really they just have to get this perfect pick-off.
Doing great on positioning wise, right? A lot of melee Pokemon from Peru Unite, and they've cut off that main entrance towards the Groudon pit. So right now, they're inviting Peru Unite to push in, but it's going to be a very pokey composition to do it into. The Pokemon like Urshifu, Sarah Ledge, Mewtwo, really great defensive setup around the Groudon right now.
Ooh, I can see on the mini-map and there the picture-in-picture as Scyther goes in for a dunk to go and break that close battle. But Stamina Esports know that they have the numbers advantage. They're going to shred down the Groudon as Machamp is going to barrage blow through. But Stamina Esports ends up being the one to secure the Groudon for themselves, taking down 4 members of Peru Unite. That is a 5. And now Stamina Esports have the opportunity to go and take the lead.
I mean, that final fight just comes down to simple geometry, in my opinion, because I wanted to force numbers into something else as well. They did a great job. I mean, you're going up against a triple melee composition, and it's so you just got to cut off any kind of entrance towards that final boss pit. And Kira has the Blastoise Unite move, so they know, okay, well, even if you do get within range, I have the perfect way to shut down anyone trying to get in last hit range. So great Hydro Typhoon. We also saw Hitman throw down the Mewtwo Y Unite to really shut down any opportunity. And Stamina Esports are going to start this series off with a 1-0 lead, and in my opinion, pretty convincingly in those final 2 minutes.
Okay, so what I ended up taking away from that is it really just comes down to these angles. The angles that they come in at the opponents, the angles that they are going and utilizing their moves. Angles, folks. Numbers and angles, yes.
and angles, and some would say they're similar. But either way, amazing showing. Also, shout out to Draken on the Vaporeon for being like, hey, listen, I know Zoinks cares about stats for the entire season. I'm going to make sure I add 66 to my tally in this game before we end. 855 to 356. Stamina Esports with a 1-0 lead against your current reigning world champions and currently ranked number 4 Latin America Regional League team.
Oh, well, yeah, some great team fights here. One thing I did realize as well, Hitman on this Mewtwo Y, utilizing their Psy Strike to actually dodge getting caught out by Machamp and Buzzwole as they pivot on back. Actually, what I think was one of these moments here as they go back into the Flux Zone, they end up dodging it. Probably not that one, but I know there was a few moments like that, and I thought that really worked well in their favor. That was one.
Perfect call out. Yeah, they really play around the side strike, and then of course that teleport is sort of that last opportunity to escape some of these situations. Hitman doing a really good job. It's a Pokemon that, while we talk about these attackers being a little more flimsy, a little tougher to play into some of these dive comps, they do have opportunities to escape damage and kind of be self-sufficient in some ways. And Hitman doing a great job of doing just that. Obviously, I do think the Groudon map does favor that a little bit more, but either way, great showing, and I'm curious to see where we go into game number 2.
Yeah, but also Stamina Esports recognizing on the minimap that they had that numbers advantage to go and shred it on down and just, I mean, they didn't even end up utilizing the Cerulege Unite move until Groudon ended up getting slayed down. But our MVP for this match is going to be Enisus on this Shifu, managing to get 8 knockouts in total, and they only ended up fainting 2 times.
Yeah, it was so impressive. This Urshifu, I know Enisus has a few Pokemon kind of assigned to them as their ace Pokemon, right? You could even, I think their Scyther is definitely a contender for that role, maybe their Absol, but I think if you're going to have a big 3, I think the Surging Strikes Urshifu has to be included. Enisus, such a master of this Pokemon. I'm excited that they're the player of the game so we can see some of their later game stats, because I'm curious and how early they were able to get some of these KOs. Obviously, not too much to contend with in the early game in terms of invades or anything like that. When you're playing a Pokemon like the Champ or even the Draken trying to get their Vaporeon online, they did need to spend a lot more time leveling up. Take a look at some of these damage numbers though. 61,000, looking pretty good for Enisus, but Hitman leading the lobby at only 63,000 damage, so pretty light on the damage numbers in this game number 1.
Just pivoting back as well, I noticed Hitman, they actually had 0 feints to their name as well. So that just goes to show how well they utilize Mewtwo Y's movesets in order to avoid the dive that was coming at them from Peruite Unite. So, you know, we're like, how are they actually going to deal with this Mewtwo Y? Well, clearly they were unsuccessful considering they weren't able to knock it on out.
Yeah, impressive stuff from them, and maybe we'll have to see Peruite Unite try to adapt their strategy and go maybe even a little more heavy on the dive. I think Buzzwole, Machamp, great counters to Blastoise, but maybe not the answer that they were looking for in terms of that backline attacker. I think that might be something they want to prioritize. And here we go. First KO at 2 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, so Enisus not getting one of those, you know, crazy 1-minute KOs, but either way, early attack focus. And like we see in so many of these LatAm teams, only averaging around 1471 experience per minute, they got other plans in these matches, and that is focusing on knocking out enemy Pokemon.
And objectives as well.
Yeah.
Definitely focusing down on objectives, being sure to get their rotations. Early, we saw that down in that bottom path, they were able to go and take that Reg Ice for free, where Peruite Unite, they were scrambling about, I think, dealing with a Regieleki and soaking up whatever wild Pokemon was on their side. So I think just good map awareness of their timers and being in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, I don't think I can have a more perfect example of being in the right place in the right time than literally their isolation of the Groudon pit. But we are getting our lobby set up for game number 2, so we want to show you some fun stats. Here we go. We got top Pokemon by win rate, expanded to the top 6 Pokemon now. Galarian Rapidash still crushing it in terms of win rate percentage at 88%. Love to see Mr. Mime making this board, small sample size, but still sitting there at 6-7%.
No comment.
All
no,
right.
I have no comment here. I actually cannot believe you just did that.
I'm the numbers guy. I read the
You did
numbers.
not.
Anyway, we go. Mega Lucario at 64% ban rate. This is the Pokemon that you are most likely not going to see in your games due to how frequently this Pokemon's getting banned. Mega Gyarados right behind it at 58%. Now, some of these Pokemon that I think I was a little surprised to see in today's match was the Vaporeon and the Blastoise, who both made it through draft and coincidentally were your first 2 picks of the draft.
Look, yeah, I know you just said a lot of smart things there, Zoinks, but I still cannot get over that you just said that. I'm shocked. I have no words.
Yeah.
No.
Crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy out here.
I
It's
just
crazy
really
stuff.
feel like
It's crazy
a dinosaur
times.
right now.
Yeah. I'm cool and relevant. Anyway, let's take a look at the power rankings, shall we? As we keep getting set up here. I currently have Peru 2 and Stamina 5. I'm not going to lie. I might need to change these power rankings right now. Isn't that crazy?
Right now? Ooh, okay. Well, we're gonna have to see if he's going to end up regretting this later, but it looks like he's going to rub out Stamina and put them in number 2 and put Peru in number 5 below E7 and Infamous. Okay. I know you just swapped them out and vibes-based, you know,
Vibes-based.
I get it. So I guess this is really going to have to be the moment for Peru Unite to really show what they are made of. The World
they better.
Camp Diff. Do they have it? Can they go and take down Stamina Esports by winning 2 games in a row?
I don't know. I don't know if I can ever do a mid-match power ranking change again. That felt crazy. We'll see. Maybe if they win game 2, I'll have to change it right back. We'll see what happens. But anyway, we had some change up in the banning phase here, Kello. Notably, Vaporeon getting banned, but Mega Charizard absent. Mega Charizard Y, I should say, absent from those bans, meaning that Peru Unite will utilize their first pick on that Pokemon. Stamina Esports have a chance to put Kira on the Blastoise yet again. And it looks like with that hover, they are thinking of doing just that.
I also want to make note that we do have the Groudon map selection once again. And yeah, surprised that both of these Megas didn't end up getting banned on out. So they get locked in at first pick because Mufasa's picked in that Mega Gyarados. I see Draken hovering over Charizard. We are not going to get... No, I was going to say there's no chance we get double Charizard composition here, especially because it's Draken. All right, they're going back to their bread and butter. This is, you know, I just think back when this is what I'm saying, World Champ Diff, right? Draken, Crustle, 4 KO streak. This is the stuff that we need to see happen.
That's true. I want to see World Champ Diff. I don't want to see 5th in the vibes-based power rankings Diff, you know? And that's currently what they brought to that game number 1. So I want to see the bounce back in game number 2 of just speaking from the heart here. Stamina Esports, though, well, I'm seeing a lot of number 2 vibes Diff. Looking pretty good.
Whoa, well, number 2 is below number 1. But you know what? Still, number 2 is pretty great in terms of the standings. But Hitman is going to pick up that Mewtwo Y once again. Ooh. And it looks like we have Tempo locking in Buzzwole and Zynu's locking in Leafeon this time round. So, I mean, I guess, are we going to end up seeing a switch up here between Zynus and Anemo? Okay, there we are.
I was going to say, I think that's most likely. Also, Mega Charizard Y being the more attacker-oriented of all of the Charizard variants that we have in the game. So not a huge surprise there. But Kello, like, look at some of the power picks that we have had slip into this draft. I mean, it feels like Peru Unite got Mega Charizard Y, but I'm sort of like, at what cost? You know what I mean? Like Blastoise, Mega Gyarados, and Scyther. Like that is a wild big 3 lineup that they all have in their game. And Hitman gets to reprise their role of Mega Mewtwo Y, in which they looked absolutely excellent in this game number 1. So while Mega Charizard Y is in place for Unite, I got to admit, I am really favoring the draft of Stamina Esports in this game number 2.
Yeah, having that Mega Gyarados, I've got to say, I'm really scared of that considering how powerful we have seen it be, but also in terms of just Hitman's display in that last match, being able to utilize their skills at the right times in order to avoid getting caught on out. So I guess the thing is, Anemo, they are on the Leafeon this time round, so have that early advantage. It's just whether Leafeon is going to offer them that better dive in comparison to a Scyther pick. But we are heading on into our second game here. Peru Unite on the purple side, Stamina Esports on the orange with that 1 point advantage.
It's all on the line here, Kello. And of course, by all, I do mean the vibes-based power rankings that these teams are contending over. Draken with some early game pressure, throwing down that rock slide. Top side, Magikarp, we'll see how quickly they can get to it as these Pokemon start brawling already. Tempo on this Buzzwole, doing a ton of damage to Mufasa. And that Mega Gyarados, who currently is just disguising itself as a Magikarp, is knocked out.
Yeah, and if there is one way to slow down a Magikarp Gyarados in their tracks, is to send it back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah.
Needing to splash all the way back into the top lane, that isn't going to really give them much effort.
No, it is certainly not. Now, I was going to wonder who's going to get the first KO, the Leafeon or the Scyther. I did not expect Scyther to get the first KO onto the Leafeon. But great attack from Anysus to really take advantage of this early game. I think they'd love to leave that ball toy over for Mufasa, but they've taken too much damage too early. They have to return all the way back to get a couple of citrus berries, and they don't even get that one KO with the auto attack, taking away the safe farm with Stamina Esports. Great shot.
A little bit of poke out damage from Anemo as Anysus is going to return to their central area. Draken has reached that Crustle form. I'd say we're likely to see a Rock Tomb here, but otherwise, great pick from Tempo onto Monado. Unfortunately, they don't end up finalizing that KO.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to deal with. Now, there's 3 players trying to defend this goal zone, but you got 4 players with an offensive push. Anysus has spent a little bit of time in the central area. You can see by that blue and red buff below them, but they take so much damage in response. Crustle, basically a fadeaway Rock Tomb is going to keep them in place, and the KOs are going to follow. Impressive stuff.
Okay, so some very aggressive plays from Peru Unite from the get-go. Being able to pick up multiple KOs and being able to dunk in 52 points so far, whereas Stamina Esports only have 1. Otherwise, Stamina Esports here, Anysus is currently... Oh, you need to read this. You're the numbers guy, Zoinks.
Gladly. Anysus is number 2 in average score in the league with 131 points average out per game, but number 1 in average knockouts per game at 9. Almost into double-digit average knockouts in the LATAM League. This Stamina Esports squad has played against the best of the best so far in our season, and Anysus is rising to the top.
Yes, we do have Tempo lurking in that tall grass as these birds do end up spawning on in. Otherwise, it is going to be a 3v3 down, a 4v3 down in this bottom path as we get ready for these first objectives to spawn on in. But Anemo is going to back away, not looking to overcompensate considering Stamina Esports have that pad.
Couple things to point out here. We do have a Trick Hoopa in play for Stamina Esports, and secondly, we still have a Squirtle. So a couple of things going for Stamina Esports right now. One may be positive, one may be lacking a little bit, but we do see that dunk from Kira puts them all the way up to level 6, so almost at that Blastoise evolution, and I'm missing the days of EXP share of that Pokemon a little bit this time around, but great start for Peru Unite in the early game in terms of levels. Stamina Esports have found a way to get some contention, but mostly surrounding their all-star in Anysus. This Scyther, really, what they live and die on in terms of this team comp.
Yeah, it's really going to depend on them, considering they're the ones that do have the Unite move. Leafeon's diving on in on that Hooper, but they're able to make a grand escape, and Anemo is looking to fight on back, so that really turned the tables for them. Kira ends up getting stunned on out, also knocked on down, which gives Anysus a 2 KO streak, and Stamina Esports now have the numbers advantage to take this Regieleki.
Yeah, Anysus adding objective secures to their long list of things they're doing the best in the entire league. However, it's pretty tough to avoid a Mega Charizard-wide Fire Blast. It takes up half the map, if you will. So that poor Scyther having nowhere to run, but it does go back to the Pokemon Center with a badge of honor, and that being the Regieleki secure.
Oh yeah, I still cannot get over how huge that Fire Blast is on the map. That is even bigger than the pads here, which have been deleted. 40 points from that Charizard, leading Peru Unite at 109, and that Regieleki also ended up not being much of a threat because T1 is still looking very healthy at that 79 out of 80.
Yeah, I think Peruite feeling pretty good about that situation. The only thing is, I don't think Stamina's feeling too bad either. They get some good plays out of it, and most importantly, Kira on the bottom side on this Blastoise, alongside their Gyarados for Mufasa, I believe, has had a chance to really get some levels. They were struggling in that early game, and due to just Anysa's kind of carrying it on the top side, they had a little bit of room to work. Draken caught out is going to have to utilize his Unite move extremely early in this team fight, and it's time for Gyarados to Mega Evolve with no Crustle Unite move to defend.
No, it was already used, but they did manage to survive that a long time. But one person that doesn't end up surviving is a Nemo on the Leafeon. Blastoise is going to get 17 points. Meanwhile, Stamina Esports are going to shred down that Reg Ice for their own. Hooper was actually up in the top half, going and getting some dunks. So Stamina Esports, they've really made a great comeback here, leading at 164 points to 109.
They're a really strong team at just being comfortable split pushing. Like, they're comfortable taking team fights when they're at a disadvantage or not with all 5 members. It gets a good mark of a very strong team, and you can have coordination even when all 5 of you aren't together, right? So, impressive rotation. However, Peruite are going to have the advantage around this Regieleki as they have a very early rotation to it. Stamina Esports looks like they're going to take a Constellation Regidrago, most likely.
Yeah, I did see that Hooper had the Unite move on hand if they did want to teleport the team, but instead they're going to wait for the Regieleki to get taken and potentially use this as a distraction, but looks like they're backing on out as Hitman ends up getting locked on down by that Charizard, while Regieleki ends up getting dealt with the members in the back.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, so interesting allocation of resources there. Great play from Zainus on this Mega Charizard Y. When you have that flying part of your Unite move staying out of range of any other Pokemon, right above these kind of walls and structures on the map that are normally impassable by any other Pokemon. So great positioning by Zainus kind of lets them deal tremendous damage while being safe the entire time. Now, I talked about this Constellation Regidrago. It's still here, but again, Mufasa sees an Eldegoss and a Charizard and decides that's going to be the priority target.
I was going to say, this is really risky going in 2v1 as a Mega Gyarados, and especially considering it ends up expiring. Nonetheless, they do end up winning that, considering it just distracted them and allowed the rest of the team members to leave that bottom tier 2 on 16 points.
Yeah, they're not going to be super upset about that either. And Hitman, it kind of finishes the job that Gyarados was starting to do with the side strength to chase down that Mega Charizard Y. And he still takes so much damage from that Super Swole Slam, but... Okay, I was going to say, if you go down to this Regirock, there is no forgiving. I don't care how many things you're #1 in the league on, but they're fine. Getting the healing up those double wing beats, and Eddie Sus is doing just fine. And a recall and has a Regirock buff to show for it, too.
I'm not gonna lie, my heart stopped there. I thought Regirock was just gonna come in and knock him out. Like, that is definitely some brave gaming from them, even if they aren't playing a Talonflame with that Brave Bird. But yeah, I guess utilizing and pushing Scyther to the limits, knowing that they're able to go and heal off those hits.
Yeah, exactly. They were calm the whole time. We were the ones freaking out. Ooh, like that play from Hitman, kind of teleporting in and out of the Groudon pit. Almost a bait maneuver from the Mewtwo Y. Big push by Kira, gonna isolate the support and defender from the rest of the team. Mufasa gonna take that chance to take a ton of damage into this Crustle, who's holding onto their Unite move still, instead relying on Kaya's Cotton Cloud Crash for the support right now.
No, but Mega Charizard Y is going to come on out, trying to burn down this little bug. Unfortunately, it's just not enough as they end up falling from the skies. Draken is the, well, nevertheless, not the only one left anymore, as Mega Gyarados ends up picking up 3 KOs. It's only the Leafeon left standing, but they end up getting surfed on back, which means that Groudon is going to go over to Stamina Esports.
Picture perfect surf from Kira. The lone threat from Peruite that was standing is shut down by a wonderful surf. And now Stamina Esports have Groudon buffs to work with and lots of points in pocket. Tempo gonna fall, one of the Pokemon that could apply a little bit of crowd control to slow down this Stamina Esports squad and potentially steal a Groudon buff. Is no longer in the picture. Points raining in for Stamina Esports, and they are ranked #3 right now in the regional league and climbing higher and higher as they have taken down Peruite, knocked down our current world champions a little bit more in the leaderboard.
Well, you did end up feeling the vibes there. I think your vibes once again are on point, making that call to go and switch them up beforehand. Stamina Esports really showcasing that they deserve that #2 spot up there.
Yeah, I just think such a brilliant game. A really interesting draft strategy, like switching up to the Vaporeon, including the Mimikyu in that fan phase, of course the Mega Lucario, but I don't know, you just get so many power picks on that orange side for free because Peru Unite is going with very specific bans. And the Umbreon, the Psyduck, even the Zacian, which just gives so much room for Stamina to pick some absolutely devastating Pokemon. And there it is. Time is up. Stamina Esports 2-0 over Peru Unite.
Yeah, I mean, it was really a matter of whether they were going to sink or whether they were going to swim. And I have got to say, they swam. They swam that distance all the way to the finish line. So once again, racking up those points just for you, Zoinks, with that 927 finish.
Impressive. I mean, it's interesting, actually, like, right? Like, I know I'm doing the numbers thing as a bit or whatever, but I was talking a lot about just the stats at the start of this game, and the Stamina Esports kind of outperforming Peru Unite in so many margins. Average score, average KO, average assists, even average healing, I think, in this game. But at the end of the day, they proved to be true. And Stamina Esports relies on a lot of this. And again, I just think Anisus being such a superstar backed up by a great defensive player like Kira, it just works out so well in so many exchanges. And yeah, Stamina Esports rides that energy all the way to a 2-0 win over a fantastic Peru Unite.
Yeah, I'm actually curious what ended up happening there. So Blastoise ended up getting some huge surfs onto the opposite team, and even then just allowing them to chomp on through. I know Anemo did make that last-ditch effort, but Kira with that heads up to go and use that surf. That way they weren't able to even touch that Groudon.
Yeah, I mean, even if the Leafeon gets the ground, that's still a scary spot to be, probably, right? I think you've been the only maybe 2 Pokemon get a Groudon buff at that moment, and I think Stamina Esports probably take that back immediately. But here it is, our player of the game, Anisus, and they're holding their Pokemon this time. There it is, the Scyther in the photo as well. Dual Wing Beat and that double hit. Not the Swords Dance build this time around, but either way, just such a great look for them. 71,000 damage dealt, and 10 knockouts, 1 more than their average.
Oh, there we go. So rising up in the ranks there with those numbers. But even then, in terms of a Cypher, I've got to say their damage taken was actually quite high, 47k damage taken. I mean, nonetheless, despite all the damage taken, they only ended up fainting twice. So...
Yeah, we saw how low that HP bar got a few times, for sure. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Maybe look at Minato's healing numbers as well, because that Trick Hoopa this time around, a little more standard healing rather than the Recall the Base. And I'm pretty sure the game actually tracks Trick healing. I know we have a little bit of trouble tracking the Hyperspace Hole healing, but either way, good looks so far from Anisus and the whole squad. I think Hitman really showcased how powerful that Mega Mewtwo Y could be in Game 1. Did a great job in Game number 2, but for me, it was the Scyther show for sure.
Oh, yeah, 100% there, especially given how well they just managed to win those team fights, especially at the end. But I guess it really came down to these engagements as well from Kira to go and get these disruptions with the Surf, whether with their Hydro Typhoon, and allowing the rest of those members to come in and shred. And yeah, utilizing the Trick and Phantom Force. That way, if Anisus is in trouble, they pretty much have a get out of jail free card with that Phantom Force.
Yeah, I'm actually not entirely convinced it was Phantom Force. I think there's a world in Shadow Ball. It only had 6,000 healing. Like, didn't even have to 5-digit healing. So I don't know.
I don't even know.
I'll have to go back and look at the VOD. Sorry, folks. But either way, great showing from Anisus. Had 28,000 of their own recovery, you know? So they're making sure to get to work in that regard. At scoreline ending at 927. Stamina Esports, one of the highest scoring average teams that we have, for sure in the Latin America Regional League, but I think across all of them, to tell you the truth.
They really have me thinking whether my eyes deceive me or not. I guess it's probably because I never end up seeing, we never end up really seeing that Shadow Ball, but we are seeing this heat map here from Anisus. So they were pretty much here, there, and everywhere, especially in that central area, which is the Eye of the Storm.
Yeah, exactly. If you call the Storm Anisus's hometown. It worked out perfect for them. 1:01 being the first knockout. Of course, that was against the Leafeon from Anemo on the other side. So very, very impressive stuff from Anisus to get that early blitz knockout and then follow that up with 10 knockouts total. in that matchup. A little bit lighter on the team battles in this game, but we were talking about that. Mufasa split pushing some ways, Hitman doing the same, Anysus just kind of electing to score a few times. We're going to end up with a little bit less on that stat line. But either way, great showing from Anysus, back-to-back games in Stamina Esports. Gotta be letting out a sigh of relief after an amazing run in our regional league in week number 2.
Yeah, I'm actually really curious in terms of, well, I was doubting myself. I'm like, if Stamina Esports do end up defeating Peru Unite, I believe they are going to end up taking that number 2 spot. So I think being able to hold their ground there really just shows just how powerful LATAM is. But you know what? LATAM may be over here. Zoinks for the day. Doesn't mean we are over just yet. We are going to end up hopping over the pond, over to NA up next. So Extinction, they're going up against, was it TI Gang?
I believe so.
Yes, didn't end up seeing that there. So really excited for that match. But, you know, I feel like you need to get your glasses back out. You and Chef, I know this year, you were dubbed the maths guys. Where's the cool guys at?
Those kind of glasses. Yeah. All right, everybody. We're going to be taking out the sunglasses on our side, but we are also going to be starting North America very soon. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. We're going to jump to a very short break, and when we come back, 3 more matches on main broadcast, all hailing from North America. We'll see you then.
Welcome back, everyone. Wonder Chef here, dressed slightly like a flight attendant today, here to take you on a trip to the very final off-stream match from North America. But let me tell you, we've had a few today that have been just small little recaps. This one was a banger match between Extinction and Lunex Gaming, and it's going to be a little bit of a long one, so we're all in for a ride. Of course, we can start off here and see that Extinction actually is playing with a slightly different roster, with Yeet Fan now on the roster. That's going to be Bullymon Fan at the moment. You get a chance to see them playing the Miraidon, but not just any Miraidon, as we're about to see. As this is, we're actually going into game 2 here, just as a little preface, but this is an Electro Drift Miraidon. You can see here Extinction starting off almost 200 points down, and this is the 2-minute mark fight. So we're jumping right into the 2-minute mark where the fight is happening at Regieleki. And we saw the Regieleki already taken by this Miraidon, but we can also see a 2 KO to push Extinction into a winning position on the Kyogre. I forgot which one it was for a moment. Only left up is Celeste on that Inteleon. Gets blocked out extremely well there by Rex. So this is taken, the Kyogre's taken, but there's still 150 points-ish that they have to make up, so we can speed this one up just a little bit as they push down forward. And we do see Ethan actually come back all the way with Miraidon, and then this is where the action starts as soon as they make it all the way back up. And it's going to be hard to follow this, of course, because that's just the nature of Electro Drift, but you can see they zoom in, and we just get to see them put on a clinic. 1 KO, we're about to see a 2nd KO. They managed to take down this goal zone, and they still have to push even a little bit further to make this happen, right? All the way up to the home goal zone, 45 seconds left. Only 3 members left on Lunex Gaming, so they take some time, they farm, and in this meantime, there is a fight up here where we actually get to see, I'm going to roll it back just slightly, because we get a chance to see Yeet Fan go all the way up. You can see they're up in the right, all the way up top. They zoomed around, they actually distracted those 2 members, and you can see that again up on the mini map up here, where they're dealing with them while the rest of the team farms points, goes in, gets enough points to win the game, and then of course they just get a few more KOs. So we saw an extremely strong Electro Drift game, which is always a really fun thing to see, and that actually tied the set up 1-1. Fortunately, didn't have the replay of the first game. A great win for Lunex Gaming, which included a really nice Cinderace Blaziken play. We get to see in this one a little bit of ridiculous damage, I would say, from Celeste on this Inteleon, but wasn't quite enough to win. So going into game number 3 of an extremely close set, extremely good set. One big note here is that Celeste is now on the Pawmon, a Pokemon that we've seen only a few times over the course of the broadcast, and it's looked actually pretty good. It continues to look pretty good in this game, but I need to pause this right here because this was an incredible moment, specifically from Rex. So we can see right here as we're beginning, there are a few members of Lunex over in this direction, and we see Celeste on the Pawmot right here, looking to move in this direction. However, the positioning that we really need to look at, as I delete all of this, is Rex up here on the Snorlax. Now watch in slow motion as the initiation begins to happen. So the initiation starts, and look at this. Look at this. I'm gonna pause it right here. So the heavy slam comes in from Rex. You can see 3 members trying to follow up this really far push from Celeste. And then the wall comes out, and this entire group of Lunex Gaming is just completely walled off from helping their friend. It was an extremely strong counter engage, and that's why Snorlax is such an extremely good Pokemon right now. And from there, it's just one after the other, continues to try to push in. I mean, at that point, you really kind of have to go all in, and Extinction really just cleans this up with a clean game 3 win. But last thing, of course, and what I said is a very long recap here, we need to take a look at this damage. Look at this. 121,000 from Yeetban, 109,000 from Trainer, 107,000 damage from Metallic, and 122,000 healing from Bora. That is some of the highest numbers that I think I have ever seen in a competitive game altogether. I've seen that, we can see it from one person, from 2 people, but everybody across the board, just an incredible game from them. So it's nice to be able to see them finally pull out some wins. We know they're a strong team. They're players that we'd love to watch and we know are extremely strong. And they're going to have another chance as they're going to be our next match on broadcast. So I'm going to, send it over to Doopsax and Spraggles. One last flight over to them, and I'll see you all later on in the show.
All right. Thank you very much, Chef. I've never seen someone call themselves out for how they decided to dress, but honestly, it was pretty dang good and pretty funny. Thank you, Chef. What a breakdown. And I am excited to see Extinction Dupe Snacks, Extinction, TI Gang. I think for Extinction, they have had an underwhelming start to their run here in the league. And a lot of people would have expected a better record out of this squad.
I agree completely. When you think of, Extinction, formerly known as Nemesis, there's two key pieces that you think of there in the last 4 years. One is Rex, which never has really gone anywhere, right? And the other one is Yeet Fan, who in the last year has really taken a backseat role to allow these other players to step up. And I'll finish that thought once you talk about our standings right here.
Yeah, here we are in North America. We're taking a look at it. Evil Geniuses and Root Dignitas, both 5-0. Evil Geniuses will have another match here on broadcast later, as well as Root Dig. EG is going to run into Aftermath, who is 0-5. Root Dig will run into Citadel Gaming, who is 2-3. And North America really looks to be shaking out where we have the haves and have-nots, the strong teams and the teams that are, just really struggling. We have Root Dig and Evil Geniuses looking like the best of the best. IX Gaming as the standout third place squad. Then we have a few teams scrapping in the middle area here. We've got Lunex, Citadel, and Extinction. All decent squads, but all stumbling here and there. And then, of course, the bottom of North America seems to be firmly in the bottom. TI Gang and Aftermath having extremely difficult matchups and losing every single one of their matches. It's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out as we take a look at Extinction here. Rex, Metallic, Feng Fan, Bora Reach, and LGC. That's Trainer, of course, and Feng Fan is Yeet. Yeet Fan playing this week. We'll see how the squad feels. I heard that Trainer is also back onto a carry. Yeet Fan's in the attacker role. Maybe this is what they needed.
Yeah, like I said, talk about the heartbeat of the team, Nemesis, before becoming Extinction. Rex has always been there. Yeet Fan has kind of been also part of that equation, along with Trainer. Now, with Asinable gone, which was another staple of the cornerstone of that team, right? Where they found a lot of success. I think it's incredibly important that they made the pivot of grabbing Yeet Fan off the bench, making a hot swap for the Machisler, giving them a break, and seeing if they can shake things loose. That's why you have a sub, so you can make dire changes like this when your team has their back against the wall and you need to find the forest through the trees. Yeet Fan is exceptional. We saw them have 2 great games, well highlighted by Chef, and maybe that's just the kick in the pants that they need to start winning some of these games. Tell me about TI Gang.
TI Gang is a bit of a question mark for me because we've seen some of their games, and honestly, it feels like they're trying just a little bit of everything. We've seen full-on score comp attempted by this squad, trying to face down with Evil Geniuses. I've also seen them square up in different ways. I do feel like they are intentionally focusing on scoring more than some of the other squads out there, even when they're not running score comp. We've got Stealth Rock, Fluffy Tail, Crustle. When some of this stuff works, it looks like a genius play. When it doesn't work, I'll be honest, it kind of looks like trolling. So I don't know what to say about this team, except if they're going to make these plays, I want them to win because I love seeing unique, weird stuff win. But when it's losing, you're kind of going, all right, well, please stop. Please stop this.
Yeah, exactly. If you're winning, it's great. If there's signs of life and a thought process, you can get behind it too. You talk about J'aime le Poulet. They had a lot of stuff they were trying in their match. And yes, they did fall to 0-6, I believe, in their group. Ofer, definitely. But there were signs of life. There was some creativity. You could see that they were just, the needle was moving in the right direction and they are making progress. Can the same be said about TI Gang? I think that argument can be made so far that no, it hasn't moved the needle at all. And now's a good opportunity. Extinction off of a big win against a good opponent in their group. Now, if they can take one off of Extinction, which is trying to rebuild themselves and meet their own standards, that's a heck of a way to start.
Yeah, you know, if TI Gang can get it together and make some of this stuff work, they could be an exciting dark horse in this league. You know, they could be this team that you don't want to run into in NA because they're going to throw some slop at you. And sometimes it's hard to hit slop. It's hard to hit this weird curveball that is thrown at you. And you can knock a great team like Dignitas or Evil Geniuses. You can, you know, knock them off balance, get them to have to react in a way that they might not be expecting. It could be great, but so far it has produced some negative results for the squad. I'm hoping they can turn that around. And then we also have Extinction, a rocky start for them also. Both teams want to walk away from this with a win. That is for sure. I think if Extinction loses this game, they are going to be in a very stressful spot, losing to a team that hasn't been able to take a single win in our league.
I agree completely. To keep the analogy going with TI Gang, they're what we call a junk ball pitcher. They just throw slop at you. Now, the reason a junk ball pitcher finds success is because what they're throwing looks good until the last second and it catches you off guard. You can't just throw stuff into the stands and still expect the opposing team to swing and miss. They're just not going to take a hack at it. They're going to take the free base. Extinction, again, rallying back here with the stability, and I hate the fact that Yeet Fan changes their gamer tag literally every 10 days. Whatever the cooldown is on the name change is what they do on repeat, and it's infuriating.
You mean Feng Fan?
Don't even start.
First pick over to Extinction here. A lot of the megas banned out. We have Vaporeon available that could be grabbed up by Extinction. We also have Mega Charizard X, but a huge pickup. We've been talking about this one all weekend. The Duck is unbelievable. Over to TI Gang. Are they going to start with something, you know, standard? Or are they going to play some sort of score comp? Doesn't look like it to start. A couple of meta picks here with Darkrai and Vaporeon.
Yeah, I think they could have gotten Darkrai later. Vaporeon definitely a priority in that moment. We've already seen clips of Rex playing Vaporeon, so go ahead and get that selected, use it so they can't. Unsurprising, Yeet Fan, not only one of an incredible Inteleon with the liquidation game, also an insane long-range player, right? When they are on fire, they are commanding the game with those snipe shots or those spirit shackles, and they're able to take over. Meanwhile, we immediately see Dodrio and Sableye, so the kitchen sink is officially getting thrown straight at Extinction.
You know, look, these are powerful Pokemon, and I do think if they decide to hone this strategy and become the very best in the world at it, it will be a difficult thing to deal with. But I have seen great teams dispatch, you know, crazy score comp stuff before. We'll see if Extinction can rise to the occasion. Yep, we've got ourselves a Talonflame with a goal getter. So we've got two goal getters on the side of TI Gang. We've got a Sableye, Darkrai, Vaporeon. They don't really want to scrap at all. You know, they want to find their moments, get in, get out, and get back to putting points on the board.
Yes, they do, Spraggles. Yes, they do. They want to put points on the board. And unfortunately for TI Gang, Extinction has one of the best Sableye players in NA on their team, and that is, of course, Rex. So there's not going to be a lot of Sableye shenanigans that they're going to be able to get away with the early stages of the game, because Rex knows those game plans. He runs them themselves. And all of Extinction knows how a Sableye plays too. So you got to get value through this Talonflame, through this Dodrio. And at the very least, they have a Darkrai and Vaporeon to try and anchor this strategy down with things that have power.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're running score comp. We saw 3 Rattlers, aka those goal getters right there. I mean, we will see what they can do in this match. If it works, it just feels pretty good. But when it doesn't, it truly feels like you fell on your face. So we will see what TI Gang can make happen in this match. I want to see a great game from them. They currently have not a single win in our league, but they're a strong enough team to fight through the entirety of North America to qualify to be here. So good luck.
Good luck indeed, my friend. I'm not even convinced that when you win like this, it feels good. But let's see and find out here. Extinction, TI Gang, say the thing. Let's get into it.
Extinction, your purple team, having a rough start to our league, 2 and 3. TI Gang having a really rough start to our league, 0 and 5, as we have the invade right away here, looking to see what they can do against Trainer, jumping in against the Mimikyu. Talonflame also making their way into the center. 2 Pokemon to slow down the Mimikyu.
Here comes Bora Reach on this Psyduck to provide cover, and just that is enough to send TI Gang scrambling for the moment, as the Swinub is on the hunt as well. Everybody is trying to find where this Sableye is and get a cheeky knockout early.
And here we go, Sableye moving in, just trying to distract them, hitting them with the boosted, looking to see if they get the secure. No, just barely missing it right there, making their way out. But you know, a lot of times with these invades, if you're able to distract multiple members of Extinction, then your invade went pretty well.
It did. Unfortunately, they weren't able to stymie that push enough, and there was good coverage back and forth, especially with Talonflame leaving their central to help harass a little bit. Fangfan is #1 in average damage per game, 86,000, a whole 10,000 damage above the rest of the NA League. And if that is averaged over 2 games, shame on you, stats team. If that is just over 2 games, shame on you.
Yeah, I don't think that's I think that's one of those stats that is, you know how they say, 50% of statistics are made up. I think that's one of those stats that's just not a good statistic here. But I appreciate the statistics regardless, I guess.
Yeah, you know what, stats team, let's try to impress the folks at home and show us over how many games that damage average is. And I think that's going to make a difference here. As the Piloswine gets a knockout of the Vaporeon, that's Rex, of course, taking out the Vaporeon. Metallic holding down the top path by themselves, and they haven't really had any pressure from the other side, so why not?
I do have to say, one stat that I'd like to see, how many times has a goal getter or will a goal getter be used in this series when they think it's an eject button? That definitely happened to Vaporeon earlier. We got one on the board for sure.
Yeah, well, Zoinks put in chat, they just switched to the goal getter themselves, like you said. And how many times are we going to see Vaporeon with a goal getter? I think that's also a question worth asking. Mimikyu going straight in, eviscerating the Fletchender, who's going to make it out and get a berry here. Good pot shot coverage by the Dodrio.
Yeah, I mean, Dodrio looking pretty good. Already level 7 there in that top path, so they're doing very well. And if you look at the score, which is what TI Gang is focusing on, they're way up 107-0.
Yeah, now they have to just prevent Extinction from meeting them, beating them, and getting the score lead back. Right now, they're doing okay. Extinction hasn't really pivoted too well. They are down, and now we've got a little bit of a scrap, or at least a diversion, so we can get some points in. And Darkrai going straight for the Inteleon that I believe used acrobatics to get out of there, and we have liquidation, which is what that leads me to believe.
Oh, Rex now getting taken down. Talonflame moving in. No, they decide to peel back from this fight because Dodrio's HP is too low. And it looks like they might just let Extinction take this on the sneaky score here from the Vaporeon. They're looking for it, but instead, no. Okay, they're just trying to see if anyone is around. And here we go. Another 30 points for TI Gang.
Yeah, Vaporeon's going to step in, get their points in, as the score line is trying to be matched by Extinction. Darkrai goes straight in, tries to catch Yeet Fan there, or Boogie Moogie Fan, or whatever the heck they're doing with that name today. As Rerob, is getting attacked. Half their HP is gone. Long Shadow Sneak, but it's not followed up on because the Sableye gets knocked out instead.
Ooh, huge catch right there. Talonflame goes down. Metallic coming out here with the Buzzwole and the big KO. Dodrio looking to score in the top path here, and they are putting some points in. They've got the goal getter. That let them score extremely fast with a Pokemon like Dodrio, who breaks up their scoring in thirds. We are now 153-258. TI Gang ahead on the scoreboard. Not doing too shabby level-wise either.
No, they're keeping pace. Quickly found is the Vaporeon Bunny. They're going to grab a Speed Berry and get out of there, as Clash, I believe, is already on the hunt for more points. And now it looks like Extinction is almost turtling up around their goal zones a little bit, trying to slow this scoring down.
Well, I think Extinction knows if they take a fight, they can win that fight. Dodrio could make a quick score right here. Sableye possibly looking to distract multiple members here of Extinction if they can pull Buzzwole away from that tier 2. But I think they're well aware that someone is going to be pushing on it at any moment. I guess that's a scary thing about facing a score comp. You just know your goals are pressured all game.
All right, well, the right side team has a huge lead, and I hope so, because their whole strategy depends on it, getting that huge lead and keeping it. And really, nobody willing to engage here, as Extinction is going to have to eye up some sort of priority. Sunny goes out. We've got to pick up a slam here on Rerob by Metallic. Can't finish out that catch that they have. And now here comes Sableye. Buzzwole steps up. They know where they are now. The Nick-Off Confuse Rack combo, as I like to call it, gets right on top of the Buzzwole. We are ripping this Regieleki off the map. Bunny trying to make a play to it. Darkrai steps in, but a hair too early, and it's taken by the Duck for a reach. Now they need to get knockouts and get their counter points in, as they're already scoring on the home goal zone here, Cowboy. The goal zone stands finally buckled. Regieleki is marching.
This is great that they were able to break that goal zone quickly. If they were not able to break that, they might not be able to get any more points in. But look at the defense here from TI Gang. They are pushing them off. Multiple members of Extinction go down. And you can see the power of this score composition, Doob Snacks. 354 points right now. Sableye with a brutal Unite move, followed up by Talonflame. Dodrio just taking them down. And look at this. TI Gang is not only scoring, but they are picking off Extinction one by one.
Well, if you're going to get catches like that, hell yeah, TI Gang, go ahead and get it done. I mean, a flame sweep that did hit a wall but got some quality knockouts. A Sableye Unite that was used very well, right? Sableye pausing everybody in their spots, and the Tri-Fi just shelling in damage. Darkrai, Dark Pulse coming through with tons of damage on all those targets. So, I mean, TI Gang is definitely stressing the map well, and usually the hard part with them is taking fights, but they are taking a couple good ones here, and you can see the difference that just that makes.
Oh, man. More points in the home goal zone. More points in the tier 2. 429 now to 171. Of course, if you're Extinction, you know you have a good fight. You're going to do well at this Groudon. But even if you do, you have to be able to score. You have to be able to even up this point lead. And it's getting pretty intense here. TI Gang up by hundreds and hundreds of points.
Yeah, it looks like about 250 points there just on quick math. And we just got from the stats team here in our Discord chat that Yeet Fan or Fang Fangs or Boogie Fans or whatever the heck his name is, that average damage average is over 3 games. So we can all take a deep breath and settle out here.
I'll take a deep breath right now. It might be nice, a little meditative.
I don't know what we're doing here, man. I mean, down 250 points. TI Gang is going to try and get it done. I mean, they are executing their strategy, and the fact that they're getting team fight wins is also the most ridiculous part of it all. Extinction needs to keep their eye on the ball and realize that slop is being thrown at them, and they need to hang in the pocket if they want to drive one out of the park. Here's Groudon.
Yeah, here is Groudon. We have multiple members of Extinction. Obviously, they want this objective, and no one from TI Gang is anywhere in sight. They are looking for the sneaky caps. They do not care. They're going to score, and then they're going to defend. Right now, 577. Make it 677. Wow. Yes, 665. Here we go. Extinction has to even this up, and they're way behind. 765 now.
Yeah, the thing is if TI Gang, you kind of have that thing that you said before, if they have such a huge lead, TI Gang can just sit in base and not play ball after throwing all that trash at them, and there you go. They are behind by miles here.
Oh, they're looking for some KOs back at their home base.
They're going to need them to get points.
Yes, but do they recognize how far behind this is? I mean, they have to get AOS energy, no question, but they are really behind this other team. Even 3 full-pocketed scores will not bring this back. And look, Talonflame is looking for another score here, getting caught out by Extinction, but at any moment, they could just juke around them, move towards that goal zone, because Extinction has to score. 50 seconds on the clock. Extinction has to simultaneously try to defend from this chaotic score comp, and they need to score hundreds upon hundreds of points right now.
Yeah, they don't have enough. They don't have enough. They need to fill their pockets like a lot. And okay, we're gonna have the banger going back the other way here. We've got return defense. They just now. Oh no, they're down by 2. Flame sweep in, and now everybody's playing the defense, but they don't know that they're losing by 4 points. Are you kidding me, dude? Oh, the trainer has to get these points in.
No! No way! No way! This is unbelievable.
There is no justice in this world, my friend. TI Gang with the best setup they could have possibly asked for, and they still catching that fat Elski. Wow.
What I mean, what a Mimikyu just scoring these. They had no idea. They had no idea. It was pennies. the difference between these two squads. 787, 767. Even with a score comp that was done very well, still taken down by Extinction.
There's our egregious stat. Remember that average damage is over 3 games of Pokemon Unite, and that's why that seems so good. Really, TI Gang, like you said, put together the best score comp approach they could have, and I'll be honest, I can't really punch holes into how they attacked this. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, they scored a lot of points. You know, they did what score comp is. They scored. Their composition was scoring, and then they did that thing, and it still wasn't enough.
Here's my question. Extinction knocked out 3 players of TI Gang on their home goal zone to fill up more pockets.
Yeah.
Is that the difference? Did like I was saying right before that happened, I think TI Gang could just go back to base and hang out, and there's not enough points on the map for Extinction to catch up.
I think you may have been right. You know, it's one of those tricky decisions that TI Gang needs to figure out, because by continuing to pressure their goal, they do put themselves higher and higher, and every time a member of Extinction walks towards their side, they try to just walk back the other way. But it looks like they were too slow as they moved on to this goal zone, because they let Extinction base in time. Basically, as soon as Extinction is scoring on their home goal zone, they need to be putting the pressure on that goal, and they waited too long on the re-engage. I think they would have been better had they just even defended there.
Well, Yeet Fan, Fang Fan, Booty Fang, whatever his Fang name is, whatever fan he is of, 53,000 damage. So that average stat is going down.
Yeah. Get the new stats.
Come on, stats team. New statistics. Remember, average of damage over the number of games. It's a critical component of that statistic. Talk me through the rest of this chart here, Butta.
Well, I mean, if you take a look at TI Gang, very few knockouts, of course, because they're not fighting much. But because they're not fighting much, obviously Extinction doesn't get to get a lot of their knockouts either. Huge scoring game from both of these teams. Damage-wise, Talonflame looking like, they are griefing their team with 9,000 damage. But Dodrio right there with them with 10,000. And of course, Sableye says, hey, I'm here too with 8,000 damage. Of course, damage, not their intention, and you can see that in the numbers.
Yep. A Talonflame with 9,000 damage. Meanwhile, you have Borer Reach on the Duck, 22k, out damaging LGC Trainer with 15k on a Mimikyu. And this is what happens when score comp is alive and well.
The crazy thing about score comp is, again, when it works, like we saw this at Worlds, right? We saw a kind of legendary match because it was such a wild move. We were heading towards the World Championships, and it was Luminosity squaring off against Nouns, 2 of the top teams in the world looking to battle it out. And Luminosity decides in their final game of the series to pull out score comp. They pull score comp against Nouns. They craft their strategy. They even actually, differently than TI Gang, they actually flip the middle objective, and they end up beating Nouns. When you do it like that, you look like a genius. When you play like this, well, you look like the team that's 0-5. It's tough.
Well, you listen. You know what? I don't have anything to say. Let's just get past this screen and literally talk about anything else.
You want to talk about LATAM some more?
Golly. Well, that's the thing. I mean, you're setting it up like it's viable, but the thing is it's a trick in the bag of tricks. It's not. You can't be a one-trick pony on score comp. You just can't. It's just not where we're at right now, dude.
Look, I totally understand. I do think there's a reality where a super great score comp team could make it happen, but it's not happening for TI Gang. I'm wondering, I call me a Backstreet Boy, but tell me why. Tell me why we are playing this strategy here when TI Gang is a legitimately pretty good team. I mean, I'm surprised.
Yeah, tell me why, TI Gang, because it ain't nothing but heartache right now, brother. Yeah,
it ain't nothing but a mistake.
Good
I
shout.
never want to hear you say, let's play score comp.
Let's play Unite that way.
Yeah.
Holy smokes, brother. Okay. I don't know how to punch holes into what we're looking at here, because I think it's just its own Mariana's Trench of a gap of what we're watching. That's about the best you could have drawn it up as score comp, and still taking a loss. It has to be enough to take you off that strategy, at least for a game. Like, treat the next game as some mouthwash just to get the taste of that out of there, so you can come back with some fresh breath at the very least. Holy brother.
You know, we've seen them play other strategies. It hasn't only been score comp when we've watched TI Gang. So it's possible that they, play a regular game against them this time. It's also, it might be one of these things where they are setting up an expectation that at any moment, any team that faces them is going to have to deal with the absolute chaos that is score comp. I mean, it could be a long con, but right now it's not working.
I mean, part of the recipe to success for score comp was the fact that Rayquaza existed, and you had big secure tools to just try and cheese Rayquaza, with one player. And that was kind of like your backup plan to help facilitate, the first 9 minutes. But with Groudon and Kyogre, that's just not the texture of these late games anymore. Anyways, TI Gang going to be picking second here, and they're already just whatever. Sableye, Dodrio, we'll give you real characters and see if you can win with those.
Oh, wow. I mean, Extinction says they don't want to deal with this again, which I do think is very fair. A couple of the Megas being banned out for TI Gang. Final ban. I wonder if they're looking at the Psyduck. I think that thing is just crazy right now. But no, instead they decide to ban the Umbreon.
I'd take Duck, and then I'd grab Talonflame, because that trainer has a crazy Talonflame anyways. So you're not even giving up. Like, you're taking that off of the table for TI Gang, and they have to recognize that it's about to go away.
I mean, you gotta say something is pretty funny about the enemy team having to ban out score comp against you. There is something. It feels like a small victory. It doesn't count as an actual victory, but it feels like you did something.
It's like the participation trophy that isn't a real trophy. It just says like, they were on back order, we couldn't get them in time. But like, if we had one, we would have given it to you.
I like the idea that it's not even we will get it when they come back. It's just like, we don't have it and it's not coming. Okay. All right,
enough of that.
Fang Fan on the Inteleon.
I'm so mad at that.
Look, there's a lot that's happening in this game.
This is my nightmare. And Darkrai on cue is selected to just drive the point home. These gamer tag changes every 10 days, egregious. Fully committing to score comp and not getting it done, egregious. On one normal game of Unite, let's get into it.
All right, one normal game. You heard Dupe Snacks. Let's see what they bring out here. TI Gang with their final pick. We've seen Crustle from Clash. Yeah, we've got the Fluffy Tail Crustle. See if they end up locking this in. The Rip potential on the side of TI Gang is pretty strong if they have this. They have Zacian, and then they have the Stealth Rock. Funny thing, Stealth Rock actually was nerfed because there were quite a few players, I believe in Japan, who were just running Stealth Rock and ripping every objective that spawned. And they said, all right, this doesn't even have a positive win rate, and we have to nerf this nonsense.
And Clash says, give me more of that. Fill my cup to the top. All right, well, listen, they have Rip, they have Secure and like the big Zacian Unite, right? I don't know which direction Rerob is going to go. I'm at this point, whatever, Scizor, I guess. Like, why not? Who cares? Everything at the wall. Doesn't matter.
Scyther does give him some nice secure, but we'll see what they decide to use here in this match. They also have, the Energy Amp, which does feel like mostly a Scyther item for me. But yeah, there is a question as to what we are going to see in this match. And Vaporeon wasn't banned out, right? It just wasn't chosen by either squad.
That's correct. Yeah. It was
right.
the Megas. It was all the Megas on one side. Dodrio, Sableye. Maybe it was Victoria. Maybe that's the one slot I can't think of.
Can I say, I feel like TI Gang, they feel like the team that should be playing horse. I'm surprised they're not using a little Galarian Rapidash with some of this. That feels like right up their
alley. Yeah, whatever alley that is and whatever it leads to. It's
a dark, scary alley. I mean, surprises, twists and turns. You know, we'll see as we head to game number 2 here. Extinction, your purple team. TI Gang, your orange team. TI Gang looking for their first win here in this league, and they're doing it in some confusing ways. But no, we've got an invade from the Crustle, and Boris says, yeah, I assumed I'd see you here. I mean, we knew you were doing something.
Yeah, Clash has invaded every single game. I'd like to see the Clash invade stats probably floating around 100% on those attempts there, without a doubt. As AWO, AWO, what are we going with there? AWO? AWO.
Hey, whoa.
Hey, whoa. Hey, whoa.
Hey, whoa.
All right, it's AWO now. All right, we're going in. Already able to hit the Drizzile is Yeet Fan. I can't call him anything else but that at this point. So a good start, quick leveling up for the side of Extinction. Nice confusion by the Psyduck there, enough to keep the pressure off.
Yeah, and here we go. They're actually running. Okay, they're making a play where they're moving back. They see Trainer coming up through. They hit him with the dual wing beat, so they get that information. A lot of this looks like it's going over to the side of Extinction still as they're moving forward, taking down the Dwebble, pushing towards this goal zone bottom path here. TI Gang trying to fight over some of this experience, and it looks like it went back and forth.
Yeah, back and forth a little bit. Now it's Extinction with the score lead. We believe we saw Rex on the Surf Psyduck. And Darkrai, again, going to be going into that Dark Pulse.
Here we have the Zacian in the top path. A tough one to contest with because it just rips things apart so quickly. Power-up punch coming in. We're going to see if they want to move forward with this. They don't. And, of course, here's Crustle looking for some of this experience, getting caught by a Shadow Sneak. I mean, Trainer's already level 7, so sorry, buddy, but you're just giving up some free KOs right now.
Yep, and I mean, if there's any Pokemon that has the shred that you would want to take on a Crustle, it's definitely Mimikyu here. Tons of damage in. On top of that, Darkrai as well. Bunny and Ryrob are trying to hold down this pad for the team. Ryrob on the mission here, and good vision by Rex just to get an idea of where they're at.
Yeah, nice stuff there from Extinction. I do feel like TI Gang playing a much more standard, if you will, look at this match here, but they still have the Fluffy Tail Crustle. They're looking for the rip, and they get it. They get it in time. Does Mimikyu decide to move in? No.
I'm getting a note. Pronounced as A and Wa. A-Wa. Sure. A-Wa is, well, A-Wa is gone. AWO, you are gone, AWA. Holy smokes, Extinction putting the screws to him right now early, and they're looking for a quick battle math here. 30, 15 plus 8, 23. Bang, we did it. 23 over there in the T1 zone.
23, I'm thinking. As we have Crustle moving up here with the Stealth Rock, they're going to try to contest this Regieleki in the bottom path. We could have a little bit of a fight, but there's the Regieleki. Stealth Rock missing the target here. This may start to reset, but they're keeping it close to Trainer. Shadow Sneak, and now looking for it with Power Punch. They get it. Crustle had left at that point.
I am infuriated as to what's going on here in our Discord chat. I have zero idea how Doosan got that out of your message. Pronounced as letter A and W-A-W. I guess there's no dash. But bad punctuation is the crux of everything here. Because if it was properly annotated, that's not a mistake I would have made. So criminal behavior out of our stats team, and shame on Zoinks for throwing me under the bus.
Yeah, you know, this is something that happens when Zoinks isn't on broadcast. Like, Zoinks seems like a nice guy. Off broadcast, you should see it. He's like, how did Doob Snacks do that? You know, I don't have a single other example, but that's just enough.
I mean, that's enough for me today, definitely. Can't catch too many of those after I learned about Mickey Mouse just being a sentient little monster inside of a mech suit or something that you were explaining to me this morning. Extinction, tons of points in. They're up by 86 here. The level lead is actually pretty darn close considering what we've seen so far. We just want to get Bunny, the Snorlax, up into the mix. They just hit level 8 as I'm talking.
All right, scoring in the top half here. Just almost an even break there. 1 over as we have Clash looking to take all of this experience from the side of Extinction. Trainer running through the central area of TI Gang. Shadow Sneak looking for the KO right here on Rerob. Not able to make it happen yet. Do they continue the push? No, they are peeling back.
Good block from Bunny there to just keep their players standing at this point. As Clash, I wish I could see their heat map. They pretty much live on the side of the map that belongs to Extinction, doing anything they can to find value here. As we've got a little bit of a scrap formulating up top. Trainer immediately susses AW out. And for those of you watching at home, you can see that AW has another character after it, which is where the confusion sets in for me off rip. Darkrai is there, Power Nap right into the middle. The pressure is on. Bliss Assistance sitting on top of the Mimikyu trainer who's pulled into that nightmare. We'll see how this is resolved. Bang, knockout, successful. That's where you want to be if you're TI Gang right now.
Zacian thinking about moving in there, but of course, Yeet Fan with the liquidation, bubbling them out of this fight. Crustle not going to be able to sneak their way in on the Groudon map. There's no tall grass there, but they could still try to run in. It would be hard to out-secure a power-up punch, and they decide they're not going to go for it. Stealth Rock looking to get some of the experience that they are fighting over here. Rerob in trouble as Mimikyu moves forward. The Shadow Sneak looking for its mark, not even needing it right now, and they could look for Darkrai, but instead going to rip apart Registeel as this Regieleki is walking towards the tier 2 of TI Gang.
Yeah, Regieleki giving a lot of good information, which allows Rex to chase the Darkrai and just ensure the trainer can easily secure that. Up top, TI Gang is ripping the Regieleki off the map. Again, score saying pretty darn close because of the work Clash has done on the side of Extinction, because they've just kind of lived in their central area.
All right, Extinction now up on the scoreboard, 196, 156. Looks like they're doing well experience-wise also, but TI Gang right there with XP, right there with levels, and they're definitely not playing the same strategy that they were before. I think they're going to be looking for a fight here. I wonder if they're going to be able to find value with Clash in the fight, or if they are just going to peel the Crustle off to do something else on the map.
I'm taking a look at the levels here. Let's ingest those. Everything's pretty darn close. So, TI Gang, great job keeping the score close. Great job keeping the experience close. And now we just need to see them convert on a big-time team fight, and I think they can run away here with a Game 2 win and put themselves one step closer to a match win.
Yeah, I mean, this looks pretty good for TI Gang. It looks good for Extinction as well. However, you know, every fight's been kind of a small skirmish. It doesn't feel like either squad has gotten into a full 5v5. Crustle now looking for their moment here. We do have Inteleon pretty close. They could jump down and try to stop them. The liquidation here. Do they check the tall grass? They don't. I mean, this is not Pokemon Unite. This is Metal Gear Solid right now. We're waiting to see if the guard can walk away for just a second
Crustle,
so that we can score.
The cardboard box.
Crustle, literally the cardboard box. Oh, huge catch on the Scyther. 10 seconds, and they decide this is the fight right now. Crustle is going to score. Snorlax in a ton of trouble.
Dark Pulse is out right into the Power Nap. Tons of damage from Trainer LGC on the Snorlax here as the Crustle is going for a flank. Inteleon goes James Pond mode. They're incognito, and they are peppering them in. They're rubble rousing the Crustlers in the middle. Groudon at about half. Pyro working their way through as the Darkrai going to look for a clutch Dark Pulse here. Going to try and get in the middle. Bliss Assistance is there as well. And Extinction takes it. 3 players down immediately. Secured by Trainer, LGC. 2 KOs for Yeet Fan. And the Dark Pulsing Darkrai tries to make some magic happen. Pops up in the middle of 3 and finds themselves in their own nightmare here as TI Gang is on the verge of going 0-6.
Yeah, it feels like we just hit the game over screen for Clash right there. Clash.
Snake.
Clash.
Snake.
Clash. Not able to make it happen here in game 2. They went for the full-on flip. Extinction securing the Groudon, and now they are moving forward to attempt to score. They are ahead now, 346, 196. The question is, do they even need to do more? Do they want to do more? They're already winning, and it's going to be tough for TI Gang to come back.
Yeah, I mean, Extinction could, you know, give it to them here by just everybody getting knocked out and allowing the counter scores to happen. So theoretically, it's down but not out, but they are down in an earlier round. And another squad finding themselves 6 feet deep here in league play in week 2.
Yeah, it's tough for TI Gang. They are going to be able to get a KO right here. Maybe it's not over 30 seconds left. Could they get another? If Trainer scores here, that would be massive. But no, they are going to peel back. Re-Rob in some trouble. Trainer looking for their moment. If they can get the points in, this will be huge. Clash looking to score in the top path. Is it over? I'm not sure. 408, 596. Do they have more AOS energy? It doesn't look like it, Doob Snacks.
No, they did a good job of closing the gap, but unfortunately, when you're dealing with the gap of the Marianas Trench, you need a bit more in your pockets. Plus 100 might not put them too far off. Actually, that would expand the lead. I thought it was closer in my mind, but another plus 100. They won by like 200 points here, did Extinction in game 2.
Yeah, that ending there, they're up, way up at this point. 7-18, 4-28. Extinction, running into clearly the wildest team in North America.
Without a doubt.
TI Gang. I mean, they have some strategies. They haven't won a single game. They haven't won a single match.
I mean, TI Gang is quite literally like, why can't I stop? I cut the brake line, wild card, and like diving out of the back of the van. Like TI Gang, no holds bars, are without a doubt the wildest crew we've got here in NA.
Yeah, okay, so genuinely, we've been talking about having player interviews on the broadcast and we're sorting that out because obviously going through this league format, we want to highlight these players and we want to talk about their journey through it, and we want people to know them as that household names that they are here in this league. We want people to get familiar with these players because that's who we're rooting for. I really want to talk to TI Gang. I want to know, first off, what's up? Second, are you being for real? Is this for real? Like for real? And then when they say yes, of course, I'll say no, but seriously, are you actually doing this? What is going on here? I need answers at this point.
Question 1, what is this?
Yes.
Question 2, why? Question 3, how did you come to that conclusion? The 3 of the 5 whys need to be answered here by TI Gang. So let's get these interviews lined up so we can start solving this mystery here, because the Hardy Boys, aka Snacks and Spraggles, are having a difficulty solving it.
Yeah, I truly, part of me says they genuinely are going, look, we are going to bring different strategies and we are going to try to win our way, and we are going to become the best team doing this. And there is another part of me that genuinely thinks this is like, is Nathan Fielder on their team? Like, the strategy, lose every single game in the regional league, forcing them to change the rules. Like, what is this?
I'll tell you what, I would be willing to bet if you arbitrarily threw TI Gang into one of these other regions that aren't just constantly exposed to what they're doing, they probably cheese off a couple match wins.
Oh,
unfortunately, they have to keep scrapping in NA, and they are a completely solved quantity now, especially after the last chance qualifier. So, like, their bag of tricks feels empty, and like tricks aren't tricks if it's just what you're doing every single time.
Well, I mean, shout out to Extinction. They had a tough start, but they're evening up their record, which I think is very cool. I'm excited for them. It's a squad that I was, surprised to see start off in such a rough manner, but taking a nice win here against TI Gang. I think they won earlier off broadcast as well to Lunex, right? Yeah, Lunex. We just saw that before coming in. So, I'm here for Extinction, and part of me is here for TI Gang, but I'm telling you, Doob Snacks, I gotta know it's real. I gotta know it's real.
We have questions, without a doubt. You mentioned it. It is nice to see Extinction back with an even record here. They are a team that has been a cornerstone of the NA Unite scene for years. So them, finding their footing and climbing their way back to an even record, and then looking to build on that after, back-to-back wins here on day 2 of week 2. Is what I hope out of them, and they keep this train rolling. We need more competitiveness at the top of NA. We want it to feel more like LATAM, because we want these teams to pick up wins and really have it turn into a dogfight to stay in this league. You and I are taking a break. we're going to be doing a lot of soul searching, a lot of mental just resets, and we are going to solve the TI gang mystery once we come back.
We're right back.
Actually,
Well, here we are back again for our second match of the NA region. For those of you folks just joining in, I'm Kello. This is Zoinks. Well, this one is going to be an interesting match coming on up. Isn't that right, Zoinks?
Yeah, I mean, there's no way to put this nicely. In terms of power rankings, especially vibes-based, we're probably looking at potentially the number 1 or 2 versus the number 7 or 8 in terms of Aftermath. However, we have seen signs of improvement. I know Wonder Chef has been bringing us some of that off-stream footage from Aftermath, looking a little bit better, have made some personnel swaps today. I believe their sub and Coolager is playing in today's tournament. But at the other side of that coin is I think Evil Geniuses has also been leveling up throughout this league. They have been looking fantastic. I know right now it's a race between them and Dignitas. Who can hold on to that number 1 spot. I think right now with them having the identical records in terms of match score, it's going to come down to map differential to really iron out at the end of week 2 who's going to be sitting at the top of, let's call it, the lesser important rankings in terms of regional rank. Vibes-based rankings, I'm going to make a decision later tonight.
Well, I guess, yeah, that's the thing. At the moment, Evil Geniuses, they are at the top of that leaderboard, right? They're in the penthouse. They are pretty much living comfortably. But we have Kyrios, Vin, Roland, Chris Smith, and Ducky for those folks that aren't familiar with them. But yeah, they are currently undefeated, just like Root Dig there. So Aftermath Esports, on the other hand, well, it's the opposite end of the stick. They are currently at that 0-5. So obviously, Evil Geniuses, they're going to be a really tough opponent to come into. But yeah, I guess let us know about Aftermath Esports a bit more here, Zoinks.
Sure, yeah, their roster is going to be made up of Theory, Kuldra, Meadow, Laconing, and Eggnoob, and they do have the potential to steal maps off of top teams, and I think it's only going to be a matter of time until this team can steal an entire match off of one of these squads. Now, is it going to be this one? I don't know. This is one of the less likely opportunities, but it's an opportunity nonetheless. We've seen some success from this team when they rely on strategies that really involve big team-wide focus. Unite moves. We could see something like that out of the draft from Aftermath Esports, but I'm interested to see how Evil Geniuses approaches something like this. They've also made some roster adaptations, not for this day of tournament specifically, but leading into the regional league and adding Vin to the central area. We didn't get a chance to air an interview we recorded in yesterday's matches, but I did get a chance to talk to Chris Smith right before their matchup against TI Gang yesterday. I got to talk to Chris Smith about what's working with their team, and one of the things they said was just having a great addition in Vin. This adds a whole new element to their game, especially in that central area, having just such an epic carry player to work with, and they really found just a new stride, and it's been showing in results.
Yeah, I guess it's a thing. Aftermath Esports, I feel like they are the team that have the most to prove, or one of the teams that have the most to prove when it comes to the NA region. And, you know, in the end, it's a tough opponent to go into, but I think it's just going to be able to, whether they can keep up with Evil Genius's momentum here, whether they're going to be able to keep up with their strats, their plays up until the end. I mean, we always know, you know, things can always change at that 2-minute mark once that final boss Pokemon does arrive, but I feel like it's really going to come down to how well Aftermath Esports end up playing that first 8 minutes.
Completely agree. And another big element, Kello, to kind of consider this in more of the grand scope storyline situation is, of course, for regional league rankings, things like that, this is going to matter a lot. However, the next big tournament that a lot of these teams have their eyes on is going to be EUIC, a big international event that will award our very first world spot this year, which is always so exciting. And both of these teams are signed up to compete at EUIC. So getting reps against top teams within their region is going to be huge. So just being involved in this regional league, very, very beneficial for both of these two squads. We can try to see if either of these teams can make a big push at the EUIC event in London in just a few weeks. That's really coming up. I gotta make some plans. Anyway, here's the Pokemon by ban rate, Kello.
Yeah, we can already see at the top there, Mega Lucario with the 97 bans, currently 63%. Otherwise, following it up is another Mega, being that of Mega Gyarados at 57% and 88 total bans.
Yeah, I'm going to be very careful about how I read these percents going forward, but right now in third place, we got the Vaporeon at 53% of 53% of games being banned in our matches. I think Mega Lucario and Mega Gyarados seem like a lock to me in this next matchup. Maybe even something like a Blastoise. That can be a really tough Pokemon to deal with. The only thing is, I know Chris Smith doesn't play very much of this Pokemon, does prefer some of the more traditional kind of end of the game with a big epic secure style Pokemon, things like Lucario, things like Zacian specifically. Another thing he got to shout out in that little interview we had was, I asked a bit of a cheeky question, I'll admit it. I asked Chris Smith, is there any Pokemon in your Pokemon pool that you think you are close to the best in the world on said Pokemon? And he did say that if he's close on any, it would be Zacian. So I expect to see that Pokemon, but potentially could even see that Pokemon be a consideration for a ban from Aftermath. So let's get into it. Hello, Evil Geniuses are going to be in that first pick position on the purple side of the map. Aftermath Esports are going to be able to pick 2 Pokemon immediately to start their side of the draft.
Interestingly enough, Evil Geniuses have decided to ban out this Mewtwo White. It does have that 29% win rate, but I guess it's just a tie back to those week 1 matches where Aftermath Esports did manage to take down their one and only game against I
believe it was Extinction.
It was Extinction, wasn't it? Mm-hmm. With that incredible Mewtwo steal with the Unite move. So take that off the table, but yeah, you called it. We have that Mega Lucario being locked on in by Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, I think I called this like double pick of the Vaporeon Blastoise the terrifying waterfront before, and I really do think that Aftermath are doing a great job of showcasing. You can even throw Psyduck into that same rotation, but so far a great draft for Aftermath Esports. I think locking up 2 extremely powerful picks, but Evil Geniuses are truly getting some of their bread and butter. Vin on Mimikyu, I think that's their ace Pokemon, and Mega Lucario, I gotta hand that one over to Chris Smith as well. Aftermath Esports will be picking up this Darkrai, has been played a lot on this team. So Meadow equipping that Pokemon should come at no surprise to those of you who've been watching some Aftermath. And Eggnum is going to pick up the Eldegoss. Blastoise and Eldegoss and even Vaporeon, but I think the first 2 having incredible team fight Unite moves. So if Aftermath can get in good position and take an early fight, those 2 will have an awesome advantage.
Yeah, I think in terms of their drafts so far, it's actually really looking good, especially when it comes down to that early game. But, ooh, we do get another Alcremie match here as Roland has locked in that Sweet Cream paired up with a Alolan Raichu. This is a Pokemon I always love to see as well. It only has that 6% encounter rate, but we have seen Curios play that previously. So that one, I was going to say, how are they going to end up handling this pick? But there we go, Lacoding. I'd say, do you think this is a Sizzle or a Cypher?
I have to imagine we're looking at the Scyther, especially with just no inclusion of a weakness policy in the item loadout, or maybe even a Rocky Helmet if we want to get wild with it. But I think
we've seen plenty of wild here today.
That is true. So who knows? It's tough to guess all the time. It is the fun gimmick we have of Scyther Scizor, eh? Every single time. Feels like Urshifu is a little more clear-cut when we see these item builds, but every now and then we gotta scratch our heads and look at the Scyther. But I do think Aftermath Esports having kind of this double assassin style build in Darkrai and Scyther, they might struggle to just get normal damage on the table, Kello. I think that's going to be the biggest concern. It's going to be tough to kind of move through, especially when Roland is playing Alcremie. I think in the past, we've seen Roland play a lot more of aggressive base supports. Things like Ho-Oh has been a staple for Roland on this EG team, where they just permanently invade on the other side of the map and kind of provide this supportive defender play style. Now, they're switching it up and just going to be giving out a lot of healing. We could see Decorate Gleam with this build technically. I think it could be a potential with the composition they're building, especially with the Alolan Raichu, but we'll see. Either way, I think it's going to be very tough for Aftermath to get damage that will stick onto this EG squad. I think that might be the biggest challenge.
Well, you know what they say, there's no I in team, so they definitely have to lock in and work together in order to get these picks on Evil Geniuses. But we do have our eyes on a little Gossifleur here who is making its way across the map, but I can see on the mini-map, they're also being joined by the Eevee as well.
Yeah, a double invade. I mean, a pretty bold move, and they will not get that ball toy as Vin is able to clean up both of the blue buff and their easy side ball toy. They're going to swing over over and try to contend. This time, Eggnoob is about half HP, a little tricky, and will miss that secure as well. Vin doing this solo, no backup from EG on either side of the map so far, but right now, Aftermath struggling to find any early picks on those wild Pokemon.
And I think even with a double invade there, the fact that they weren't really able to find much value in any of that, and neither of them are running experience share as well. So that is really going to slow them down in their tracks unless they can try and make some momentum, having the numbers advantage in the top path, unless Umbreon and Mimikyu come to join the party.
Yeah, this is real scary. Ducky on a huge flank. Big foul play. Going to pull multiple targets. Is so low on HP, but is able to escape. Also, Roland is playing the healing base build of this Alcremie, so going to be handing out those dollops every which way, and Chris Smith very happy to receive.
Well, it is a party after all, so you do need some party food here today. And I'd say, you know, those Alcremie dollops are quite tasty. You know, not only do you feed your allies, but you get to feed yourself too.
Oh, what a blast. I mean, yeah, Roland having fun with it so far. Big offensive push on the bottom side as Kyrios picks up a big knockout. That Alolan Raichu's boosted auto attacks, especially with his stored power, so deadly and so hard to get away from. I mean, they bounce off your allies. How terrifying is that, Kello? Kyrios, well aware of the scary ability that they have to work with.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I guess that's a thing. It's a great way to go into those that are grouping together. So really just trying to force them to solo out and split on up. But we do have that Regidrago that has spawned in that central area. Ducky making sure to take care of Lakota. That way they couldn't end up getting a steal.
Yeah, great isolation by Ducky. Just playing this this Umbreon extremely well. And even a Vaporeon getting shredded down that quickly. Vin and Kyrios combining for quite a bit of damage. Roland with this EXP share is not too worried about roaming to find a little bit of vision. Is actually going to be able to walk away from that fight scot-free. You can see the alarm bells ringing here on the top side as Coolager calls for backup. As Chris Smith, maybe in a little dangerous spot, does power-up punch in, gets extremely low, but an eject button and a little bit of help from Roland will keep him safe.
Yeah, the alarm bells may have been ringing, but they were not needed, especially with Roland there and those other berries in the backside. Otherwise, we do have Darkrai getting knocked down by Mimikyu. And also, just to mention, they're already at that level 9, so they pretty much get it shredded down with Darkrai only being at level 5. So Aftermath Esports, they really need to try and find some value on this map. Yes,
it's a scary spot to be. If there's any team in the NA Regional League that puts on pressure after having a lead, it's Evil Geniuses. They are an awesome squad at figuring out how to get an early advantage, and then constantly from that point on, they are just going to be running into your central area, looking to take cheeky knockouts anywhere they can, and making sure you have such a hard time climbing back into this game. Sometimes it can be a double-edged sword and you get punished for your aggressiveness, but so far, Evil Geniuses making this look very good.
Yeah, the Regieleki being able to crash on through, leaving this top pad at 2 points. Evil Geniuses are going to back away. Roland looking in to dunk this sneaky one. That way they're able to capitalize. Look, 1 point might end up making the difference in the end. So you got to make sure you overdunk as much as you can. But yeah, currently 187 to 27. So at least Aftermath were able to get some points on the board. The thing is, this Darkrai ends up getting sent back to the Pokemon Center once again.
Yeah, Kyrios expending his eject button for that one. Does not want to allow that Darkrai to escape. Fair enough. But yeah, I think 1 point also, I believe Roland is stacking on this Alcremie, so just getting a couple more stacks and making sure that happens before the Regieleki debuff on that goal zone fades, and it's a little bit trickier. So far, we're almost at the halfway point of this match, and Evil Geniuses having a commanding lead so far. Aftermath Esports are getting a few of their Pokemon online at that level 9 and above threshold, though. So some Unite moves to work with, but so far Evil Geniuses have not had to expend any of theirs. They got a pretty gigantic Unite advantage at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, at least they have some resources on hand come the next fight, which will be in the, I'm guessing, the bottom path, considering we have 15 seconds until that basement Reggie does end up spawning. But the thing is, Evil Geniuses, they are here and they are prepared to try and take this one for themselves, and they have all the resources on hand as well.
Yeah, that's true. Looks like Coolager and Theory are slowly rotating into position, so they got two defenders to kind of front line, get a little bit of vision. see if Lakota can find an angle in, and they're going to fully burn down this Regice. Great Blastoise Unite move is going to isolate Evil Geniuses away, so there is no one in contention, especially with Christmas on the top side, to be able to secure that basement Reggie. So Aftermath, can they finally get on the board with a major win, and that will be a Reg Ice for the squad.
Yeah, providing that HP, but I think most importantly, going to be able to provide them with a little bit more experience to get the levels that they need. We have that Scyther reaching that level 11 mark, a Blastoise now at that level 10 as well. But all the meantime, we ended up having Evil Geniuses secure an objective of their own in the top path, and that Regieleki, that's marching towards tier 2. Look at where Evil Geniuses are positioning right now.
Yeah, I think it's really kind of punishing Aftermath being slow to get to their goal zone. And they're, well, we'd way rather take this fight your enemy central where there's not a goal zone that can heal you, and that Regieleki will land. Vin Diesel finds a way to KO that Blastoise on the Mimikyu. Ducky takes down the Scyther, and that is a tier 2 broken. Here it is, that Evil Genius's signature aggressive play. Darkrai does knock out Christmas, who was level 12, so it's going to be a lot of comeback speed going over to Darkrai. But other than that, a pretty dominant showing from EG.
Yeah, that's pretty devastating for Aftermath Esports, and it really puts their backs up even further against the wall, because that opens up the home base. So some potential dunks to go into that home base if Evil Geniuses want to go for that play. One thing Aftermath Esports do have is at least this bottom tier 1 pad. But even then, with those pads broken in the top path, they will have some more comeback experience to come their way with those wild Pokemon.
Yeah, they've had a tough time getting it so far, but Blastoise at 12, Darkrai almost at that threshold as well. We will likely see a couple of 13s, if not one, on the side of Aftermath Esports. Problem is, Vin Diesel is currently at level 14 on this Mimikyu, so feeling very, very strong at this point in time. Curios right behind at a very powerful level 13 on the Alolan Raichu. This time we got Christmas on the bottom side to join this team fight as a Shadow Claw Dark Void Darkrai starts things off, but Regice already getting poked. Christmas in position to secure with a power-up punch.
Yes, if they do wish to. And I love how Roland's just lurking in the tall grass, making sure to provide any dollops wherever they need. Ducky is going to dive on in, going to try and block out Aftermath Esports. But unfortunately, that attempt failed, as we do have Evil Geniuses locking in this Reg Ice and now making their way to the Groudon pit.
Good comms by Aftermath to not spend any Unite moves, but now positioning is going to be in favor of Evil Geniuses, and they got the Regi buff. So it's going to be a really challenging for Aftermath to try to find a way in. They set it up before with Coolager landing a pretty solid Hydro Typhoon to give them space for an objective. That's kind of been the only win they've been able to find so far in this game number 1. All right, positioning currently being held by EG, but again, this Darkrai doing a good job of spotting out enemy targets utilizing that Dark Void.
Yeah, spotting out enemy targets. It's always a risky play, though, diving on in, especially when you are so spread out from the team. Nonetheless, they do not end up getting caught on out. And, well, Evil Geniuses, they can just play it cool, calm, and collected here because they have quite the lead. It's up to Aftermath Esports to go in for the engage, but no, it's going to be Ducky on the Umbreon.
Yeah, Fury with a big Unite move in the midst of 3 enemy Pokemon, but there's no one there to follow up the damage to the backup. But positioning is a great game. Fury with a nice flip turn as well. Ducky extremely low, steals a little bit of shield to try to get themselves healthy again, and Curios drops down a gigantic star in the midst of the fight. Hydro Typhoon is up, doesn't knock out much. Rolling with a split-second Unite move, but it's a whole lot of healing towards their team, and Lakoding is shut down. Eggnard, the only one to get a KO so far on the side of Aftermath Esports, but it's on to the most important target. That Mimikyu is gone. The level 14 level carry for Evil Geniuses, but Christmas is still up and running. 50 points about to be deposited into that bottom tier 1.
Yeah, 3 members of Aftermath Esports down. We have Blastoise and Eldegoss make an attempt at shredding down the Groudon, but they just do not have enough power. Now that the Eos energy has been emptied out by Evil Geniuses, they're going to go deal with these pair and that big raid boss in the middle. Vaporeon coming on in with the Surf, but they quickly get zoned on out. Oof.
Yeah, nice little stun there for Christmas to set up a perfect close combat and get the KO. They will eventually get knocked out by Meadow on this Darkrai, but time is going to be up, and Evil Geniuses with a very, very clean game number 1 are going to take the advantage in this match against Aftermath Esports.
Yeah, I feel like they weren't really sweaty. They knew that they didn't need to take the Groudon, knowing that they had such a commanding lead. And, you know, in the end, Eldegoss, Blastoise went in with an attempt, but they were quickly dealt with. But yeah, in terms of this match, I'd say it was pretty rough for Aftermath Esports from the get-go. I know they ended up going in and trying to stop Evil Geniuses with the double invade. But I guess just, you know, not being able to get much value in terms of that really slowed them down. Nonetheless, they still managed to catch up in levels close to that. But yeah, in the end, it really just came down to the final 2 minutes where the Groudon would have really been their only hope at making a comeback.
Yeah, it's a difficult position. I do think the lack of overall damage in their composition was a challenge that we kind of foresaw in the draft screen. You could see Theory and Coolager making some nice moves. Right here specifically, you see Theory kind of creating a ton of space, but with only Scyther and the Darkrai kind of poking in damage, it's just simply not enough to really actually get some clutch knockouts at any point in time. And sort of takes all hands on deck just to knock out that Mimikyu. And after that, I mean, the Mega Lucario and Alolan Raichu are plenty of damage on the other side to clean up a team fight.
Yeah, so in the end, while they did end up managing to take down one, they're still going to end up needing to take care of the rest. But we do have our MVP for this match, Chris Smith, who was on that Mega Lucario, picking themselves up 4 KOs. Their damage dealt and their damage taken are so close, being 49k and 48k as well. So, yeah, I guess in terms of this game, like, we're not expecting big or incredible numbers, because I feel like there was a bit of a lack of team fights, or even then, if there were team fights, they ended quite quickly.
Yeah, it was a quieter game, honestly, from both of these teams, I think, that we've seen so far. Aftermath just having to play a more natural, patient game when you're running this double defender and no real, like, backline attacker, so you're going to have to play it slow front to back. And Evil Geniuses felt like they did let off the gas a little bit and prioritized a lot more defense and a lot more clean play around the objective. So, yeah, Evil Geniuses having a different focus in this one that maybe we've seen in matches prior, but it works out for them just the same with a 407 scoreline in the end.
Yeah, in the end, a win is a win there. So Aftermath Esports, back to the drawing board. It's not over for them yet. In the end, it is a best of 3 set. So really just going to have to buckle down, see what they can end up doing to readjust this composition. So you reckon they just need a little bit more oomph over on their side?
Yeah, I'd like something like a Miraidon. I know the Mewtwo Y got banned away, which I think is something, and so did the Miraidon in that case. But I think something like maybe a Liquidation Inteleon or something to add into the mix could be a Pokemon that I would consider picking up for Aftermath Esports. If anybody's comfortable with something like the Decidueye even, tough matchup under the Mimikyu, obviously. But I don't know, just something to apply a little bit of pressure when they're not in the thick of some of these team fights, you know what I mean? So Meadow is not the only one applying poke damage with this Shadow Claw Dark Pulse build.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, you can go and apply these picks there to apply the backline damage. But, I mean, one risky thing they're going to have to deal with is Vin on the Mimikyu, right? Yes. A Shadow Sneak into the backline. I mean, we pretty much saw them make quick work of the Darkrai, even if they went under. So, yeah, I think it's really hard trying to think of, well, it's not really the perfect composition. Like, in the end, that's only one piece of the puzzle. It's really just going to have to be the plays that they end up making in game, whether they need to fight together more to try and get an advantage in one of these lanes earlier on, rather than keeping this divided effort. I think if they're able to go and do that and just try and find some value somewhere, in the end, it probably wouldn't really matter what Pokemon they end up picking.
Yeah, that's a great point, Kello. Okay, so it starts a little bit more for the overall macro decisions rather than the Pokemon selections, and I can totally see that. I think it's a great point. Aftermath could relent a little bit on this invade, especially if it, you know, you try to game number 1 and it's not as successful as you want it to. Like, I think Vin was able to fully clear the central, albeit maybe a little bit slower than normal, but was able to still take every single piece of their own wild Pokemon. Maybe it's time just to shore up the early game in these paths. Lakota should still be able to hit level 5, especially if they're playing something like the Scyther, who's who's got such a good clear time on their own. It's not like you need to buy a ton of space for that Pokemon when they already have such a, brilliantly quick clear.
And I think it's also tricky. I know they ended up sending in the double invade, but that's going into a Mimikyu. And I'd say Mimikyu has a pretty decent early game. So I think really it's... Yes, invading is one strategy, but you also have to look out, well, is this actually going to be effective in terms of who they're going up against? Sure. Say if it's a Kubfu or maybe even an Eevee, maybe they might have had more success, but going into a Mimikyu, I feel like they're probably better off just focusing and trying to win their lanes.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I think another Pokemon maybe you could throw into the mix, I know I brought up Draft before, but potentially something like a Slowbro, right? It is a solid play into a team, especially like Evil Geniuses that put so much focus onto a player like Vin or even Chris Smith. Curios might be tougher to lock down, especially on a Pokemon like Alolan Raichu, who's just so scary and always devastating from the back. But here we go. In the draft of the second game, Kello, and Evil Geniuses are going to run back the exact same bans, but Aftermath are going to add the Mega Lucario to the mix.
Yeah, adding the Mega Lucario, but also locking in this Psyduck. So Hooper is free for the pickings if Evil Geniuses decide to go and get that. But I guess with Blastoise not being banned, oh no, I was going to say Blastoise not being banned, but they're going to lock in the Mega Gyarados instead.
Okay, I mean, it's such a powerful Pokemon. It is an opportunity to get the Vaporeon Blastoise combo, which is just really, in terms of overall power value, is never a bad thing. And there it is. Coolidge gonna lock in the Blastoise. Theory gonna lock in the Vaporeon. Now, this doesn't give you something like Slowbro probably in this draft to kind of shut down a Mega Gyarados after it has a epic Unite move to Mega Evolve or something, but you still could have other options. Darkrai specifically can always bring that Gyarados into that Nightmare realm. Usually the Gyarados just goes underwater, but you get the math there.
Oh, well, that's only ever so often with that Unite move. So at least they're not going to have to be able to deal with that every, say, 7 seconds or so like a Darkrai. But looks like they're taking a page out of your book, Zoinks. You did end up saying an Inteleon would be good. And, well, I don't know whether they're listening or whether they have just felt the vibes that you are emanating right there to go and lock that in for themselves. The link is strong.
Great. No, I like it a lot. I mean, my vibes are Misty's vibes. I have a lot of water types for Aftermath Esports and going into this next game. Almost a mono-type squad so far, but Eldegoss going to be throwing a wrench into the mix. Let's see what Lacoding wants to pick for their final option. I don't think there was too much of a problem with the Scyther. I know they were struggling to get KOs, but they were also struggling to get ahead early, kind of on any point of the map. They do have the opportunity to get the Mega Mewtwo X, which would be interesting, but it will be a return to the Scyther. Going to be most likely Curios this time with no Alolan Raichu, but will be playing the Mew. So more of that supportive, but does have some great burst damage still.
I feel like it's the end of the Mega Mewtwo X era after the previous weeks that we ended up having, especially receiving those massive nerfs to the stats. So, you know what? I'd say Scyther was probably going to be the better pick there. It's just a whether they can get online ASAP. And even then, getting this Inteleon online is really going to be important for them.
Yeah, for sure. It is a Pokemon with a pretty solid early game, and I think Meadow's attacker play so far has been pretty solid. One of the only players to actually get a couple of knockouts in that last match for the side of Aftermath Esports, so I think we can reliably trust at least the early game phases of this Inteleon. I'm curious what moveset they do want to go with. I was saying add something like the Liquidation to really just give you some passive damage from the backline, but if they're a good Snipe Shot player, I mean, it feels good to delete a Pokemon with the Snipe Shot. I've never personally felt that experience, but I have heard that it's a pretty thrilling enjoyment and a great part of Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, I think there's potentially evidence of that out there.
I have a framed photo of it in my living room. That is correct.
Yes. Yeah, that one is, if you know, you know.
Right. Yeah, that's Pokemon Unite, baby. If you know, you know. All right, let's get into game number 2. Evil Geniuses with that 1-0 advantage. Chris Smith will be playing the Mega Gyarados this time. If you thought that Mega Lucario was scary, get ready for how much this big fish can take over the game.
Look, I think if there is one thing to try and shut down Evil Geniuses, if Aftermath Esports can shut down this Magikarp from getting it to evolve, that would actually be pretty beneficial for them. because, well, yeah, it's going to be really difficult to deal with that big fish.
Yeah, it is true. We talk a lot about how you could have a punishable early game at this point, but I don't know, with Hoopa backing it up, it is still a very formidable threat in this early game, and Magikarp provides that double-edged sword where it does feel like a helpless Pokemon. You can get a knockout, but if you get knocked out in turn, all of a sudden you have a very early Gyarados in your face, and it's like, well, great. We gambled and lost, so not something that Aftermath is going to be looking to do. Vin Diesel will be looking to make the opposite happen as they have a very quick rush all the way to the top side. Coding jumps into that tall grass, doesn't see anything they like, immediately gonna retreat back to their side, but Vin is too busy Shadow Clawing, and Ducky with the backup.
Yeah, they were clawing them down, being able to pick up a 3 KO streak and allowing them to go and empty out their Eos energy. So that is going to end up providing a few stacks for Chris Smith here on that Mega Gyarados. And I guess Evil Geniuses having such a great start, they're going to go and invade and start our Aftermath Esports from the get-go.
Yeah, that's the EG I've grown to know and love at this point in time. Any kind of early advantage immediately heading into that enemy central area. Ducky and Vin leading the way on that one. So far, it has been tough for Meadow to be able to get this evolution to level 5. He's currently still stuck on that Sobble, so obviously Curios doing a great job of shutting down any of these wild Pokemon. Securus on the bottom side. Such a consistent player. Wonder Chef apparently their biggest fan, so they get it.
Yeah, I heard that too. So, look, we are at 74 points to 8 points currently. We at least have that Drizzile online, but I am looking at the big elephant in the room right now. Being that Mimikyu, it's already at that level 8. So close to getting this Unite move, and as I say it, it ticks on over as well. So that is going to be really tricky to deal with. 20 seconds left to go until these objectives do end up spawning in. But Aftermath Esports, I was going to say they're going to collaborate down the bottom with those 4 members, meaning they are leaving this War Turtle to fend for themselves, unable to protect this Tier 1 goal.
Yeah, it's a pretty huge score on the top side, and that will be leading into a Reggie secure immediately after. There's a few Pokemon here to focus around this basement Reggie. It will be Regieleki on the top side. Tough turn of events for Aftermath Esports to deal with. Regirock going to be the focus right now, though, as Lakota putting in a ton of damage with the Scyther. Ducky, the only contest, won't even attempt the foul play in. Instead, not going to risk that 1-1v3. Just buy time, buy vision, buy knowledge, and allow your team to score a ton of points in that Tier 1 top.
Yeah, 24 points is this Tier 2 pad being left on, considering that Regieleki crashed on through. None of Aftermath Esports were there to go and defend. Instead, we do have Theory, who is running the double stacking items. Special attack specs, Eos Cookie, so at least they're able to get a few of those off. But the thing is, it's 205 to 20 points currently. Are these stacks going to end up being enough?
Yeah, it's a scary point of the game to be right now. Evil Geniuses with a lead and a bit of momentum. So yeah, are they enough? I don't know, but Aftermath needs something, to start getting back on this board. Stuck at only 20 points at the moment and fighting for their own central area Pokemon. Meadow on the outside looking in at the Unite move at 8.5. They are going with that liquidation, so we do have a little bit of passive damage to put down on the battlefield. But Ducky wants to make nothing passive and takes the aggressive route with this Umbreon.
Yeah, just putting the aggression from the get-go, especially up in this top path as we have Roland and Chris Smith lurking towards the red buff. I don't actually think they successfully got it. I don't know who ended up securing it after all of that. Potentially be that, oh no, it was a Scyther. So at least they were able to go and secure that for themselves.
Yeah, look, I mean, all things considered, Lakota not doing too bad in levels, right? Is that level 10 is in parity and even above where the Gyarados is. The Pokemon they're supposed to be racing against, though, is Vin on this Mimikyu, who is doing pretty great so far. At level 12 on this Pokemon, and they got Roland in the back pocket at any given moment for all kinds of support, even a Citrus Berry, but they're going to take it themselves.
We have the Regieleki spawning. It's really going to leave Aftermath Esports in a dangerous position, and Blastoise is aware of this as they surf on in and manage to get the steal. So that is going to provide Aftermath Esports with a little bit of wriggle room. Blastoise ends up surfing in, doesn't end up getting that Gyarados, as we do have some backup from the rest of the team. Otherwise, we do have members coming in from the back line, and now two members of Aftermath Esports have been wiped out.
Yeah, they got a couple of KOs back the other way. Again, that priority onto the Mimikyu is working out for them. They were able to take down Vin, but eventually it loses a couple. I think Ducky putting on a phenomenal Umbreon performance in that last team fight. Sees the Blastoise Unite move, gets knocked up, but has the wherewithal to steal so many of those shields immediately after with the Umbreon Unite. So very impressive. They're able to push that advantage quite a ways. Christmas goes pretty deep in that last one with the Mega Gyarados, maybe thinking that they had a bit more runway, but Aftermath will take that knockout as well, and little by little, Aftermath picking up some KOs, but so far they have not been able to translate any of those into points scored.
Look, when you're a big scary fish or big scary dragon, you know, you just got to go in and hope for the best. And, you know, in the end, it's just trying to pick up these KOs. It still freed up some space for Evil Geniuses to go and deal with that Regieleki. But down in that bot side, Evil Geniuses wins another team fight and is able to go and clear up more space on this map by deleting that tier 1 pad.
Picture perfect overdunk as well. I mean, 43 points in to leave it at 1 and then a 40-point after. That's impressive stuff. Big fan.
Yeah, look at this, Roland. I feel like just being able to provide the eyes for the rest of the team, and this is really just one of what makes Evil Geniuses stand out, and probably one of the main reasons why they are at the top of the leaderboard currently, is just their awareness, map awareness. And Roland does a really good job of preparing the team for that.
Yeah, I love that point, Kello. Roland, sometimes you might just think, oh, they're just standing still in the tall grass, they're achieving another. But no, you got to remember that vision is so important. Oh, Ducky with a nice 3-player foul play sets up for some great damage, and Evil Genius is right there to follow up. Rua Meadow doing some damage back the other way, and Christmas is going to take quite a bit. Can't get that portal back, so he's just going to recall the old-fashioned way. And Regieleki going to go down. Aftermath having nobody in close enough range. Instead, just taking their time to farm up. And speaking of players standing still to provide vision, here we go. We got Ducky in the middle of the map. They got eyes on that Vaporeon.
Yeah, it might seem like, in the grand scheme of things, they're not doing anything. But yeah, this just standing in the tall grass is so valuable. Knowing where each of these players of Aftermath Esports are going to appear, we can see theory on that Vaporeon lurking in the tall grass. But I'd say Ducky would have seen that from across the wall.
Yeah, they got some vision there early on. They know they might want to take that fight bottom side. The Theory has rotated around to join the rest of the squad. That Water Absorb passive popped with Curios' Solar Beam. Great choice of target to use that poke damage on. Try to pop those Evolution passives. Always a great one.
Yes, English is hard. This is why you are the
Okay,
maths guy.
thank you. I thought I nailed it, but thank you so much for reminding me about how bad I spoke that in play. Thank you very much.
Well, otherwise, we do have a Ducky going on in as Blastoise is also going to step on him, but thankfully it is the Kyogre map, so there are some berries. Blastoise pushing back on that Unbound Hooper, trying to look for some KOs, as Vin is able to clean up the Inteleon in that backline, along with the Vaporeon too. It's only the Blastoise and Eldegoss left standing once again, but Eldegoss no more. It's just a matter of, that's the thing, it's a 1v5 currently, so things are looking tough.
Yeah, that will be Evil Geniuses picking up the Kyogre, so adding that to the tally of legendary Pokemon they picked up in just this match alone. Impressive work from them. They're going to slowly take down this Blastoise here as well. Great team fight by Evil Geniuses, kind of splitting the squad. You saw Ducky on that Umbreon, bringing multiple targets all the way to the left-hand side of that Kyogre pit from the POV that we're in, and then the Hoopa Unite move from Roland goes on the opposite side, so kind of giving Ducky an out, but also sort of surrounding Aftermath Esports at the exact same time. Allows Vin to play on one side, Chris Smith on the other, and give Aftermath just absolutely nowhere to go. Very, very impressive lineup from Evil Geniuses, and what feels like a set play, but it's really just perfect execution from this EG team.
Yeah, even on the Kyogre map where there is a lot of tall grass, you may try to run and you may try to hide, but unfortunately you just cannot escape the presence that Evil Geniuses is bringing to the NA leagues this season. But yeah, otherwise a pretty clean set from Evil Geniuses there. Ooh, I'm wondering if that one ends up beating the highest scoring for this season, 1,178.
It does. If it doesn't do that, it surely does the biggest score differential. So Evil Geniuses, your all-time score leaders, in the regional leagues, at least as far as we can tell. Either way, great stuff from this team. Take one more look at this one, but yeah, the story really is all evil geniuses all the time, from game 1 all the way to the end of game 2.
And I think it's also the fact that this team, they know their roles, they know what they need to do, whether it be lurking in the tall grass to provide vision, whether it be to go on focus on these objectives, and just, I think just the ability to go and have each other's backs no matter what.
Yeah, and I don't want anybody to like take a look at these, like just the match records and things like that and write this one off. I think Evil Geniuses were putting on an amazing performance. I still don't want, you know, that one to be taken away from them. But that last little highlight we saw, Mew setting up a light screen that bumped 3 targets into Roland's Hyperspace Fury Hoopa stun. Like, just truly amazing combos these players are setting up. This was that moment I was talking about too, with the Hoopa portal on the opposite side, basically allowing Umbreon to get back into the fight, steal that Blastoise shield, by the way, and keep this fight going. So just really, really cool technical stuff from EG in this match.
Yeah, and I guess that's expected, given the roster that they end up having, Vin being one of those veterans there. But yeah, on that Mimikyu, being able to pick up 8 KOs in the end. I know in the end, you know, just being in that right place, right time. Once again, as Meadow made their way out of that tall grass, they ended up just getting the pick straight away.
Yeah, impressive stuff. In terms of an MVP stat line, which is how we award these players, they are in-game chosen. As you can see, Mimikyu at 85. Mega Gyarados was at 84, so Chris Smith right behind. But Vin taking a lot of those knockouts and getting a lot of scores in as well. You take, though, peak Curios's damage, 71,000 damage on this Mew. I think earlier on in EU, Kello, you and I were talking about how Mew's more of that playmaker attacker, less of that consistent attacker. Well, Curios can kind of do it both.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, Mew is a mixed bag. In the end, you can actually end up switching the move sets there. So I really think, you know, it just allows that flexibility in terms of how you want to play. And Curios definitely showcased this Pokemon being able to just chip away at Aftermath Esports wherever they were lurking in the tall grass.
Yeah, it's they found them every single time, it felt like. Yeah, so far so good. Yeah, I think this whole EG squad is so impressive. I'm glad we get to shout out Vin here, though, the newest addition to this team, and I think EG pretty happy about that one. This Mimikyu, an iconic pick for them. I know it's been banned against them a lot. Aftermath obviously going into this match having some kind of plan to deal with it, but it just doesn't work out. Vin just simply too good on that Mimikyu.
Not only Vin, I think that all of them. Really, as I said, remember Zoinks, there's no Iron team. All right, it was a team-wide effort.
There is one
5
in
members. Vin. Yeah. Oh, that is, okay. Yeah.
I don't know if it works
and
that way.
Evil Geniuses, there's 2 in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Need 2 eyes, there we go.
Yeah, correct. So yeah, this was our stat line, of course, for both rosters. Aftermath Esports are going to be exiting this week. We yet to have a match win, still hunting for that first one. Good news is, I guess they will be going into TI Gang in week number 3. The matchup between Aftermath and them will be interesting to see. And here we go. Evil Geniuses are going to be looking forward to their opponent in week 3, Kello, the only other NA undefeated team so far. Still have one more match for them, but against Root Dig later on.
Yeah, well, in the end, after that one, there's only going to be one team that's left undefeated. So I think that's where things really come down to the wire. I'd actually, now that I think about it, in terms of TI Gang and Aftermath Esports as well, one of them is going to end up picking up a set win as well.
Exactly. It's going to be, we're going to have a couple of bowl matches, I think, as we've been calling them. It'll be pretty fun to watch that one. Also, shout out to Vin for just crushing the average experience per minute stat. 1561. I love to see it for my central area players. Enough ignoring your central. Go clean that up. Be level 15 at the end of the game. That's the way we like to do it. Good stuff from you.
Now, I know this is vibes based. your power rankings, but I mean, they did end up meeting a benchmark there.
That's true.
Is that enough to power up in the Zoinks power rankings?
So power up. I mean, they're second place. I will withhold until we get to. I will withhold until we get to. I want to see what Root does. I want to see how well Root Dignitas does against Citadel Gaming in this next matchup. I really do think that could determine if they take that lot. If they lose to Citadel, well, they're going to fall below EG. But if they win handily, I mean, who knows? Who knows where the power rankings go? That's the best part about the being vibes. And in fact, I'm getting it added in Discord. I might be erasing them all before I'm on camera next and seeing something brand new. I hope you're all so excited.
You can't do that this week. You've already done it to us once. You can't do it twice.
I'm not going to do it live. I won't make people endure that. It'll be off camera, but when I come back, I'm going to have a little surprise for everybody viewing at home on the whiteboard.
No, I think I'm a bit like Dupe right now, asking all the questions of what is going to come up on this whiteboard. Who, what, when, where, how, and why?
Yeah.
Please do tell.
Questions. Yeah, there's a few questions we bring to the table. I do think we had some fun ones by Deuce Next and the most straightforward ones that we do need answers for. I really do hope we could find them. I don't know if we had them there, but either way, we're going to have a lot to tell you as we go into our final match of North America, Root Dignitas versus Citadel Gaming. It's going to be coming up right after this, so don't go anywhere. The final game of North America when we come back.
Back to the mystery.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Here we are, the end of week 2, day 2, with one more exciting match in front of us. The one I'm looking forward to the most out of North America here today. We've got Root Dig versus Citadel Gaming, Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, Root Dig, of course, sitting on top of the pile here in NA with a flawless record. And across the way, well, we'll talk to them in about a second. Of course, Zugrug, Otter, Toon, Ender, Zealot. There are no new commodities there. You might be able to make an argument for Zealot, but they still been cracking now whip for the last 2 years. Root Dig looking great, off to a great start in this tournament. And of course, your LAIC champions.
That's right, Root Dig 5-0, looking to be 6-0, tying themselves up with a few squads in our regions. Of course, we have BH3 in EU, we have the undefeated Force in Latin America, and in North America, we have Evil Geniuses sitting at 6-0. In front of them is Citadel Gaming, a team that's had an up and down run so far with a rough performance yesterday to end our day. I believe it was one of our last games of the day. They just had a tough time against Lunex, felt like they couldn't get it together. I wonder what Citadel we are going to see show up here today. Aquilo Immortal, Flareon, So Sad Sam, and Fui make Citadel Gaming.
Yeah, formerly the members of Team YT, as we all know, and they are a team that really likes to just bring what their heart is telling them, right? And they found a lot of success doing that strategy. We saw a little bit of it yesterday to completely unsuccessful results. However, for some reason, Team YT seems to be the kryptonite to some of these top NA teams with how they approach the matchup and how they play the game.
And I want to bring shed a little bit of light on a match we saw earlier. We watched a match between TI Gang and Extinction. And out loud, I said, I want to talk to TI Gang and I want to see what's going on with this squad because they are playing some wild strategies. They almost beat Extinction in their first match. However, they weren't able to pull away with a victory. I asked for an interview with TI Gang and they declined to comment on their matches. I don't know what it means, but I want to get to the bottom of this. And genuinely, I want to talk to them about their strat because they won their way into this league. I believe they can win, and I want to know what their plans are. Will I ever find out? Could be a mystery, Dupe Snacks.
Well, it's a mystery with the only clue that we have right now is the fact that they're sitting at 06. So I'm madder than a hornet that they didn't step up and give themselves the opportunity to not only win the hearts of those at home, but really help us understand how they're approaching this league and how they're approaching these matchups. Unfortunately, today is not the day. They said, Spraggles, we hate you specifically, despite the fact that Dupe Snacks is the stuff that's is being said that hurts our feelings.
In their defense, I did accuse their strategy of being put together by Nathan Fielder as some sort of experiment, but at the same time, I genuinely want to know how they are doing, how they are feeling. They have a really rough start, and I want to know if this is how they're going to continue. Is this how they won their way into the league? What happens? But regardless of all that, we have an epic matchup in front of us. If any team can knock Dignitas off their perfect record, Citadel Gaming could be it, as we have our bands Umbreon, Blissey, Inteleon, Mega Charizard Y, Blastoise, and Darkrai. First pick to Root Dig.
Zugrug hovering that Snorlax. I can't imagine that's where they end up with some of the Pokemon that are left in the field. And no, it's not. Zealot doing great work on the Mega Gyarados yesterday, and they're going right back to that well, unsurprisingly, with the Water type.
I'm not surprised to see Citadel banning out the Charizard. They allowed it in both of their games yesterday, and it did not work out well for them, losing both of them to Lunex. We're going to see what their pickups are, grabbing the Vaporeon and Aquilo on the Hoopa. These feel like very strong, second and third picks for Citadel.
And if I'm Root Dig, I'm eyeing up myself a Psyduck right here, but they go Eldegoss and Zugrug takes Snorlax, and we might not see a Psyduck at all this game based on how these teams are drafting right now, which to me just feels wild. Back the other way though, Flareon's a phenomenal Miraidon player. They lock that in, and Fui taking the Mega Lucario into the top half.
I mean, Mega Lucario, extremely powerful. Fui has been a dominant top path player for the longest time, so I'm sure he has a strong Lucario under his belt. Next couple of picks here, Otter and Toon, they're grabbing the Raichu, they're grabbing the Latias. This is going to force Sam to possibly pick up like an old school favorite of theirs, but no, we're seeing a completely different look from So Sad Sam, and they're playing Mimikyu.
Yeah, maybe Charge Beam Miraidon, right, out of Flareons on this Miraidon. So they're going to have Fui scrapping up top as So Sad Sam is taking the Mega Lucario. To me, that's the biggest surprise switch. I did not anticipate that.
I didn't anticipate that either, but we've got some exciting stuff happening here. We do have, of course, the Curse item on that Miraidon. Charge Beam Miraidon with Curse is kind of a match made in heaven. We'll see if it can slow down Ender at all. Of course, Zugrug's going to have the power naps that are tough to deal with. And then we've got the Latias on the side of Root Dig. I love Latias. I think it is so dang good.
It is incredibly strong, and we've seen it in the hands of Otter. We've seen it in the hands of Toon. We've seen it more in the support style Latias. We've seen it in the heavy damage style, you know, when Toon picks it up. So it's an incredibly flexible pick for this team, and they've done a ton of work with it. And what screams into the front of my mind is their performance at LAIC with Latias specifically.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you can really put most of these players on just about anything. They are that skilled. They are that good. Root Dig, undefeated. Citadel having a tough start here in our league. Not an amazing performance, but not bad by any means. 2-3 right now. And I'll tell you, if they can take down Root Dig, this would be massive. Root Dignitas, your purple team. Citadel Gaming, your orange team. This is game one, our final series of the day.
Zugrug and Aquilo meet themselves in the middle for potential invades, or at least to check if the other person's coming. And Zugrug's kind of being relentless. Hoopa taking a ton of damage. Zugrug doing all right on their HP. They're going to be able to contest here a little bit, and it looks like that's what they're going to do. Just hang out and see what kind of value they can find.
Wild. That was an early magician there from Aquilo. They were not able to actually steal a berry. It was just slightly too early. And I'm not sure if they were able to get the farm there in the center. We kind of peeled off right before the secure. So I don't actually know if they ended up getting that red buff. But if they did, they went down regardless.
Very quickly into path is Otter to help out that Magikarp so it can hit that Mega Gyarados. We already have the Electric Mines down at the 850 mark, and the pressure of Citadel Gaming just showing up is enough to start popping those. Swablu and Altaria are eviscerated. Tons of HP pulled away from Citadel Gaming.
Wow, and it actually was Fui in the central area, and we're having Sam play this top path role. Taking a look at some of this experience right here. Immortal looking for it, but no. Quickly figured out by Root Dig. Playing that Electro Ball Raichu build, they're just able to, you know, plant these Electro Balls and have them blow up as soon as some of these wild Pokemon spawn in.
Moving through here, Mega Gyarados is online as Zealot, again, doing amazing work with this Pokemon yesterday. Zugrug with a nice body block, keeping the Mimikyu off of Zealot right now, as really Aquilo and Sam are trying to find their footing in this top path. They're just a little bit behind.
I mean, kind of a lot behind at this point. That Lucario is still level 4 compared to the level 6 on Gyarados, finally ticking over to 5. Immortal scrapping with multiple members of Root Dig here in the center. Fui eyeing down the fight, but Fui only level 6 currently.
I want to see what Immortal can do here. I mean, the strength of Vaporeon is going to be critical. Zugrug taking a lot of damage here, but it's the support core on the chase. Regidrago taken by Otter, as Flareon's providing Charge Beam cover, doing a little 360, but that's going to be scoped in for sure. The Charge Beam is easy to see coming.
And here we go. We see the Electro Ball once again being set up on this objective here. Smart play by Immortal, trying to clear those landmines before it spawns, seeing if anything can go to the side of Citadel. Love the heads-up play there.
Shadow Sneak on top of Zugrug. That's not really the target that Fui is hoping for, so they're going to wait a second on their engage. They are double buffed, so a good opportunity to make some magic happen here in the bottom path. Meanwhile, Zealot is just bullying Sam in the top path.
Yeah, Zealot absolutely crushing up there. Level 8 to the level 6 on the Lucario. Hard for Lucario to do much. Regi's getting very low right here, but Mimikyu actually moves forward. Charge Beam. They're chasing down Otter, but Otter makes it out.
With a Unite move as well out of the Alolan Raichu, but Citadel Gaming boxing Root Dig away from that basement Regi, which means they're going to take it for free. Now Root Dig is looking for maybe a counter punch or a counter push, leaving Zealot in the top path. Are they going to go join their friend and squad up with 5?
Well, I'll tell you one thing that's going great for Dignitas here, even though that was a strong fight for Citadel, is that Gyarados already level 9 in the top path. Lucario basically just having to run away because they couldn't contest a lot of the wild Pokemon up there. We are going to have a very powerful Mega Gyarados next time they enter the equation. And that feels like Zealot to me. I feel like Zealot, they play by themselves for a long time. They wait for their moment, and then when they join the team fight, it's electric.
Mimikyu Unite move on Zugrug. They are knocked out. We're trying to put some pressure on. Mega Gyarados is alive and well, and Zealot is finally joining the fray. They're in the middle of 3, though. Tons of damage getting put in. The Lowland Raichu Otter closes out Flareon. There's another knockout as Immortals goes down. Vaporeon is gone, and Aquilo joins the ranks of the Fallen. Fui tries to get back to pad. They're eviscerated, and all Sam can do is run away.
Yeah, tough stuff here for Citadel. This is what I talked about just a moment ago. As soon as Zealot shows up, this over-leveled all-rounder, the Mega Gyarados, already level 11. Absolutely cooking here. And they have a 2-level lead on Citadel Gaming with 2 of their strong Pokemon, both Gyarados and Alolan Raichu.
And Sam just walked up to see that, that Zugrug is at the same level as them as the Snorlax. Aquilo going to have to join the fray here, help out the squad. Tons and tons of damage. The opportunity to rein in here. Aquilo with the Phantom Force trying to bait and switch, but still gets sussed out. And now you have Zugrug going to lead the fray and try and body block this thing down. Miraidon charge beaming over the wall. The block is there trying to isolate. Mega Lucario is eviscerated by its Mega counterpart, the Gyarados. Charge beam Miraidon is still in the mix. Flareons is trying to make their presence felt, but it might be a day late, dollar short. Long charge beam hits on the pad, but the pad is getting scored on. The points are squirting in, Spragle.
Yes, they are indeed. That's all the points seem to do around here these days, as the Thunder and Charge Beam is not enough to slow them down. Fui moving in, but the Power Nap right back the other way to counter. It looks like they might even pick up the KO with the Latias there. Snorlax continuing to push. We have Immortals on a Regieleki that is now leashing, and so the Snorlax block just pushing members of Citadel around this map. None of these fights going the way of Citadel Gaming.
Aquilo playing the trick Phantom Force with this Hoopa here. So they have some really clever plays they can pull off. Really ripping a page out of the Root Dignitas book, one of Ender's favorite combinations to play themselves.
And here we go, looking for this Regieleki. They could have it walk towards their goal zone, but I'm sure they'd like to break this goal first so they can have it walk towards a tier 2. But either way, they're going to get it. It does walk into the tier 1, and Root Dig way up, 225 to only 40 points from Citadel Gaming.
180-point differential here. Unfortunately, the Shadow Sneak misses on Zealot, who's able to have a heavy rotation up top. He knows that there are 3 Citadel Gaming players, soon to be 4, and they crash land on top of him. That would be a quality knockout, but the waterfall allows Zealot to get out.
And here we go. Toon moving forward, just using the Dragon Pulse to do some damage. Fui trying to move in for a fight, but immediately getting caught there. And now Sam having to go back through the portal on the side of Citadel.
And Kilo goes Rings Unbound, gets a backdoor stun, but they are immediately dealt with. What an amazing bait on the Shadow Sneak by Toon so that Zealot could collapse on top of them and get that easy knockout here. Ender gonna be the Eldegoss, of course, trying to top off the team. And it looks like we're going with Cotton Guard here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it looks like Cotton Guard to me, and that way we'll be able to have giant shields on the team. Those extra shields not only provide healing once they expire, but also can be the big difference maker in a fight. Aquilo looking to score, but Otter, relentless defense on that goal zone, expertly playing the Alolan Raichu.
Dude, level 14 Raichu already, and then Toon hasn't really been fighting with the team either, quietly at level 13. Because it's really been Zealot, Zugrug running the show around the map where we've watched. Zealot kind of knows where Immortal is. Fui joins the fray. Shadow Sneak is there, doesn't hit, and now water falling out is Zealot.
And here we are. It's time for Groudon. As Zugrug jumping in, possibly starting a fight. Unite move from the Raichu. Fui is jumping in.
Wow. Cotton Cloud Crash on top, going to top off the HP of those players as Immortals is getting chased down by Otter. They're laying the landmines down. Meanwhile, Ender and Zealot are on the chase. Everybody's split up, but honestly, both teams look a little lost. Root Dignitas because they can't find their target, and Citadel Gaming because they're sent scrambling.
And here we go. Zealot looking for some experience right here, possibly moving in with the Unite. They might get themselves caught. No one from Root Dig is starting the fight. And we do have the Unite move immediately from the Hoopa. We are moving in towards Groudon. It's full flip.
Full flip rooms on bound into the back line as the Gyarados using their Unite move, but secured by the Mega Gyarados. You can still fight your way out of this, but no, Root Dig begins to fall. Citadel Gaming sees their opportunity, and they need to take it. It's just Otter and Toon standing tall here in the face of 5. Can they form a defense here? They're up by 219 points. They need to keep the pressure on. They need to find a defense. They need to score points.
They need to keep scoring. They're deciding to base and peel back, but they're not ahead. What are they doing? Okay, they're all going to decide to push in this bottom path here. I felt like maybe they could have made something happen here, but no, they are waiting for this fight. 5 members of Citadel, all with a Groudon buff. Zugrug moving in to start this thing.
Hopefully Zugrug doesn't go down too quickly. They eject backwards and Immortal steps up and dips back themselves. This is going to be a full-fledged fight again. On the scoreboard is where the difference needs to be made. Heavy Slam kicks up Vaporeon. Immortals is caught. Deep is Sam on this Mega Lucario. Here comes Zealot. They're going to take 1. They're going to take 2. Now they need to scramble to score. They have the personnel advantage. They need to leverage it. The chase is on. Zealot gets a 3rd. It's just Immortals there. Eldegoss is going to score up top. Akilo's hanging out. They're going with the 50 banger. Otter's there to cut them off. They need to get some points in. I think the Hundo goes in. Yes! 84-38 combination is going to be enough, I believe, in this moment. Citadel Gaming just snatching defeat out of the hands of victory.
Wow, I mean, you understand why they wanted to set up and go for that fight. Unlike the Kyogre buff, they didn't have a ton of HP. Dignitas stayed ahead that entire time, fought them back at that tier 1, and scored points they didn't even need to. Losing the flip at Groudon and still winning the match. Expertly played by Root Dig.
Losing at Groudon is kind of an understatement, right? It was 5v2 in those final moments of that fight, and Citadel Gaming electing to back early might have been their demise.
Yeah, I think it was. I mean, they allowed Root Dig to position fully at the goal zone. Now, I could be wrong. I didn't see how many they already had prepared at that tier 1. They also could have split their squad and had someone sneak into the home goal zone. That's a possibility too. But instead, they all based. They got together. They wanted to win a huge fight, but they couldn't seem to make it happen. I saw Sam miss a super unfortunate power-up punch into close combat. Just a rough moment there at the end for Citadel. And I would love to watch that final moment of the match, because that's what was really interesting to me about this one, is what happened after they got that Groudon buff, you know, where they decide to go. We could see the fight here at 3 minutes.
I mean, a fairly late Rings Unbound too, right? Right at 3 minutes, they get knocked out. They're going to get some of that back. Here we go. Groudon Rip is real. Obviously, we know Mega Lucario is standing in the pocket. They're going to deliver the conversion here.
Yep.
And now Root Dig loses 3 players instantly.
Yeah, so Root Dig loses Snorlax right here. Root Dig loses Zealot as well. So Zugrug and Zealot down. We now have, so this is the tough part. I'm really curious from our replay team if we have it ready to go. I want to know, not even this moment, this is an interesting fight for sure, but it's just a great defense from Dignitas. I want to know what happened when they decided to back. How many players of Dignitas were ready to defend them? I'm very curious to find that out.
Yeah, I mean, you highlighted the unfortunate power-up punch, close combat combination just in the air, just a full whiff by Sam, unfortunately, and I think that would have been a difference maker. Unfortunately, they didn't deal any damage, and Root Dig finds the foothold here as Zealot is your player of the game with 7 knockouts and 62k damage dealt.
Yeah, I felt like Root Dig just had insanely great moments throughout. I'm not surprised to see Zealot here, because like we talked about, they were just, staying in that top path, getting all the power they could. And then every time they influence a fight, they move down, they mega involve, and they make a huge impact. Citadel, they had a strategy. They knew that they needed to flip at the end of the match. They did. They performed that well. But then, unfortunately, the game slipped through their fingers, never crossing the score threshold that Root Dig set earlier. And finally, Root being able to score more points after stealing those Groudon buffs.
Yeah, silently, very silently, 94,000 damage out of Otter. To think that they played the support role on the team all year last year and stepping into these shoes and absolutely delivering just nukes onto the chin of Citadel Gaming in that match with Alolan Raichu. And maybe the best looking Alolan Raichu we have certainly seen in the first 2 weeks of competition here in league play. And I haven't seen a Raichu much better in quite a while.
Okay, so here we go. This is the moment here, Dupes. Next, we're taking a look at it right now. We obviously know Groudon is secured here by Citadel Gaming. They pick up the KO on Zugrug, the Snorlax. They also pick up the KO on Zealot. They go Mega, and they go down very quickly. Ender goes down as well. So we have Toon and Otter here for the defense. It looks like no one is going to stay top, right? Toon and Otter both peel back in this moment. Yeah, that appears to be what happened. So no one stays top. They're able to score top right here. And this is some of the best math they can make. Toon and Otter very low in this moment, but not able to catch either of them. They now have Vaporeon go to score 46. But if they just walk another player with this huge 50 points over to this tier 2, they may have been able to score. One thing is for sure, no one is now at the tier 1. So at this point, I would say their decision was either to move forward into their tier 1 or they made the best call they could because they did have Root Dig respawning and jumping to that tier 1. Obviously the weakest and easiest goal zone to defend. However, with only one score separating these two squads, maybe the call was to have a player split off. It's always easy here in the booth to make that call, but what a defense from Dig.
I mean, again, Otters, those like Electro Mines just nukes, man. Hitting Flareons with a couple of them right there did a ton of damage. Unfortunately, Sam, watch, we're going to see him power up, punch, close combat, and just miss everyone under the sun. Yeah. And bop, 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 hit with the Dragon Breath, and then here comes Zealot back the other way, right? And then this becomes the first domino to fall, and you have to think, if you are Citadel Gaming, once Mega Lucario goes down after getting no value whatsoever, then the Root Dignitas is in full control to give themselves a chance here.
Yeah, beautiful defense from Root Dig. And given the circumstances, unless they tried to make a different sneaky push, it's very possible this was Citadel's only play in that moment. A great battle between these two squads. And, you know, we were saying if someone has a chance to take down Root Dig, it could be Citadel. Very close game one.
Very close game one, and it's just one of those small decisions that separates you, you know, from being 3-3 in this scenario, or maybe even like 4-1, right? Overall record, with just that small decision making where they could have pushed a little stronger. They could have they should have sent, you know, again, hindsight 2020, Mimikyu straight down to the T1, because the Mimikyu was decent, was low on HP, but so were the two players on Dig. So you either leave with a knockout, I'd like to think, while they're trying to reset, or you get a path to score. Unfortunately, they didn't split. They didn't get that T1 taken care of, which means we are going into game 2 with Root Dig up a game.
Well, they also, interestingly enough, you know, they also had an option to not score in that moment and chase down Otter and Toon. Perhaps that would have been the strategy, but, you know, they're great players. Both of their Pokemon have some ways to escape. They're pretty slippery, so it may not have been the call to do that. That might have been a wild maneuver that ended up in an unfortunate Groudon buff going the way of Root Dig. Great game number 1 here.
Yeah, Citadel Gaming choosing to pick second, which means Root Dig selected the Kyogre map. And taking a look at these bands here, Blissey, Umbreon, Mega Gary, Mega Charizard Y, Blastoise, and Darkrai to round things out.
Not want to deal with this Darkrai from the side of Root Dignitas, and I'm not surprised. I think a few members of their team have kind of perfected the combination of this. Otter specifically, who continues to impress me every time I see him. I think one of the most, you know, not only macro, but mechanically gifted players in the game.
Yeah, incredibly strong individual here. As Ender selecting the duck in the first spot, as it should be. Citadel Gaming, we'll see how they react.
Yeah, Ender, first pick the duck. We've talked about it. Will Citadel try to steal something away from Root Dignitas here? Is there something they desperately want to play? Next couple of picks, we're eyeing down Inteleon, and Flareon's does pick it up, as well as Immortal on Vaporeon. Very powerful picks, especially when you consider Flareon's is known for this Pokemon.
Absolutely. Mega Lucario, though, is back in the hands of Zealot if they want it. And Otter also gets their pick of the litter. Zugrug grabs Snorlax quickly, and Zealot is eyeing up this Mega Luca and locks it in. And they're about to give a clinic on this Pokemon. Incredibly strong and great performance at LEIC on this one specifically.
Well, I have to say, you know, I think So Sad Sam, they knew exactly how Sam was planning to play this near the end of the match, depending how that final fight went. And it worked well for their strategy. They knew they had a full-on flip and rip available to them. We'll see if Zealot needs to go for that. I don't think I've seen Zealot play that way with Mega Lucario, but it's always available to this Pokemon. Ooh. Final couple of picks here for the side of Root Dig. We're going to see Otter on the Crustle and Toon on the Metagross.
Unique picks from a unique team here. So Sad Sam is getting that Alolan Raichu in the gutter. Great performance out of Otter on it, and they did great work with it. Zealot is still sticking on that Mega Lucario. Zugrug grabbing the Crustler. Ender grabbing the Snorlax, and Otter gonna be playing some sort of like aggro tank duck here for the squad.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see it. This team is dancing, changing their partners, swing your partner round and round, and all of a sudden, Otter is on the duck, Toon on Metagross. I'm very excited for the Metagross. I think Metagross is one of those super underrated Pokemon in the meta. It's gross.
Nailed it. We got there. What do we think about Otter on this duck? I mean, it's a Pokemon they've played often, right?
Yep.
But not necessarily in the role in which they fill on this team.
You know, I think it was Slash last year from Luminosity, who I remember talking to him a little bit about some of their picks at the time, and they were saying they didn't care as much about, you know, a pick filling each role necessarily, as much as they cared about the Pokemon being great. And I think that is a really interesting thought process. Like, is the Pokemon great? How do we make it work in our composition?
Well, Psyduck is great, and they're going to make it work.
Dignitas, your purple team. Citadel Gaming, your orange team, as we head into game number 2.
Throw me off a bridge. This is the last match and potentially the last game of the day. Root Dig up 1. Citadel Gaming backs against the wall with an opportunity to shake things up here in NA standings.
Here we go. Aquilo in some trouble right here, looking for this. Once again, the Magician way too early. Aquilo not able to pull a berry. It's just kind of wild stuff. It's twice in a row.
Yeah, twice in a row is a no-go for the berry to show. Ha ha, we did it.
He did it, everybody. He completed the rhyme.
Thank you, good night.
Good night, Dupe Snacks. Obviously, that'll be the end of Dupe Snacks on the broadcast, and just in solidarity with him, I will also be silent, so enjoy the game audio.
An intense game of chicken. Just had. We were both just shaking our heads at each other on the off-screen monitors. And since I care about us getting fired, I went ahead and said something here. Immortal caught in the rock tomb, and Immortal knocked out quickly by Otter on this Psyduck wearing the cape because they're the superhero of the weekend.
Let me tell you, I've never been more stressed out than thinking I'm gonna break here in just a second. One of us has to speak. I think that there's no question that is part of our job description.
Yeah, talking? Yeah, pretty good, especially because they can't see us either. So they couldn't even see that we were still here, but doing the bit, it might have just been a problem. Here we go. Zugrug gonna protect from the invade, and there's a nice little spin by the Metagross, or excuse me, Matang, to get a KO streak of 2 and put on some pressure on the Citadel Gaming squad as they move towards Reggie Drago. And that's 4 players from Root Dig showing up to fight.
Fui moving in for a fight right here, looking to take down Toon, and they finally do get another Shadow Sneak. Huge pickup. They also pick up Reggie Drago, and another KO. Fui is sliding on Root Dig here.
Well done. I mean, that was a well-called shot, knowing that Root Dig has a tendency to really leave Zealot in the top path, knowing that they had the personnel advantage, leveraged it well, and well played by Fui on this Mimikyu to help carry them over the finish line.
Here we have Toon making their way up to the top path here to deal with this Raichu and try to get some of this experience. We have Flareons at level 8 right now. Fui on the Mimikyu at level 9. Things are going great for Citadel Gaming at the start of game 2.
Zugrug immediately getting hit with a pot shot. Immortals moves to take their spot in the tall grass. And it's just Zugrug babysitting this thing, trying to make some magic happen with that Rock Tomb, but they are unsuccessful. Meanwhile, Otter is on an absolute mission. The Cape giving them a false sense of hope here as they are across the map, pushing. Closing in on them is Fui. Ender is there in the support as Otter is doing everything they can in this Psyduck suit to make it work.
Dupe Snacks, I'm going to let you talk for a second. I hear my mic is getting a little crunchy, buddy, and I'm going to try to fix it. I'm sorry to play chicken with you once again. Enjoy the game.
Spraggle's going full Nature's Valley on us, crunchy to the core. Mimikyu Unite on Metagross, Toon is gone. Meanwhile, Zealot closes out the goal zone. Snipe Shot is lined up. It does miss. Alolan Raichu goes down, and at least they are sealed up and sorted by Flareon's KO Streak of 3 for the Inteleon. And Flareon's, the young kid, is putting Citadel Gaming into his backpack and trying to carry them to a victory here in game 2. Meanwhile, they're able to stress the goal zones very well, getting quite a few points in. Decent counter score by Root Dig. 183, 120, and these teams are poised to meet in the middle of the top path here. Flareon's is locked in, and ready to ring a Snipe Shot true. No, they base as they're sitting in the tall grass. Akilo gets pinned out, and they're going to get knocked out. They're trying to scramble, and that's a use of a Unite move to get rid of Akilo right there. The computing crashed. The calculations were complete, and it said, not for you, not today. Immortal getting some support from Flareon's. Zugrug chilling in the Crustle. 20 seconds until our Basement Reggie comes back, and it's still about a 60-point differential between these two teams. Zugrug getting into position here. The Snipe Shot is there. The Crustler actually dodges it. Snipe Shot goes wide again. Rock Tomb is there. We have to Fell Stinger to the wall. There's a Snipe Shot that works. Rubble Rouse and eject button. And then Akilo steps up to go with the big fist stuns into the back line, and they're trying to put them down. Root Dig keeps pushing. They're low on HP. Zugrug's the first one to fall. There goes Otter. The chase is on with Indra on the Snorlax. Meanwhile, Toon is trying to score up top. Bang! Another player gone. As now Ender is getting chased out. They're going to put the wall up on the Alolan Raichu. We're putting in 7. We're going to try for 50 more. Here comes Zugrug for the interrupt. Rock Tomb rings true. It is successful, and they are buried under the geometric fabric of the rocks as Immortal's pinned to the wall for just a heartbeat, and that's enough to get Immortal to run. Low on HP, they're going to grab a berry, and a look at the Crustler and Otter. Relentless here. Muddy Waters is so good, and Spraggles is waving, saying, I'm back. I can't hear you, brother. I can't hear you at all. Just the eye roll, head thrown back in absolute disgust at our production team, says Spraggles. We're going to push forward, though, and I'm going to do my best. Snipe Shot is there. Puts a bit of damage in, but Regieleki is looking to march like the fine soldier it is on the Root Dig color scheme here. It is ticking along, and we're putting some damage in there. Root Dig waiting for an opportunity to jump in. The Shadow Sneak is just a little late. Compute and Crash goes into the back line, and it's Flareon's caught. They have to eject out, but now we're getting some knockouts. But who do you think it is? No, it's Root Dig getting buried deep here. 1 back the other way, 2 back the other way. Toon's still standing, but they are in enemy territory. Wow, Snipe Shot just came out. There's one. Toon getting a little bit of a shield there, but it's not going to be enough as the Snipe Shot comes through again, and Flareon's in tandem with Fui is absolutely electric. I see that Zoinks is in here. Are you joining me? He says, no, you're the worst. Get out of here, you smell weird. We're not even near each other, and he's talking about my body odor. Disgusting. I am sweating through my shirt right now, and that is because I've been talking for 6 straight minutes. Keep the kid going. Let's bring it to the finish line. 2 minutes, 40 seconds left. Root Dig looking to take a pause for the cause here. They're setting up around this basement Reggie Steele. We've got 30 seconds until Kyogre, which is the boss monster of this map. Citadel Gaming, however, susses out what's going on. They are ready to pounce. They have their trap set on their side of the map. They have a plan they want to execute, and I think it's going to be off the lead of Flareon's. Can they get a good catch? There's Immortals immediately caught into the wind of Ender. Snipe shot does not find its target. And here we go. Akilo's back in the middle. Immortal staging up. Is Zoinks, are you in or are you out? He is in, but the fight is starting, which means I keep going. We're going to the back line. Alolan Raichu pops their Unite move. Mimikyu is there as well. Fui is trying to find the action. Snipe shot doesn't hit a target. So it's the Vaporeon, the first one down. Flareon needs to come unglued. A Kilo goes rings unbound. Masterful stun there, but it's not going to be enough as they're absolutely folded like laundry. Otter's looking for their opportunity here as Flareon pops their Unite move to try and make the difference. Snipe shot's too early. They're blocked against the wall with the Rock Tomb and Ender, and it's going to be the Metagross Toon that takes it. They're up by 60 points, and now with 3 players down on the other side, they got a real chance to win this one. Zoinks, help the kid out.
You got it. Sorry, I joined right for the big old team fight, but Rude Dignitas gonna be pushing one more time towards these goal zones. An entire minute left on the clock, but Rude Dig got a whole lot of Kyogre buffs and a whole lot of points in pocket. Gonna be depositing those as we speak. Rude Dignitas increasing this lead higher and higher. Citadel Gaming, one catch out to start that fight in a really awkward spot.
Without a doubt. I'm just happy you're here. I was running out of juice there at the end, and I'm glad I saw you in the camera over here to the side, and we were able to grab you into the mix. Of course, I'm so selfish, I just couldn't pass the baton in that moment.
Well, I chose maybe the worst time of all time to join into the mix, so it's all right. But what an interesting end to that match. I mean, Rude Dignitas playing a crazy composition, truly, going with defensive bulk over any kind of HP restoration into an Inteleon composition on the other side, and Alolan Raichu. That is so much range damage that you're going to have to contend with. They did a great job trading off, tanking it, making sure they had the smart recalls. Snorlax blocks were picture perfect from Ender. I mean, if they wanted to showcase that they have the ability to play weird and very elaborate but well thought out compositions, this was a game to do it. Rude Dignitas going to be 6-0, tied up with Evil Geniuses in that match record.
Yeah, with Citadel Gaming taking a more strategic approach into their fights, when they felt like they had agency, Flareons and Fui were taking over, right? It was just snipe shots peppered in with the closed-in range of Fui able to deal with whatever Root Dig was presenting. However, the way that Kyogre fight materialized was really kind of Immortals using their Unite move to get into the way of Zugrug, and all of a sudden, Citadel Gaming was almost scrambling, and all it took was one missed snipe shot for the tide of that fight to turn.
I mean, it was so tough because it was so, like you were mentioning, picture perfect throughout the rest of that match. I don't know if I'm calling this correct with Fui, but Fui was playing angry. At game number 2 on Mimikyu, was coming back with a vengeance in this one. Despite some really impressive play across the board from Rude Dig, it was like all of a sudden Citadel Gaming came alive, got to put together a few KO streaks. But this is what I'm talking about, by the way, these perfect damage setups. That's an Alolan Raichu Unite. They're just walking through. You know what? We'll go past them. We'll go into the backline. I'm running Flail X. Ender chases Flareons all the way to a tier 2 goal zone, and he's 1v2ing Flareons, and so said Sam. Like, that is bold, but it's paying off in these really major ways. Toon putting up that Coliseum, I know you like to call it, outside of that goal zone, just making it such a devastating gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, it really was. You can kind of see what Root Dig was trying to do, but when Citadel Gaming was together and approaching tactfully, it didn't really work out. The block against the wall here, Fui uses their Unite move, but they are so far away, the snipe shot's gonna miss here, and that is just the tide turning moment to me. Just that pile of bodies, the snipe shot goes wide, they can't cash in on 3 players low on HP, and you would have thought you give Flareons, he's hitting that, 99 out of 100 times, but that going wide right there allowed for a quick knockout on Fui, and then, as I like to say, the first domino to fall, and it was one after another, and we're seeing the race to score right here.
Yeah, I mean, Flareon's playing to their outs even after that moment too, you know, has the Unite move, just with that auto attack being enhanced and automatic critical, but Inder just jumps in the way, knows that they can't body block those auto attacks, but that block disruption will apply that mini stun and gets the push off against the wall. So really, really impressive. Toon gonna be your player of the game though on a very unique pick on this Metagross. 9 KOs, does go down 4 times in this match, but hey, the early game's kind of tough for this pseudo legendary.
Yeah, I mean, the gyro ball Zen headbutt Metagross was putting in work, but I will say that is the most silent 81k I think I've ever seen. It really felt like it was going in, laying in its damage, but somehow they're kind of losing that team fight. The number I'm actually most surprised by here is actually Fui's damage numbers. I felt like they were in the cut so much that I was expecting more out of them than 56k. I'm not saying they played poorly. I'm just saying my mind was telling me they did way more than that. But now we're starting to see these NA players flex this Alolan Raichu and really show its value. Otter game 1, Sam game 2, tons of damage out of that Pokemon.
Spectacular Pokemon when piloted by these expert level players. It's so fun to watch. Yeah, I think Sam doing a great showcase on this one. However, I do think Root Dignitas had a bit of the playbook in that game number 2 and understood how to counter well on that Pokemon, or at least counter creatively. Again, the composition with the whole game plan of just run past them was pretty interesting, and hey, it worked out.
Look at that heat map, just everywhere. Just gyro balling all over the map. You'll love to see it. Toon is just one of the more fun players to watch, period, and they have been for the last 5 years.
I'm not gonna lie, some of the numbers on this stat screen I think the most interesting to me, you're running a Cell Bracer and Attack Weight. So a lot of items that are reliant on some kind of impact in the early game. Your first knockout isn't until 2 minutes into the matchup. It took them a while to start adding more of those to the Cell Bracer. They only had 3 assists, which also stack up those as well. And then took you until the 4-minute mark to start getting those Attack Weight stacks as well. So this Metagross, while being late game focused, Toon did have a tough time getting off to an early start, but 81,000 damage is still a pretty impressive number to hang your hat on later on in this match.
Without a doubt, Root Dig climbs to 6-0. Toon, your player of the game. Spraggles is back in the 3-box. Spraggles, have you sorted out your microphone? Hold on, before you say that, Zoinks, it was nice to unite mics back up with you for a little bit there. Okay, Spraggles, now you can say words.
Well, that was, games. Yeah, I think it might be sorted out, possibly. Is it working a little bit?
Glad to find it out once you're on screen. Beautiful.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
I'm happy to be back. Thank you so much for hopping in, Zoinks. Exciting final game here in North America. We do need to bring the rest of our casters in so we can wrap up day 2, week 2. I know Zoinks has some pretty exciting stuff behind him for his power ranks. Yes, try to block it. Try to block it all. But let's get the crew back in here.
You know what? Try to erase it.
Actually, that's one of the hardest things.
Hold on.
But let's bring in Kello, let's bring in Chef, and let's take a look at our regional standings here.
Good to me. Spraggles, which region do you want to start talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the interesting, I'm just going to just broadly say it's really amazing that we have a Titan in each region. BH3 at 6-0, Force Gaming at 6-0, Evil Geniuses and Root Dignitas both at 6-0. I cannot wait to see those teams square off. Zoinks, you want to talk a little bit about EU?
Yeah, no problem. I think BH3 really standing above the rest. I think BH3 has got to be pretty happy with how early they faced Team Peps and Kamay in these brackets to get those early wins before either of those teams picked up momentum, namely Kamay, who I think were looking excellent today. I think they're very, very excited about their revenge match against BH3 Esports a little bit later on.
And I know it looks like Chef and Kello have joined us. Chef, do you want to talk a little bit about Latin America?
I would love to talk about Latin America, Trails, just for you. Force Gaming 6-0, and honestly, we had such good games from specifically, I think, the next 2 teams today, Stamina Esports and Infamous Gaming. Just amazing showings from them, but again, not a big surprise. However, I do feel like as we get further on into the event, those are probably the 2 teams to watch, alongside, you know, maybe Peru, maybe really anybody, but those 2 I would be be the ones to watch to try and defeat Force Gaming for the very first time. Easier said than done by a long shot, though.
And Kello, North America, hit me with it.
Yeah, in terms of North America, we had not many changes. Actually, we only had the one change in comparison to the beginning of the day, which was Extinction and Citadel Gaming switching their positions there. Otherwise, we still have those two undefeated teams, which are going to go into a matchup next week. The Evil Geniuses, Root Dignitas, still being at the top of the NA regional standings.
Yeah, I mean, Root Dig, EG, I want to see them face off. We are going to have to wait a little bit before we see that. We have actually got our schedule coming up here, so you know when those matches are going to take place very soon. This is the end of week 2 for our regional leagues, but we are cooking and we are still moving right along. Let's take a look right now. There we go. Nope. Hey, we're back, everybody. I want to take a look at where we're going here with our season schedule. Of course, I also want to talk about EUIC coming very soon and get some final thoughts from all of our casters. If we have either of those, we can throw them up on the screen. Otherwise, I'll go around the horn here to the crew.
Start with me if you want.
Yeah,
Settle down.
And
I don't want to save it.
What
I feel like
kind
we need
of
to save it.
ridiculous?
Bail out your mic one time, and now
I do have something relevant to say about. Oh, not about this. Not about this at all.
It doesn't matter how relevant it is. It's over, Chef. It doesn't matter anymore.
All right,
And we're going to take a look at week 3 here. February 28th, March 1st. So that's a little ways away, and there's a great reason for it, which we'll get to here in just a moment. Week 4, March 14th and 15th. Week 5, April 11th and 12th. Of course, the top 5 placing teams will qualify for our playoffs. Coming up here very, very soon, we have EUIC. So between week 2 and week 3, we have one of our biggest live events of the entire season, EUIC, live in London, February 13th through the 15th, where a lot of these teams are going to be there. A lot of these teams are going to be vying for that coveted first spot to Worlds, which is absolutely incredible. Chef, is what you have to say still pertinent?
No, I don't care anymore. No, I'm just kidding. It is. It absolutely is. As I was off stream, over in the tall grass, I got a chance to talk to Chris Smith and get a little interview with Chris Smith. I'm not sure if it's going to go up on socials or what later, but there was some information about how they feel about EUIC, how they feel about some of the other matchups that they've got going on potentially, maybe some Root Dig. But also, I do believe that maybe at EUIC we might get a chance to talk to Aftermath a little bit. So there's going to be some fun stuff going on over there.
And while I was on break, I did not get to talk to TI Gang. So that I also think is important. But let's talk about this week. Zoinks, you're going to be last because we need to hear your power rankings. Dupe Snacks, what do you think, buddy?
I want to see next week of league play with Root Dig and Evil Geniuses squaring off, because one of them has to emerge victorious. On the other side of that coin, we have our two 06s squaring off in that same week, and technically one of them has to win. So let's go, baby. We're gonna have a 7-0 and a 1-6 in the same day. Can't wait to see it.
It is going to be very wild. Kellosaurus, some thoughts on the week?
Yeah, it's been a great weekend so far. Looking forward to seeing how some of these teams that end up at EUIC end up faring out in that in-person event atmosphere. Otherwise, yeah, like Dupe said, I'm really looking to what week 3 brings, because that's where things just get even closer. And I guess just develop more of a clearer picture.
Chef, what do you think, buddy?
Ooh, honestly, I'm just honestly, really interesting to see how the league has shaped out, with just this first time that we've done it so far. And I feel like in the first week we were kind of like, oh, okay, this is interesting. Let's see what happens. Now the second week, I feel like we're getting a much more solid picture, and specifically, obviously, only a few teams can qualify out of each of these regions for Worlds. So that's really what we got to be looking at, is who are the top teams that are going to be going to Worlds. And I do think the top teams out of all of these regions regions that are theoretically going to be going to Worlds are looking really, really good right now. So that's very exciting to me. I know a lot of the other regions also just played, and not on our broadcast, obviously, but just looking like it's going to be a pretty cool season once everybody groups together, and EUIC is going to be one of the first examples of that.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's really interesting that week 3, where Root Dig and Evil Geniuses are going to face off, they may have already faced off live at EUIC for a chance to go to Worlds, which is crazy. Of course, make sure that you tune in for all of the action. Head on over to Pokemon.com/broadcast to know exactly when we are going live. Now, the moment you have all been waiting for, of course, Zoink's power rankings, and this is a special one. Zoinks?
All right. This one I requested by quite a few people. I got the All Leagues Edition Top 10. First place, we got Force Gaming and LATAM. Second place, Root, Dignitas. Third, Evil Geniuses. You can read it. BH3 Esports, Stamina, Infamous, Kamay, and Peru. Peps, and IX Gaming. I think are rounding out our regional league top 10. This, of course, is subject to change based on vibes. As always, no new thing. I just thought I should include it a second time on the whiteboard. But thank you so much, everybody, for waiting for those. I can't wait for all these teams, or some of these teams at the very least, to clash at EUIC. That is going to be so fun.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. Well, I want to thank everyone for hanging out with us. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. Of course, because of you, something like this can exist. So thank you for supporting the Unite Championship Series. And shout out to all of our teams who head down into the Coliseum to fight. It's really easy to criticize them up here in the cheap seats, but also they should probably do some interviews. That's all I think. All right, yeehaw to you and yours. Thank you all, and I will see you all next time. Goodbye, everybody. We did it. Oh, yeah.